Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're gonna finish up watching the trial from yesterday. I'm gonna get us queued up because I know we had a lot going on.
Video, it says April 2, 2024, 2:59:59. Is that off?
It is, but the video is approximately 37 minutes and 52 seconds fast.
Okay. And so I'm going to cue this video up to 29 minutes, 50 seconds. That means 3:29:49, roughly 2:52 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play just 15 seconds. What are we going to see, by the way?
You're going to see a car traveling east on Pulaski Avenue from the bottom right corner, approximately right here. And then
all right, I am in the comments, y'all. I just wanted to get us started. I got my headphones on, so I'm listening from my phone.
Precise direction of that service gate,
we're
correct?
Just catching up.
Correct.
Playing at 29:50.
And the lights are now visible.
All right, and there it is.
Correct.
All right, and it's off camera by 3:30:02. That would have been just after 2:52 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
The general description of the vehicle, dark sedan, fair to say?
That's correct.
Next clip, that was clip, starts with the number 1. We're just going to go forward. This is clip 2. Same camera, correct?
Correct.
And I have it queued up. The timestamp here is 5:09:49. But really, what time would that be?
It would be about 4:31 in the morning.
Okay. Playing from that time. All right, and you see the headlights up here?
Correct.
Where is that vehicle coming from or going to?
That appears to be Warnemont Park and in near the golf course parking lot.
All right, so that would faintly be capturing when the car leaves the service road and heads south towards the golf course, correct?
That's correct.
Down the dead end.
Yes, sir.
And then it returns to Pulaski, and if the other video showed us anything, it's going to drive right by this camera again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there it is.
And there's the vehicle traveling, and it's traveling west towards Lake Drive.
All right, off camera. And by timestamp 11:11 on the video is where I paused it. So what time is this real time, roughly?
It'd be about 5:33 or 4:33 in the morning.
All right. I'm going to move to camera 1. This is video number 3 on this exhibit. What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is the video that was that I recovered from the pump house. It is facing northeast. Towards the bottom of the video here, you see kind of the sidewalk that goes around the pump house. Off to the left side of the video, over there, that is going to be where the gravel parking lot is. And directly towards the front and center is the end of the parking lot, which is approximately probably like 6 to 8 feet down to beach level. And the tree line to the left on the left side has a couple of small hiking trails that allow you to walk along the bluff and down towards the beach.
Okay, so where my mouse is at right now, is that the general area of where those trails would be to get down towards the waterfront?
Yes,
And when you, obviously you can't see it very well because it's dark here, but beyond that and down by that waterfront, about 100 to 150 yards away from this area, that's where the leg was found, correct?
correct.
You looked at this camera angle from about what time to what time?
From that 250 to 445.
Okay, and that's because the videos that we just watched show that car going down towards this area shortly after 2:52, 2:53 a.m., correct?
Correct,
And nothing comes out in that meantime, correct?
correct.
Is there a similar camera that faces the opposite direction, the southbound direction?
I didn't hear you.
Asked and answered.
I think you can, he's trying to clarify. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there's another camera that's on the south side and faces east, capturing the sidewalk in Lake Michigan.
And you watched those video clips as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice something on this video camera that you did not notice on the other video camera?
Yes, I noticed headlights along the bluff and a shadow of a person in the tree line.
All right. A human silhouette, more or less?
Yes.
I'm going to cue this video up to 30 minutes and 36 seconds. The timestamp says 3:35 a.m. So this would be about 2:53 a.m. real time?
Correct.
All right. And I'm going to use the zoom feature. That parking slab, if you drive down the Pump House Road, it would actually be a little off camera to the left here, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but on this clip, what are we going to see?
You're going to see headlights illuminating that left side portion of the bluff that I just pointed to.
Okay. Playing at 30:36. And if you can, I want you to point it out when you see it.
The lights are now coming on towards the left side.
Okay. Very faint, correct?
Correct.
I'm now going to advance the video to 39:16. This would be about 3:02 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Real time. The camera says 3:39:15, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now what are we going to start to see?
You're going to see that human silhouette in between the tree line, and I'll point to where we'll be looking. And it'll be in this area where the lake is behind the trees, so it allows us to see the roof or the silhouette from the lights on the pump house with the lake in the background.
I'm going to play this from 39:16 to 40:22. And I want you to point it out, Detective, when you see it.
I can already see it right in the left area towards the middle. And now walking in between these two trees. And right here again, in between the other two trees.
Does it appear he bends over right there?
Yes, sir. And now the individual, the silhouette, is standing behind the tree and is going to walk back towards the tree line and will no longer be visible.
Paused at 40:21. I'm going to go back and play it just in slight fast forward. Point it out again, please.
The person's walking down into the tree line and should be exposed here and continues. You'll bend over.
Right there.
Yes, sir. And then now stands back up and is going to walk back into that tree line.
Paused at 40:22. And then last clip on this one. Advancing the video to 43:16. I'm going to play to 44:52. What are we going to see on this clip?
We're going to see that same silhouette, and it's going to be entering the same area that we saw before, except this time we'll see the silhouette going down towards the beach level and exiting camera.
Playing at 43:16. Please point it out, Detective, when you see it.
I can already see a little bit of the disruption as the shadow walks through, and the silhouette's now visible in between the trees. And now the silhouette appears to be hunched over. There are rocks and other things to climb over in that area. The silhouette then moves down and disappears from camera.
I'm going to fast forward slightly briefly.
And right there again, the silhouette is visible down on the rocks slash rough terrain that is down towards beach level.
Pause at 44:51. This would be about 3:05 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
And after this time, do you see anything else up until about 4:17 a.m.?
I observed nothing else of note until that 4:17.
So that silhouette that descends the bluffs appears, at least from you can see on this video, to stay down there from this time all the way until 4:17.
From what is visible on the camera, yes, that is all that I see.
Playing clip 4. There's 5 total clips. This is clip 4. And I have it queued up to 55 minutes, 22 seconds. What are we going to see on this clip?
We're going to see that same silhouette walking up from the beach level and back into the tree line.
And this would be around that 4:17 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct. And the silhouette is now visible in the area I just pointed to.
Okay. And it appears he's ascending the bluff there?
That's correct.
And now I'm going to fast forward it. So he just came up the bluff.
Correct.
Okay. Do you see him again?
Yes, in that same tree line, the silhouette is again visible and appears to be descending the bluff and the rocks down to the beach level.
This would be about 4:20 a.m. real time.
Yes,
And I'm going to fast forward till the end of this clip. He's out of view now, correct?
correct.
And that takes us to the end of that clip. And then last but not least, clip 5. We're picking up around, it says 5 o'clock here, but we know that's wrong. This would be about 4:23-ish.
That's correct.
Okay. Going to advance to 4:15. And what are we going to see here? Him come back up the bluff?
Yes, so you'll see the same silhouette ascending the bluff and walking back into that same tree line.
Okay.
Can we be heard at sidebar real quick?
Sure.
Can we take that down just for a second?
Yep.
Do you want to go in chambers? State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective, just briefly, the file title's up here. This one says 5. This is number 5, and then it says Cam 1 Anderson 507. Just to be very clear, those were not the video file titles when you downloaded them. Those were renamed for purposes of court presentation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to play. We are at, according to this clip, 5:04:14. And you indicated, I think, that we're about to see that figure ascend the bluff. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is this the last time the silhouette appears to come up the bluff?
It is.
Playing at 4:15. Please point out when we see it.
Right there at the bottom of the screen, at the bottom of the bluff, you can start seeing the silhouette walking back up into the trees.
Does it appear he has anything on his back?
I did not observe anything
right.
on his back.
I'll go back. So he ascended the bluff that time?
Yes, and I observed the backpack or something appearing to be on his back.
All right. Obviously, you can't. It's dark, but it looks like a backpack. Is that what you're saying?
Something large that was on his back.
All right. I'm going to fast forward. So that's the last time that the figure comes up from down from the shoreline?
That's correct.
Okay. Fast forwarding the video to 7:04. This would be 5:07:05. So this is about 4:29 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
And very, very faintly, are you going to be able to see those lights again on that bluff to the left side of the screen?
Yes, it'll be in the far left side of the screen. You'll see a very faint light that appears.
All right, even more faint than the first one we saw, though.
Correct.
Understanding that, could you please just make sure to point it out when you see it?
Yes.
All right. Playing at 7:05.
In that area, as I pointed, you could see the light.
I'll do it one more time. Right there?
Yes.
Okay. Very faint, correct?
Correct.
After this time, which would be about 4:29 a.m. real time, is there any more lights on the bluff or silhouette action going on that tree line going down to the coastline?
No.
All right, so if I understand you correctly, Detective, based on that video, around the time of 3:05 a.m. is when the human silhouette appears to descend the bluff, remain down there until about 4:17 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And that would be consistent with the times that the vehicle entered the service road where the gate is and then exited subsequently around 4:30 a.m.
That's correct.
If an individual had walked southbound from the pump house or been going down the bluffs in that direction, would that individual have been captured in some kind of silhouette form similar to what we just saw here?
On the south camera,
Yes, on the south camera.
it only faced the sidewalk in Lake Michigan. There were no bluffs visible.
Okay. A person walking that sidewalk would be visible, though?
Correct.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. You can have a seat now. You can pull that down. Good afternoon. Should we hit the lights back on too?
I think that's a great idea.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
For the last hour or so of your testimony, you've gone through various videos that you collected as part of your work in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You did other things in this case, but one of your central tasks was to look for any and all video from this area that you could find.
Correct.
And that's why the state presented this jury with videos from public buildings and other buildings in that area. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, as a detective, you take the initiative to go around and look for whatever cameras you can find. Is that basically how it works?
Yes, sir.
Did you take your marching orders from anybody? Did Detective Donner, for example, say, I want you to collect it from this building and that building, or do you just use your own judgment?
Sometimes we do get marching orders. Other times, in a case where there's a lot of moving parts, I kind of took my own initiative.
And there were a lot of moving parts here because obviously you've testified about being alerted to a leg that had been found and law enforcement was trying to move rather quickly to try to figure things out. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I don't mean quickly in a haphazard way, but just as a sense of urgency, right?
Yes.
Because you would agree with me that what you did was, would you agree with me that your work in this case was thorough?
For the most part.
Okay, well, what part wasn't thorough?
I do everything that I can.
Okay. In other words, you could make any mistake another person could make.
Correct.
All right. But in terms of being thorough, you pulled videos from a variety of spots and then you studied them over and over again, right?
Yes.
And you also wrote you even drafted a report on that too.
Correct.
And there's a lot of purposes of getting those videos. There's many reasons why you would want video evidence. Fair to say?
Yes.
In particular, one thing that you were looking for was to try to figure out, narrow down the time frame if you could of when this car comes to the area, when it leaves the area, right?
Correct.
It's important to pin down timelines, but it's also important to see if there's anything unusual that you see on the tapes, right?
Yes.
If the car stops and interacts with somebody, for example.
Yes.
Now, what's to recap, you pulled video from a school, right? Cudahy High School.
Correct.
You pulled video from a water station, water department,
Yes.
as well as the pump station itself.
Correct.
But that's not all you looked for. You canvassed the whole area up and down Lake Drive and the surrounding area looking for videos, didn't you?
Myself and several other deputies and detectives all did a video canvas.
Okay. From all the videos you watched, can you determine who is driving Sade Robinson's car?
No.
Can you determine, I suppose you can determine it is Sade Robinson's car. You would feel comfortable making that determination?
Based on the videos I saw, it looks similar, but with being a detective, I don't want to say 100% that it could be her car because there could be any number of sedans.
Right, even any number of Honda Civics, for example.
Correct.
And none of the videos that we've watched here show us damage to a vehicle that would be consistent with ramming through a gate, for example.
All of the video qualities being at night and from far distance away, we were unable to get closer views of any type of damage.
Even when you try to use law enforcement tools to zoom in, if you can, you still can't figure it out.
Unfortunately, the zoom features that we have, they just increase pixel size. They don't make things look smoother or better.
And I think I asked this, could you identify the driver of the vehicle?
No.
Could you determine at least gender, male or female?
I didn't even get a look inside of the vehicle to determine anything that was going on.
So obviously the race couldn't be determined, Black, African-American, white, Mexican.
Nope.
Okay. Now let's talk about the Warnemont Park pump house footage.
Yes.
There's footage going north, footage going south, right?
Correct.
And where I think the state left off was asking questions about footage that goes to the south. That's angled more towards Lake Drive. It doesn't capture down by the beach, right?
Correct.
So if somebody were discarding evidence down by that beach area, it wouldn't be captured on that video.
No, because it's 6 to 8 feet, I believe, something like that. But from the parking lot down to the beach, you wouldn't be able to, the camera would be positioned above and that would be blocked.
And in any event, the only footage you looked at was from approximately you stopped watching footage at about 5 o'clock in the morning, give or take. Would that be fair to say?
I watched the videos at the water department. I also, I believe, fully recovered videos from, I want to say like 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. And I did watch other portions of the videos as much as I could.
Okay. April 3rd, for example, a couple days, a day or two later, do you pull video from April 3rd or no?
No, I did not.
And the pump videos that we saw, it was your testimony that the figure was somewhat of a human silhouette,
Correct.
a black and white figure,
Correct.
grainy images
Yes.
going in the tree line area,
Correct.
which doesn't show us really anything other than some human figure going up and down in that area, right?
Yes.
You can't make out even that the person has a body part that they've discarded, can you?
That's correct. I can't determine that.
Okay. Maybe there's something on the person's back you thought on one of the videos when you watched it again, but you can't even say that that's a backpack, right?
Correct. I can only see what's visible on the cameras, and that's just that silhouette and shadow with the lake in the background.
But the jury's seeing it now here in court, but you've had an opportunity at the department to watch these videos over and over and study them closely, right?
Yes.
And that's something that was critical in this case that you've done. You've spent many hours of time looking at these videos at the sheriff's department.
Yes.
In all the time that, can you even estimate how many hours do you think you've spent watching the Warnemont pump footage, for example?
Uh, It would just be a guesstimate at this point. I couldn't give you a possible number,
Dozens of hours?
possibly.
And and there's a zoom feature, we saw that, right?
But when it comes to zoom features, they don't actually increase any quality. They just kind of increase the pixel size and what you're able to see.
Yep, so it doesn't even really do a whole lot.
Correct.
Can you determine when you spend all these hours studying the video, can you determine the race of the person?
No,
Can you determine if it's male or female?
no.
Height?
You could probably tell the difference between someone that was 3.5 or 4 feet versus 8 feet, but no.
Somewhere between 3.5 and 8 feet, we could say.
You'd be able to tell the difference of someone that was incredibly short versus incredibly tall, but I cannot make a height estimate.
And obviously hair color, facial features, none of that we can determine.
That's correct.
Now, the other thing you did in this case was you did a canvas, but the canvassing work you did was to look for video footage. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
You weren't doing a canvas to look for gloves or other evidence at the scene, were you?
That would not have been my responsibility. That would have been on other people that were on evidence search. I was focusing on the video footage.
Okay. Yeah. And when we were watching the Warmont Park videos themselves, can you say how many people are down there? I mean, do we know that this is even the same person on these various video clips you're watching?
Based on what we saw, there's camera footage only captures so many angles. There's any number of possibilities, but from what we were able to get from Life 360 and our timeframes, we were able to get an idea of the vehicle was the vehicle in question to this investigation.
Mm-hmm. But that silhouette, the silhouette figure, we don't really know. We don't know where the silhouette figure goes when it disappears from view, right?
Correct.
There's minutes of time during this hour-plus footage where there's gaps, 10-minute gaps, 15-minute gaps where you don't see anything, right?
Correct.
And I guess what I'm asking is based on the quality of this, we don't even know for sure that this is the same silhouette person. Could be 2 people or 3 people for all we know.
Yet there's any number of possibilities. We also take into account those bluffs and the waves and everything else that was happening that night, that it would be extremely unlikely for someone to be down in that area.
Sure, but you're drawing the inference that it's somebody who obviously was involved in this crime, right?
Just generally speaking, it was probably 40-ish degrees, raining, and high waves that the average person probably wouldn't be down in that area.
Right, and I'm not suggesting people were hanging out there. What I'm saying is you don't even know how many people were in this Honda, this car that we've seen on the footage. We don't even know how many people were in that car based on what we saw.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all.
State?
And just to be clear, you were looking at this time frame because it's the time when Sade's phone suggested she was at Warnemont Park, where the leg was later found.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Defense, anything else?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Okay.
I'm gonna, Judge, I will recall this witness at a later time for a different topic.
Okay, thank you.
State calls Joseph Blanchard.
you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am,
And how long have you been law enforcement with the Sheriff's Department?
9.5 years.
On April 3rd of 2024, in the afternoon, were you dispatched to Warnemont Park regarding some vehicle parts?
I was,
Okay. Did you recover vehicle parts?
I did.
And where were these vehicle parts recovered from?
Near a Porta-John restroom area that was near the gate of a access road to the pumping station and around that area.
All right. After recovering them, did you take them and place them on Sheriff's Department inventory?
I did.
Can you just briefly summarize what inventory is?
Inventory is a documented collection of any type of evidence you may get. That's what we use for our evidence system, how we keep track basically of everything that we may or may not collect.
All right, so it's basically so that when you recover something during an investigation, you need to find that very item, you know where to find it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits. 28 through 30. 28 through 32, Joe. All right. Why don't you take a look at the markings on those? I just handed you a bunch of brown bags, correct?
Yes, you have.
But there's identifiers on those bags.
There are.
And are you able, after you look at them, to tell us what those items are?
Yes, these items are items that I have bagged up from the location I just described. Various car parts from a vehicle I've listed as a Honda sedan.
A Honda sedan?
Yeah, some of them say that. Yes, a Honda.
All right.
Or just a Honda.
I move those exhibits, 28 through 32.
28 through 32, yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
28 through 32 are received.
All right, I'm going to show you exhibits 15 through 18. Can you take a look at those photos quickly? Or not quickly, briefly?
Yes, yes, sir.
You recognize those photos?
I do.
Are those photos of Honda vehicle parts?
Yes, they are.
Okay. In addition to those photos, I'm going to show you what have already been marked and entered exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. $22. You recognize that?
Yes,
Okay. 23. Recognize that?
yes,
24.
yes,
All right. And 13. Recognize that?
yes,
Okay. Of those photographs, those are parts of the Honda Civic, correct?
they are.
And did you recover those parts?
I did.
Are they the parts in those bags there?
Yes, it's familiar when I bagged them up with my signature and date and name. If you'd like me to open them or anything. Yes, they look like the parts that I was handling in those pictures.
All right. And after placing those on inventory, were they subsequently sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They were.
Judge, I'll move 15 through 18 in and ask to publish briefly.
Any objection?
No.
15 to 18 are received. Go ahead.
All right. Exhibit 15 is on the screen now. This is one of the parts you recovered.
Yes, it is.
16.
Yes,
All right. 17.
yes,
18.
yes.
And in general, Detective, all you could really glean from the parts that you recovered is that they belonged to a dark color Honda vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you were in the area of Warnemont Park, did you also spend time canvassing the wooded area to find, see if you could find any other human remains or evidence?
I did.
And did you find anything?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else for this witness at this time. He would be recalled later.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Christine Shuda.
And if you please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Christine Shuda, ChristinaSchuda.
Ms. Shuda, are you familiar with the address of 1858 North Commerce Street?
I am,
Is that in the city of Milwaukee?
yes.
And how are you familiar with that location?
I used to be the leasing agent, property manager.
Okay, what is at that address?
It's an apartment building located down by the Milwaukee River.
In what neighborhood is that?
That's the east side, downtown east side. Downtown east side.
And you can pull that microphone
Should I?
towards you. How long were you the leasing agent there?
For 2.5 years.
Based on your job as the leasing agent, did you become familiar with any of the residents?
Pretty much all of them.
Okay, was one of those residents in April 2024 a young woman named Sade Robinson?
Yes.
And did you become familiar with her?
Yeah.
Can you describe how many times you think you've interacted with her?
Quite a few times, you know.
Did you develop a relationship with her?
Just as a professional relationship. I'm quite friendly where I work with all the residents. So yeah, she would come in my office and have conversations with me. My door was always open for that, I guess.
So you actually worked there on a daily basis in that building?
Every day.
Every day. Did you see Sade every day?
No, I didn't see her every day.
In April of 2024, did you become aware that she was missing?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Which date?
Let's start with the second day of April 2024, April 2nd. Did something happen that day that alerted you to the fact that someone thought she was missing?
She had a coworker of hers came to my office and said that Sade had not shown up from work, and it was unusual, and they were concerned, or she was concerned about her. So she asked me if I could use my master key to open her door. And I told her I can't do that. I'm unable to open someone's door with the master key. So she said, will you go upstairs with me to the apartment? And I said, yeah. So we both went up the elevator, went to her apartment, and we knocked on the door. She wanted to knock on the door, and I had no problem with that. So she had explained that Sade didn't show up for work, and I told her, I said, if you're concerned about her, which she seemed to be, I said, you should give her mother a call. And she didn't really want to give her mom a call. And we keep emergency numbers, in a file at work. Instead, I said, well, if you don't want to call her mom, then what you can do is call the police and they'll come and do a welfare check. And she said, okay, well, I'm going to, we went back downstairs.
And can I just ask, do you remember what apartment number Sade was renting at the time?
She was in apartment 309.
You reference a welfare check with the police. Did the police come and speak with you then?
Her friend had left. We left together, and her friend left the building and returned to work. And the manager from work, at her work, she discussed it with her manager, and I guess they made a call from there.
Okay. Did the police come to 1858 North Commerce and speak to you at some point?
They did.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you show them to Sade's apartment, 309?
I am kind of iffy on that. I need to think for a moment. Can I take a moment to think?
If you don't know the answer, that's fine too.
Well, because what happened was after she went back to work and the friend went back to work, I made whatever phone call. I wasn't at work after that. I had left for the day. And it's unclear to me right now if I had the next day off or not. No, I couldn't have, because the next day when I came into the office, police officers came in and then they wanted to gain access to her apartment, and they had search warrants and everything else with them.
Okay, so you did have contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay.
The next day.
The building, the apartment building, does it have a name, like the name of a building, the apartment complex?
Yes, the name of the apartment complex is Brewers Point Apartments.
Okay, does Brewers Point Apartments have a internal or an external surveillance system?
Yes.
Okay, would you recognize footage from that surveillance system? You're familiar with it?
I am.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 36. Do you recognize what this is?
Yep, that's Sade coming off the elevator.
That's a still photo.
It is.
I'd ask that exhibit 36 be received.
Any objection?
No.
36 is received.
This is obviously very hard for you, Ms. Shuda, right?
It is.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Do you recognize where this still photo is taken? What part of the building?
The pho- I'm sorry. This photo is of Sade coming off the elevator of the apartment building of the main lobby.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Eddie Feliciano.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Eddie Feliciano.
Mr. Feliciano, good afternoon.
Could you spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Okay. Eddie-Feliciano.
Please proceed.
Mr. Feliciano, are you familiar with the address of 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes,
How are you familiar with that location?
I'm mainly in the building.
Your maintenance for the
Yeah.
building? Okay. How long have you worked in maintenance at that building?
Almost 2 years.
In your work there, did you become familiar with any of the residents?
Yes,
Did you become familiar with a woman named Sade Robinson?
yes,
How long do you think you knew her?
like 8 months around.
Okay. And you knew her in April, at the beginning of April of 2024?
Yes,
Based on you knowing who she is and your job in maintenance at the building, were you aware of what kind of car she drove?
yes.
What kind?
Honda Civic,
How would you describe Sade?
a good person.
Personal?
Not very good person.
A very good person?
Yes,
What color was her car?
I think it's great. Oh, sorry, like dark blue, dark color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see her the morning of April 1st, 2024?
Yes,
Do you remember how you interacted with her?
she said bye to us.
Who's us?
Me and my other coworker,
Who's that?
Gamaliel Vegas.
Can you repeat the name?
Gamaliel.
Do you know how to spell that by chance?
No.
No. State, can you spell that for the record for us?
I don't know.
We don't know.
Take a stab.
Can you say the name again, sir?
Gamaliel.
Camarilo? LLO? Okay.
That sound right, Mr. Feliciano?
Give me a second.
Mr. Feliciano?
I think he was checking his
Oh,
phone for the
okay.
proper spelling is what was happening.
Mhm.
And now just for the record, he's showing it to the court reporter to document the spelling of that. Thank you. Good. Okay, thank you.
No,
Okay, next question.
Did you have contact with the Milwaukee Police Department?
mm, She contacted me at 3 o'clock in the morning, around 3 o'clock in the morning.
A police officer?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you help the police department with?
They contact me asking for her apartment number, and I told them which apartment number, and they told me like, you can open the door for us.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. That apartment building also has cameras, right?
Yes.
And did you help the Milwaukee Police Department obtain surveillance footage?
No, everything do the secretary is the one do like cameras.
Can you repeat everything?
The secretary is the one do the cameras.
The
Or the-
secretary?
Yes,
Are you talking about Ms. Shuda?
yes.
Okay. Did Sade have a parking spot that was assigned to her?
Yes,
Do you remember where that was?
I know it's all the way to the front. You know, to the building.
Where is the parking lot for that building?
It's, I don't remember the number for the, because every single spot had the number for the spot, but I don't remember. I know it's close to the street.
Okay, the apartment building's on the river, right? So one part of the building faces the river. And then where is the parking lot in relation to the front of the building?
It's like, the front of the building is right here. It's all the way to the like, to the end, to the building.
Is it actually in front of the building?
Yes,
Okay, and she had one of those parking spots.
yes,
That parking lot borders Commerce Street.
yes.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may sit
Thank you.
down.
State?
I'm gonna check the hallway, see who's here.
Attorney Vance Curzan?
Yes.
I'm planning on stopping at 4:45. So if you have a quick one out there.
Okay, I'll try to find it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm. State calls Angela Young.
And if you could please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Angela, Angela. Last name Young, Jung.
Miss Young, were you familiar with somebody named Sade Robinson?
Yes.
Can you describe what your relationship was with her?
Friend and coworker.
How long did you know her?
Maybe 4 years, if I had to guess.
Would you describe yourselves as friends?
Yeah.
Can you talk about what you would do with her? Did you socialize, go out?
Not really outside of work, no.
Okay. Because you worked together, did you get to know her?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe her?
I don't know. She was a really sweet girl. She was really smart. She was really motivated. And she had big plans.
Based on your friendship with her, did you have her phone number?
Yes.
Do you remember that phone number today?
I don't.
Is that something that you would have shared with the police?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what type of car she drove?
Yeah.
What was that?
It was a Honda.
Do you remember the color?
I don't. I think it was black. Maybe it was blue.
Were you aware of where she was living?
Yes.
Do you remember the address or general area?
Yeah.
What is that?
Gosh, I can't think of the name of the street. Right off Humboldt, around the corner from Pick and Save. I can't think of the street offhand.
Was it down by the Milwaukee River?
Yeah.
Had you ever been there?
Yeah.
Can you give us a physical description of Sade?
She was slender, about my height, so shorter, on the shorter side, maybe 5'2", 5'3". Her hair was kind of short, but she wore it all different ways, and sometimes she wore wigs, so it was never really the same.
I'm going to show you exhibits 33 and 34 and ask you if you recognize what's depicted.
Those are Sade.
Photographs?
Yeah.
Those are consistent with what she looked like when you knew her?
Yeah, that's her in her apartment, and that is her when she was on vacation, I think, in Jamaica.
I'd ask that exhibits 33 and 34 be received.
Any objection?
No.
They received.
And published.
Go ahead.
And you knew her well enough to know that she went on a vacation to Jamaica?
Yeah.
And you knew her well enough that you recognize this photograph as having been taken in her residence?
Yeah.
Did you contact law enforcement on April 2nd, 2024?
I did,
Why?
because I could not reach Sade, and she had not shown up to work that morning, and that wasn't like her, and I was scared.
So she was scheduled to work.
Mhm.
You were at work.
I was not at work.
Okay.
No.
How did you know that she didn't show up?
I messaged somebody at work saying that we had talked a few days before about her possibly getting a raise and a new position. And I messaged somebody at work saying that we should probably go forward with that. And they said she didn't come to work today.
Okay, and you're referencing your employment at the Pizza Shuttle.
Yes.
What was your position there?
Management.
And what was Sade's?
She worked cash register and answered phones.
Do you remember how long she had worked there?
If I had to guess, between 3 and 4 years, it had been a while.
You said that her not coming to work was very unusual
Very unusual.
and that you were scared.
I was.
Why?
Because it wasn't, I mean, if she was even going to be late, she would text me or call. And when I messaged her, I said, please just text me and let me know you're okay. Because she doesn't have to come to work. She doesn't have to answer her phone. But I just wanted her to let me know that she was okay. And I knew she would if she could. And when she didn't, I got very scared.
You tried to call her?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
I think it went to voicemail. Otherwise, it just rang and rang.
What else did you do?
I texted her and I went by her apartment.
What did you do at her apartment?
I just pulled into the parking lot, looked for her car, didn't see it. Spun around, sat there for a minute, hoping that I'd see her. And when I didn't, I drove home.
Did you go into the building at all?
I did not. No.
Do you recall seeing any social media that Sade would have posted the night before?
I did not until the next day.
Okay. So was that on April 2nd that you saw some social media?
That would have been on April 3rd. I don't really use social media, but I saw it on somebody else's phone the next day.
Okay, what did you see?
It was a Snapchat.
And what was it? Was it a photograph?
It was not, no. It was a Snapchat from a bar on Water Street, I think, where she was playing some kind of bar game. Beer pong maybe, something like that.
Okay, so was it an image that you saw?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it was a video.
okay. Based not being able to get a hold of her and not being able to get a hold of her and not being able to find her at her house, what did you do?
I drove to the police station.
Do you remember what police station?
The one on Lincoln and 5th Street-ish?
So down on the near south side?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I asked them if I could file a missing persons report, and they told me that first they would have to do a wellness check. And I said, okay. And I gave them her address, and they said they would send somebody out and they would contact me and let me know what happened.
Did they contact you?
So I did see that they contacted me in the morning. When I woke up, I had a few missed calls, and I was a little bit worried about that because I don't know, it seemed like a lot of missed calls, and it was very late at night, like 2 a.m. So instead of returning the call then, I just drove back to the police station to see what was going on.
Did you make a second report then?
I did not. I went in and said that I had missed some phone calls. I had been there the night before to ask for a wellness check or a missing persons report to be filed, and asked them what had happened with it. And the person at the counter went in back. I stood there for a few minutes, and when they came back, they said they had made contact with her.
Okay, so that would have been on April 3rd.
Yes,
April 2nd would have been the day that you reported her missing.
that I first, yes, that they sent, that they went there for a wellness check, or that's what they told me they were gonna do.
And April 2nd was the day that she missed work.
April 2nd is the day she missed work, yes.
I have nothing further.
Are you due to cross?
No.
Okay, then ma'am, you may step down. At this point, I'm going to release you for the day. Okay, so those admonitions are even more important now, right? So when you go home tonight, you can't discuss the case with anybody. You can't do any research. You can't discuss.
So we haven't got started over here, so we will jump over to Karen Reed while we wait, just to kind of give you updates. See, I thought that the Diddy trial was actually going to be wrapping up this week, but it sounds like they may wrap up sometime next week, and then the defense will put on their case. They're hoping to have this wrapped up by July 4th. The case is said to be done by June 20th.
So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There are small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes. So within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurement, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, You know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe, do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but
Do you-
those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right, do you have any problem with Dr. Welch keeping his printed copy that he was using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, your honor.
So, I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy tiny.
Can you see the?
Yes. Yeah.
Does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than
Multiple
one.
points, but it shows more clearly the contact
Correct.
between the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next
I
slide.
just want to stay
I know.
with this one. I
Hold
just
on a
asked the
second.
question, does it show the contact?
So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
Alrighty. So
Thank you.
is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said, that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
where?
It shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch of being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle and it contacts on the corner, which is just around. So maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's go to the next
presentation.
slides and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll see
will
it.
determine which slides we go to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping
So
to
now
answer your
let's
question.
go to Mr. Wolf, the next slide
There we go.
in your presentation. My question is zeroing in. Are you saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit.
Let's go to the next slide. 40, yes, please. Is it working? 41, Your Honor. Right, thank you.
That's exhibit 41? No, I have a question because that's not my slide.
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because,
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
Yes.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light. And I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? You see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But
Sir.
they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of that taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the tail light in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what
You
you're referring
had
to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your
Hold
Honor,
on.
he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury.
So-
I'm not interrupting
Hold
him.
on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Leslie, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Wall.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
Attorney Megan Newport and Ian Vance Karazan appears for the state.
Attorney Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome back. Hope we had a lovely evening. As you recall, we are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My first name is Nora, Nora. My last name is Donegan, D like David, Onegan. But I'm formally last name Burlow, Burlo.
Thank you. Detective Donegan, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
7 years.
How long have you been a detective?
For about 6 months.
Prior to being promoted to detective, where were you assigned and what was your rank?
I was a police officer at District 5.
Does District 5 encompass the area of 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it does.
That location's in the county of Milwaukee?
It is.
When you were assigned to District 5, can you explain what your general basic duties on a day-to-day basis were?
Sure. We responded to calls for service. We also conducted traffic, foot patrol at times. My partner and I were assigned to the tavern squad or the licensed premise squad. So we had some additional duties of monitoring gas stations and bars and things like that. We also responded to help out with medical emergencies and things like that.
Were you working in that capacity on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
Who was your partner that day?
My partner was James Terrell.
Were you asked to do a welfare check at the address that I mentioned before, 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes.
Can you describe what information you received going into that assignment?
So my partner and I had actually been in District 7 conducting a specialized patrol that night. I noticed looking at our CAD system, our call system where our calls come in and we can visually see information regarding those calls. I noticed a call, a welfare check for the address 1858 West Commerce, or North Commerce, excuse me. And upon clicking on that call, it was noted that there had been a suspicious vehicle fire where the owner of the vehicle had tried to be located but hadn't been found earlier on in that day. And it was requested again that officers go back to her apartment and try to locate her.
Did you have a name associated with either that apartment or the suspicious vehicle fire at that point?
Yes.
What was that?
Sade Robinson.
Approximately what time did you and Officer Terrell make your way to that location?
Our shift ends at 3 a.m., but we went at about 4 o'clock, maybe 3:45.
And what did you do once there?
So prior to getting there, we actually made contact with the maintenance man who lives in the building. And once we were there, he let us in and escorted us up to her apartment.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What was it?
Eddie Feliciano.
Then what happened?
He provided us access to the apartment. My partner and I just looked around to see if she was there or if anything seemed out of place or suspicious.
Was anyone present inside the apartment?
No.
What apartment was it?
309.
Describe the general layout and your observations of the apartment.
It was a studio apartment. When you first enter, there's a bathroom to your left. There's a larger closet to your right. And as you move into the apartment more, there's a kitchenette to your left. And then in front of you is all big open space, a studio.
Did it appear to be lived in, like somebody was living there? Describe sort of the contents of the apartment.
It actually just reminded me of a college student's apartment. So it was a little messy, but to be expected for someone who's younger. She had a bed. There was a small day bed that was not pulled out, like a trundle, but all tucked in like a couch. And there were lots of purses and clothes, and normal for a college girl.
And you're referencing somebody younger, somebody that could be in college. Did you know Sade's age at the time that you went to do the welfare check?
Yes, so in our call systems, when they give a name, usually there's a date of birth attached to it, or we can also look in our records and try to figure out how old that person is.
And do you recall what her age was?
I remember early 20s, or not even 21. I think she was 19.
When you're in the apartment doing a welfare check like this, are you looking for signs, in addition to looking for someone, are you looking for signs of a struggle or information about what might have happened to that person?
Yes, as well as identifiers.
Did you locate anything of note that would lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
And did you find any identification?
Yes.
What kind of identification?
I found a Wisconsin ID in a purse.
So nothing suspicious in the apartment at all to lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
Then what happened?
While I located the identifier, my partner did talk to Mr. Feliciano, and once we were done, we left the apartment. My partner and I made note of a few of the surveillance cameras in that building, and then we left and went back to our district and reported to our lieutenant on our findings.
Were you able to access the surveillance cameras at that time?
No, we were not.
How come?
Mr. Feliciano does work in the building. However, he is not office staff. He didn't at the time at least have access to the tenant's files or information.
Where did you take note of the location of those surveillance cameras?
There was one camera in the elevator area, I believe when you got off the elevator on her floor, on the third floor. And then on the first floor, before you, well, I'm going to start from the outside, actually. So when you first come into the apartment building, there's a camera. As you're walking down the hall, there's another camera. We didn't make it all the way down the hall because it cuts off to that elevator area to go up to the third floor. You could see a camera at the end of the hall on the ceiling, and then in the elevator area, there was a camera. So the elevators are visible.
Did you take note of where the resident parking was? Was there a parking lot associated with this building?
Yes.
Where was that?
Right in front of the main entrance. It's a large apartment building.
And that would be?
Parking lot, excuse me.
Would that be on Commerce Street?
On Commerce Street, yes.
What did you do after taking note of the video camera locations?
Like I said, we went back to our district and then informed our lieutenant of our findings.
At some point, did you learn about a human leg having been found at Warnemont Park?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think that question calls for hearsay. I will allow the question. Go on. You can answer it.
Okay, I actually did learn about a leg being found there, and I found that out prior to the start of my shift, actually. It was in the news.
Okay, so prior to your shift on April 2nd?
Yes.
At some point, did you connect the welfare check that you had done at Sade's apartment with the human leg?
I did, it was more just a funny feeling. When I clicked on that call, I saw this suspicious car fire and the owner hadn't been located. The owner was Sade. And then one of her friends called in a welfare check for that Commerce address. We didn't locate her. She's a young girl. She didn't have any history, I don't believe, criminal history in our systems. And after talking with the maintenance man about how she was excited for a date, I felt uncomfortable being a woman who dates or has dated.
Objection,
For her safety.
relevance to wherever she's going with this, Your Honor. Unresponsive.
I can
I
ask,
will sustain that objection. I would ask you to re-ask the question.
I can ask a follow-up question. Did you relay your welfare check at Sade's apartment to the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department
Yes,
and specifically to Detective Donner?
yes,
I have nothing further.
Cross.
Thank you. So you went to Sade's apartment.
yes,
You said it was messy,
yes,
stuff everywhere.
yes.
Okay, just one room with stuff just scattered all over the place.
No, I would consider that more ransacked. The
Okay.
messy is, maybe she didn't put all of her clothes away.
So there's clothes just laying out all over the place?
There were some clothes on the bed in her day bed, yes.
Okay, in a purse just sitting there on a couch.
She had a lot of purses, actually.
Oh, and one of them
but
had
they were
her
out.
ID in it.
Yes.
So her purse is in her apartment with her ID.
Well, she had multiple purses.
Okay, one of those purses had her ID in it in her apartment.
It had an ID.
Was this a real ID or a fake ID?
It looked to be a real ID, but I can't recall if it was expired, maybe.
Did you take pictures?
No, but I did have my body cam activated.
Great, and Sade wasn't there, right?
No, she was not.
That's all.
State.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective.
All right, thank you.
State your next witness.
Nicholas Crop.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nicholas Kropp, Nicholas Kropp.
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Milwaukee,
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Milwaukee?
going on 13 years now.
Were you working back on April 3rd, 2024?
Yes,
What was your shift that day, and did you have a partner?
yes, I had a partner. It was Markel McKinley, Markel McKinley, and we were working day shift, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. that day.
On that day, were you assigned to conduct an investigation into a possible missing person?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided the name of Sade Robinson for that person?
Yes,
And on that date, did you look up any information before conducting follow-up, going out and conducting follow-up?
yes, we primarily review the reports from the prior shifts when a missing has been filed to see what has been done and what needs to still be done and continue along the same lines of the investigation.
So basically, at the start of your shift, you get up to speed, and then you decide what you're going to do next?
Correct.
What did you do?
After reviewing the reports, we went to Ms. Robinson's apartment to do another check just to make sure she had not returned to the apartment and try to see if there was anything that would provide further investigative leads within the apartment at that time.
The apartment you're referring to, was that apartment 309 at 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it is.
Did you meet someone from another department there?
Yes, there were members of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department.
Did you make contact with the property manager?
Yes,
Do you recall her name?
it was Christine. I don't recall her last name.
When you made contact with Christine, did you also speak over the phone to someone else who worked at the apartment complex?
Yes,
And did you gather basic information about Sade that the apartment had?
yes,
Did that include a kind of vehicle that she had registered to the apartment?
yes, it did.
What was that vehicle?
I believe it was a Honda Accord. I don't recall the license plate.
All right, you don't recall the license plate?
I do not.
If I showed you a copy of your report, would that maybe help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Just gonna have you read right here, silently to yourself, and then tell me when you're done.
Okay.
Do you recall what kind of car that was listed as Sade?
It was a Honda Accord with the Wisconsin registration plate ASP 1171.
Honda Accord or Honda Civic?
I'll stipulate it's a Civic.
Honda Civic, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
ASP 1171?
Yes,
All right. After getting that information, did you go to her apartment
yes,
and did you look around inside?
yes.
Did you find her?
We did not.
Did you find an ID card for her?
I believe we did find an ID card, yes.
Did you find a cell phone?
I don't believe we found a cell phone.
After checking her apartment and not finding her, did you subsequently try to see if you could access the surveillance video from the 1858 North Commerce Street building?
We did. My partner primarily did more of the surveillance video, but I did view parts of it, yes.
Okay. So the cameras were functional.
Correct.
And do you recall what, if anything, you saw on those cameras?
There were cameras that showed portions of the parking lot and the entry and exit to the apartment building. And there was a portion of the video that did show Ms. Robinson leaving the apartment.
After checking her apartment, did you return to your district station?
Yes.
In the subsequent days, did you conduct additional follow-up investigation related to Ms. Robinson being missing?
Yes.
On April 6th, did you go to the area of the south side of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about what brought you there. Why is it that you went to that location?
During a portion of the missing investigations, one of the things that I tend to do is file exigent requests with social media companies, phone companies, and things like that, which can often provide locations associated with either the device or the account. One of the ones that was performed was a request with Verizon. There was one through Facebook, through Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. And through those requests, we were able to determine approximate last locations of connections from the phone number associated with Ms. Robinson, as well as the Facebook account and some Gmail and Apple accounts as well.
On April 6th, where did that information exactly lead you to go?
The Verizon return indicated that it was in the area of South Kinnickinnick, in, I believe, on the border of St. Francis.
Okay. Was there, where did the information come that led you to the south side of Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee?
We searched a significant number of locations. Is there a specific?
Did you search the area of like Alverno College?
Yes.
Okay. Jackson Park?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 443. It's going to come up on the screen to your right. If you, I don't know if you can see that, or if I need to move it, I can.
Yeah, I cannot see that.
Now it's on. You want me to turn it?
Yes, please.
You able to see that?
Yes.
All right. On exhibit 443, we're looking at a portion of the city of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes.
In the middle here, the street going across is West Oklahoma Avenue, correct?
Correct.
The main street to the south would be Morgan Avenue,
Correct.
and that's where Alverno College is, and we got 43rd Street right here, correct?
Correct.
So did you search the area of Alverno College?
Yes.
And what areas did you search and what did you find, if any?
We searched an area along the entry to Alverno College. We did not find anything there. And I believe that search was based off of points off of an app provided by a friend.
Okay, so you would have gotten that information as it was briefed to you, as it was provided to other members of law enforcement?
Correct.
Understood. Then you also, did you indicate you searched the area of Jackson Park?
We did search the area of Jackson Park.
What did you do there?
I believe most of these points, where the points shifted, it was in the area of waterways, which was consistent with other information that we've been given prior. So we did search most of the marshy areas and kind of wetland areas near a lot of the watery, the waterways and such.
Did you find anything in either of those locations?
We did not.
And lastly, before I move on, in the middle of this, right here would be 39th Street, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This street here is Euclid, fair?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been basically right in the middle of the two places that you were looking.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You had also mentioned searching the area of South Kinnick near, or in St. Francis, correct?
Yes.
So I'm shifting the map over here and gonna zoom in. This street here that my mouse is on, that would be South Kinnick Ave.
Correct.
All right, and to the north, we've got Howard Avenue.
Yes.
Are you aware if the St. Francis Police Department is on Howard Avenue here?
I am not, but I will take your word for it.
Okay. And then on the bottom here, we've got Layton, correct?
Yes.
Is this about the area you searched in St. Francis?
I believe that's the general area, yes.
All right, what did you search in St. Francis?
So the point that was provided to us from Verizon was a cell phone tower. It gave a specific address and the return indicated that it was approximately 1/3 mile, I believe it was southeast of that location. So my partner and I went to the area of that tower and conducted a search of the area. In the general area, approximately 1/3 of a mile from where that tower was located. The area included some railroad, a dead-end street that abutted the railroad, as well as a power substation, a metal recycling plant, and I believe a steel drum facility.
The information that brought you there came from Verizon, you said?
Correct.
And so Verizon provided you with the location of a cell tower that her phone had connected to.
Yes, that was the last location that the phone had connected to, per the information we got from Verizon.
So essentially, you were using the location of that tower to try to search around that area for her anything, right?
Correct.
Did you find anything?
We did not.
Did you also check an area near Grant Park in South Milwaukee?
Yes.
And if I move the map down south here, we've got College Avenue is this street here where my mouse is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then Grant Park would be this park that I'm kind of circling here, right?
Correct.
And then if you go just north of that, you have Warnemont Park.
Yes.
Okay, what part of Grant Park did you search and tell us what you found, if anything?
The day that we went to Grant Park, We were searching for, again, points that were obtained from one of those requests. And the areas that we searched included a lagoon, the South Milwaukee Lagoon, which is in that park. There's also a downstream portion near the lagoon where there's a river, and there were a handful of people that were fishing that day that we asked if they had seen anything out of the ordinary, and they indicated they had not.
This was all done on April 7th.
Correct.
Want to move ahead to April, staying on April 7th. Did you also have information through the records you were requesting that the phone had potentially traveled into the River West area of Milwaukee?
I believe that information came from the app provided by a friend as well, but there were points along Humboldt Boulevard from approximately North Avenue to Capitol, I believe. And Humboldt, again, in that area is fairly close to a river, which was kind of consistent with the waterway portion of the investigation that we had been investigating.
All right, and I've moved the map here. Is this the area on the screen that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
At the top here, we've got Capitol Drive. Is this the street that's going across the top?
Correct.
And then right about the middle of the screen here, we would have Humboldt Boulevard.
Correct.
There's a number of parks in this area that seem to border the Milwaukee River, fair?
Yes.
One of those is Pleasant Valley Park here.
Correct.
All right. And if I go down, there's Gordon Park.
Yes.
Are there others that you searched?
We didn't necessarily define it by which parks we searched. It was kind of just the area between the roadway and the waterway. So it would be, I guess it would include Hubbard Park as well, as we went kind of all the way up to Capitol.
Okay. So when you say you went from the river to the roadway, are you talking about the roadway Humboldt?
Yes. And there are some other side roads, portions of it that extend to the east from Humboldt that get a little bit closer to the waterway. So we would have gone from whatever the closest road was down to the waterway at that point.
And again, you're doing this with your partner?
Correct.
Okay. That day, did you find anything?
We did not.
Do you recall how far south from Capitol Drive that you were searching?
I believe we ended around North Avenue.
Okay, so we've got Capitol Drive at the top here. Here's Humboldt, and the river goes south. This is Locust, right?
Correct.
All right. And then all the way down here, North Avenue.
Correct.
Okay. So that stretch of river, that's what you were focused on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As well as the streets between Humboldt and the river?
Correct.
Anything found of note?
No.
Did you participate in any searches of Warnemont Park?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I'm also a member of the Milwaukee Police Underwater Investigations Unit. That is our dive team. We did respond out to Warnemont Park. I believe it was about a week later to attempt dive operations in trying to locate any evidence of the missing or homicide that may have occurred.
Would April 15th sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. How many people were on the dive team that went out with you?
I don't recall the exact number. I believe we are at about 12 to 15 people, but not everybody was there that day.
And what area of the shoreline did you search? Can you describe that?
There is a kind of almost hidden beach that is at the end of a pathway that goes down to a waterworks area. We searched nearly half a mile of shoreline. I believe it was slightly less than that, but it was kind of the fairly accessible area if you had gone down that entry to the waterway, or I'm sorry, the waterworks facility.
That would have been the City of Cudahy pump station?
Correct.
Okay. And you went there, I assume, because that's where you had known the leg had been found?
That's correct.
Anything found?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross?
Yeah, just briefly, Judge. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
So you just testified about kind of your role in the investigation. The first thing you zeroed in on was her location data from, was it Verizon?
That was one of them, yes.
And that's why you explained that you had searched all those various parks along the river, correct?
I believe the parks were all from the app provided by a friend, but that was one of the set of data points that was involved in the investigation.
And you're searching with your partner, correct?
Yes,
And are you two on foot or on bikes or what?
we were on foot.
And so are you searching through, is it like wooded areas as well and like open fields, or what's the, I guess, the geographical, what does it look like?
Yes, most of the areas that we had walked through that were adjacent to the river were marshy and wooded areas. We did perform searches of that general area on multiple days, and I noted that one of the days the water had receded significantly, so there was parts of the shoreline that were exposed on the second date that were not previously, so we searched it again on a day where the water level was lower as well.
Okay, and your area that you're searching is confined to just how far away from the river?
It depended on the area. There were some areas where it was pretty narrow to the river, where there would be, a steep hill or something, for an example, where the search would not have gone as far from the river. There were other areas where it was kind of a larger, flatter area, which kept us, farther from the river, or made the area larger and spanned farther from the river.
Okay, and about how many hours did you spend searching the river area?
It would have been the majority of at least 2 shifts, so probably 16 plus hours, I would imagine.
And did it encompass 2 different days?
Yes,
And during those searches of the Riverwalk, you didn't find any evidence of anything of evidentiary value?
correct.
You didn't find like a knife,
No,
a saw, any weapons?
no,
You didn't find any clothing?
not that seemed relevant to the investigation, no.
And during your search of these areas, did you search any residential areas, any residential neighborhoods?
The areas that were generally close, we would walk closer to some of the houses. I don't know that I would say that we searched through the residential areas.
Did you search around where Max Anderson's residence is?
I did not.
Okay. And you said so April 6th was the search of all around the Riverway, correct?
I believe that was it.
And then April 7th was when you went to Grant Park.
That sounds correct, yes.
And that's where you were looking through the lagoon and through the stream.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence at Grant Park, correct?
Correct.
And then about a little over a week later, April 15th, you participated in some dive operations at Warnemont.
Yes.
And I assume this dive unit, it's several different officers, or is it just you?
No, it's several officers.
Okay, and is you hooked up like the kind of like scuba tanks, or what is it like?
It depends on the situation. I believe in that one, we did not have scuba tanks on because it was very shallow in the area that we were searching. So in order to put all of the equipment on that we would for a deeper dive, it wouldn't have been necessary for that particular operation.
Okay, and then how far away from the coastline are you in the water?
We did make multiple passes, so it varied. Each pass was different, so we covered more area. I believe if I had to estimate, probably 75 feet out would have been the maximum that we went out on that date.
Okay, and is it like a line of dive unit officers searching in unison?
Yes.
Okay, and this area that the water, inside of the water, is it like rocky or is it sandy?
There were portions of it that were sandy, but the majority of it were larger rocks.
Okay, and the reason that you're searching that area is because you said that's the area where the leg was found.
Correct.
And you didn't locate any instruments like a knife or an axe or anything like that.
No.
And you didn't find any bones or any flesh or anything like that.
No.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you. State, your next witness.
State calls Evelyn Gertz.
Ma'am, I'm gonna actually have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. People, please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Evelyn Gertz.
Could you spell your name, Ms. Gertz?
EVELYNGEURTS.
Did you know Sade Robinson?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she was my friend
How long had you known her?
for about a year.
In addition to being friends, did you also work together?
Yes,
Where did you work?
at the Wisconsin Club.
What's the Wisconsin Club?
It's a membership club. People have dinner there. There's events there. I was a banquet server with her.
So a waitress?
Yes,
Okay. How long had you and Sade worked at the Wisconsin Club together?
for almost a year.
In addition to working together, did you socialize outside work?
Yes.
Can you describe some of what you would do for fun?
Sometimes she would just come over to my house. A lot of the times we would just work on homework together, stuff like that. One time I went to a work event with her at Pizza Shuttle.
Were you also aware that she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yes,
So in addition to the Wisconsin Club, she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yeah.
You described that you would do homework together. Were you both students?
yes,
Where was Sade a student?
MATC.
Do you know what she was studying?
Something with criminal justice.
Were you in school with her?
No,
Can you describe Sade's personality?
very kind, very welcoming, very understanding, very strong, very smart, hardworking. Probably just the strongest, kindest, most charismatic person I've ever met.
This is hard for you today.
Yes.
In addition to being friends and coworkers, did Sade also share location information with you?
Yes.
Can you describe how that was shared?
Through Find My iPhone.
Was there something called 360?
I didn't have that with her.
Okay, but you're aware of what that is?
Yes.
Okay, so she shared her location information with you through Find My iPhone.
Yes.
Can you describe what that means, what that entails?
So on Apple iPhone, you can enable your location for other contacts, and I have done this with many of my friends just for overall safety. I do it with my family as well.
And what can you see when you share location information with someone?
You can do it for a short time, or you can share it for like indefinitely, and she just had shared it with me indefinitely, so you can see the pinpoint location of exactly where that person is when you look.
So if you were utilizing that app, you'd be able to see where someone was at any point in time.
Yes.
At some point on April 2nd, in those days surrounding April 2nd, did you learn that Sade was missing?
Yes.
And what did you do after learning that?
I just looked at my phone and looked at anything. Well, I remembered that she had shared her location, and so I looked at that right away.
And what did it show you?
Warnemont Park, 4 a.m. And I think I had checked it the morning of the 3rd when I found out.
So at 4 a.m., her phone location information was at Warnemont Park.
Yes, and so I knew that at that point her phone must have died or something, otherwise it would show her location at that time. When I had checked it, it would say this morning, right now at 9 a.m. or whatever it is, it's at this location, but it didn't say that. It said 4 a.m.
On what day?
The morning of the 3rd, I believe.
Is when you checked that application?
Yes, I think she was reported missing on the 2nd, and then I didn't know about it until the morning on the 3rd because one of my coworkers had sent me the missing report.
In your experience using the Find My iPhone app, if someone's phone goes off the network or goes dead, turns off, their location information, does it stop sharing?
Yeah, if someone's phone dies, it stops right at that time when it died. Usually, yes.
In your experience, would that person's last location prior to the phone dying still be shared with you, the user of that app?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Okay, so if someone's...
I'm going to object on foundation grounds as well.
I'll sustain the objection, lay the foundation.
You use the Find My iPhone app yourself?
Yes.
How many people approximately do you think you've shared your location with?
Right now, I would say probably like 10 of my friends and family.
Is this something that you check on a regular basis?
Sometimes I think more so my family and just sometimes my female friends. I think women were more so concerned about our safety just in general, especially young women. So it's something that we have utilized for our safety.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
In your experience using the app, if someone's phone goes off the network or dies, does their last location still show up on your iPhone app, Find My iPhone app?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know the 4 a.m. at Warnemont Park, you're unsure of what day that was 4 a.m. on, correct?
I believe it was the morning of the 3rd. I believe.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So you had been friends with Sade for about a year or so?
Yes.
Because you worked together at the Wisconsin Club?
Yes.
And you also talked to the police, right?
Yes.
You actually made a phone call to the Milwaukee Police Department on Thursday, April 4th, right?
So I get the days mixed up because I have very poor memory from that time. So
Okay.
as soon as I had found out she was missing, that is when I called.
Sure, data is not that important. So as soon as you found out she was missing, you made a phone call to the police department and expressed your concern, right?
Yes,
Never met Maxwell Anderson, have you?
no,
And Sade didn't speak to you about Maxwell Anderson?
No.
Only person she spoke to you about was Josh Storts?
yes. That was
Man-
the person that she had told me most recently who she was speaking to.
Sure. And you were also aware of the fact that, well, you actually helped her set up dating profiles, right?
I did at one point, yes.
Tinder and something called Hinge.
Yeah.
That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. State your next witness.
Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John Galat, Guillot.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am, yes.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Did you participate into the investigation of a reported missing person, Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
At some point early on in the investigation, did you come to learn that she lived at 1858 North Commerce Street
Yes,
in apartment 309?
that's correct, yes.
Did you ever personally go to that apartment complex?
I did, yes.
And did you become aware through your investigation that she had a job?
That is correct, yes.
She was reported missing on or about April 2nd, correct?
That is correct.
And where was the job she had last worked, to your knowledge, prior to being reported missing?
Ms. Robinson worked at Pizza Shuttle, which is an establishment on the east side of Milwaukee. I believe the actual address is 1827 North Farwell Avenue.
That's not very far from her apartment, fair to say?
Correct.
You could just go up Commerce Street East, hit Humboldt, and get there pretty easily, correct?
That is correct.
Did you go to Pizza Shuttle at any time to attempt to get video?
I did. When I went there, I spoke to a general manager and also obtained video from her last shift at Pizza Shuttle.
What was the name of the manager you talked to?
The gentleman's name was Philip Wilder.
You said you got video from her last shift. You were informed that her last shift was on April 1st. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
So the video footage you would have been collecting from Pizza Shuttle would have been from April 1st.
Correct.
Were you aware whether she showed up for work the following day?
She did not.
Okay, so no video from that day, just April 1st.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up on screen here. This is exhibit number 37. While that's coming up, were you also aware or made aware at any point of what kind of car Ms. Robinson had?
Yes, it was a Honda Civic. I'm not exactly sure what year the Civic was, though.
Okay. I've got exhibit 37 on screen. The video title is titled Cam 6 2024 4/1, timestamped 9/15/36 at the bottom. you good with that TV where it is? Okay, detective, what are we looking at?
We are looking at the, I guess you can call it a parking structure underneath the pizza shuttle. It's just parking. And again, that's underneath the actual restaurant itself.
And this is the video from Pizza Shuttle you recovered?
That's correct.
I'd move exhibit 37 in.
Any objection?
No.
37's received.
The layout of Pizza Shuttle, we've got this parking structure, which would be, or parking slab, if you will, on street level, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then when you would go out off to the left side of the screen here, that would be Farwell.
That's correct, yes.
There's a stairway that leads from Farwell up one floor that gets you into the restaurant.
That is correct, yes.
Out the back here, that's just an alley, right? Even though you can't see it because of the glare here?
Correct.
Okay. Off to the left here, what is this that I'm circling?
That's Sade Robinson's Honda Civic.
I'm gonna play this clip. It's less than 2 minutes. What are the shape of her taillights?
It kind of resembles like the letter C. You can notice that specifically when the taillights are illuminated.
Is that her getting out?
That is correct, yes.
Nobody else gets out of the car?
Correct.
All right. And the direction she's walking would be to get to the staircase to go up to the restaurant.
Correct.
Stop that clip at 50 seconds. I'm next going to play camera 3 from the same timestamp. I'm going to advance the video to 50 seconds. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to use the fast forward here to get to 50 seconds. But while that's happening, Detective, this is essentially the staircase we were just talking about, right?
Correct. So essentially, you have the parking structure on the bottom. You walk out towards Farwell Avenue, and those staircases that you see to the left are essentially what you walk up to enter into Pizza Shuttle.
This would be right after she left her car.
That is correct.
Are you able to tell or provide a description of her clothing?
Yes, Ms. Robinson's wearing what appears to be blue jeans. They appear to be having some kind of cuts in them. And then she has a black puffer jacket and then some type of white shirt.
All right. Sort of like a cable knit sweater?
Yes, that's correct.
What kind of coat?
I would classify that as like a black puffer jacket.
Shoes?
White in color.
And she's carrying a large purse, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So she arrives at work at around 9:16 in the morning?
Correct.
Lastly, I'm going to go back to camera 6. This is camera 6 at 16:57:37 on April 1st, 2024. So this would be what?
Again, camera of the parking area of Pizza Shuttle. And that you can see currently, you can see Ms. Robinson's Honda Civic.
What time is this at?
16:57.
So just before 5 p.m.?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Playing this clip, it's 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. I'm going to fast forward here. appears she's sitting in her car, fair?
Correct.
And now an employee coming up to talk to her?
Correct.
Clock just past 5 p.m., right?
Correct.
And her taillights come on. She's pulling out of the spot, correct?
That is correct.
Employee waving bye to her.
Correct.
And that's the end of the clip.
That is correct.
So based on that, it looks like she showed up for her work shift sometime a little after 9 a.m. and left pretty much at 5 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
Is that consistent with information you received from meeting with that manager at Pizza Shuttle?
Correct, yes.
That's all.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Officer Kiana Vines.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kiana Vines, Keyona. Last name V as in Victor, Ines.
How are you employed?
I am employed with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
22 years.
Did you speak to someone named Evelyn Gertz on April 4th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak to Miss Gertz about?
She was telling me that her friend Sade Robinson was missing. She didn't know that she was missing, so she wanted to call and let the police department know that Sade shared her location with her via iPhone app.
Did Miss Gertz tell you what day and the time and location she last saw Sade's location on that app?
Yes, she said it was April 2nd, 2024, at 4:33 a.m. at the address of 5400 South Lake Drive. And I believe that is Warner Miles Golf Course in Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Alana Fisher.
Anyone need a break on the jury? You're okay? Awesome.
And I'm just gonna have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, if you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Elena Fisher, ALANAFISHER,
Good morning. How old are you?
21.
Were you friends with Sade Robinson?
Yes.
How long had you known Sade Robinson?
Since 4th grade,
Were you two the same age?
roundabout,
Okay. What school?
Craig Montessori.
How close of a friend did you consider Sade?
My best friend.
She was your best friend?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do with her?
Talk on the phone
Hang out with her?
when we can.
Okay. Did there come a time in April of 2024 where you contacted law enforcement because Sade was missing?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you came to find out that Sade was missing?
I was at work. I checked my phone. My cousin asked me if I was okay. I called her. And then she said that she saw something on social media about Sade went missing. And then that's how I found out.
This was around the beginning of April of 24, right?
I can't remember the exact date, but
Sure, fair enough. Do you recall how long prior to that you had last seen Sade in person?
I can't remember.
The last time you hung out?
Can't explicitly remember.
Okay. How about the last time you two talked before that?
Pretty recently over the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Do you remember what you talked about?
Not exactly.
Did you know that she had recently gone on a vacation prior to that?
Yes.
Where did you know that she went to?
If I remember, that's when she went to her Jamaica trip.
Okay. You found out about that from her directly?
Yes, we were on the phone when she was on the trip.
Had you talked to her from the time she got back from the trip up until the time she had gone missing?
Yes.
On the phone?
Yes.
When you found out, I think you said it was from your cousin that she was missing? Is that right?
Yes.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I can't remember the exact timeline of events.
That's fine. I just want to know how you responded to learning that information.
I believe I called my partner to pick me up from work.
And did you eventually contact law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you meet with a detective and talk to him and share information with him?
Not in person.
Not in person. Did you talk to one over the phone?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what Life 360 is?
Yes.
What is Life 360?
It's an app for you and your family to keep track of locations, make sure that they arrive safely, all of that.
Did you have Life 360?
Yes.
Do you have Life 360 now?
Yes.
Did you share your location with Sade?
Yes.
Did Sade share her location over Life 360 with you?
Yes.
When you found out that Sade was missing, did you ever check Life 360?
Yes.
Did you also have Find My Phone app?
Yes.
Is that a similar kind of service?
Yes, just through iPhone.
So one's through iPhone, the Find My app, and then there's a whole separate app, Life 360, right?
Yes.
You shared your location with her on both?
Yes.
When you contacted law enforcement, what information did you want to provide them?
My last, with the apps, her last locations that I had on my phone.
And how did you provide that information to them? In person, on the phone, over email?
Screenshots over email.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit number 39. Yep, that's fine. All right, I'm going to hand you exhibit 39. It's a stack of papers. Just looking at the very top. Do you recognize the first page?
Yes,
What is on the first page?
me contacting the person to say, hi, I have information.
This is an outgoing email from you to a detective?
Yes.
And the detective that you emailed, what was his name?
It looks to be Detective Brian.
Okay. I'm gonna move up a little bit here. About halfway through the packet, did you send another email?
Yes,
And was it to the same detective?
yes.
What was the content of both of these emails? What were you sending him?
Information related to her whereabouts that I had.
From those apps?
Yes.
Both of them or just one?
Well, I see the first one says Life 360 and Find My.
Okay,
Can I see the second?
sure.
It doesn't look like I explicitly said the two apps again.
To your recollection, what you attached to these emails, were those the screenshots you took?
Yes.
And is that what exhibit 39 is showing? If you can page through it if you'd like to.
Yes.
I move 39 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
39 is received. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna put these up on the TV for you, okay? Just make sure you can see this TV, all right? Okay, Elena, the first page that we're looking at here, are you able to see that on the screen next to you?
Yes.
It's the email that you sent to Detective Brian, right?
Yes.
Okay. It says, this is Elena Fisher, Sade's best friend. That's how it starts, right? All right. Can you read the rest of it?
I talked to you earlier today with my cousin. Here are some of the locations I have from my Life 360 app and my Apple Find My app. Hopefully the formatting doesn't mess up, but it should start from Monday, 6:29 p.m. until her last location on Tuesday, 4:35 a.m. Let me know if you need any close-up of locations or any other information or details. My phone number,
I'll stop you there. What date and time did you send this?
April 3rd, 24 at 7:46 p.m.
I'm gonna go to page 2 here. This is a part of a screenshot you sent, correct?
Yes.
What app are we looking at here?
Life 360.
And what is it showing about Sade's location? Can you describe that for the jury based on what you're seeing on this screenshot?
It said that Sade was in a drive from that street to another street, and that's how long it took to get there.
Okay, you said that street to another street, there's a map on the screen, right?
Yes.
And there's this sort of line here, right?
Yes.
What does that line mean to you when you're looking at this app?
That's the route she took.
Okay, and it would start at the white?
Sometimes I can't remember. It usually tells you.
You can go ahead to page 2 here. It says drive details, right?
Yes.
And where does it say that she drove to and at what times?
She drove to 1137 North Water Street at 6:30 and arrived at 6:35 p.m.
So basically a 6-minute drive, and on the previous page, that's the route she took.
Yes.
Fair to say? Even tells you the top speed, right?
Yes.
38 miles per hour?
Yes.
This would have been from April 1st, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We're gonna go to the next page here. You sent a another drive, is that right?
Yes.
A little bit of a glare, I'm gonna see if I can break this. Does that make the route clearer?
Yes.
What do you know from looking at this screenshot about this drive?
That she took another drive,
At what time?
9:06,
Ending at what time?
9:28.
If we go to the next page, to indicate where she went from and where she went to,
Yes.
can you read what times and where?
12:15 North Water Street at 9:06 to South 40th at 9:28.
Top speed was what?
69.
And if you go back to the previous page, are you familiar with the freeway systems in Milwaukee?
Not exactly.
All right. From looking at this, does it look like she used the freeway, or are you not able to tell?
I would assume she used the freeway, but
Why are you assuming that? What makes you think that?
the direct way to get from north to south side is usually that straight line.
Okay. Go to the next screenshot. This one kind of goes across 2 pages, so I'll actually start at the second page. What are the trip details telling us about here?
That she was at South 40th Street at 12:48 a.m. to 3335 North Gordon Place at 1:38 a.m.
And that white dot where the beginning of the trip, the map, the cutoff piece of the map here at the top of the page, that white dot I'm pointing to right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right under where it says Jackson Park. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then going back to the previous page. That end point of the trip you see is up above the word locust here, is that right?
Yes.
So that trip ended at 1:38 a.m. And then on the next one, did Life 360 notify of another trip?
Can you repeat that question?
What I have on the screen right now is this another trip after the one we just talked about?
Yes. That's how like they wouldn't add. Do you mean like, can you repeat that?
Let's do it this way. This screenshot is one you sent, correct?
Yes.
What are we looking at here? What is this screenshot showing us? Or showing you?
A trip.
All right. What time does it say that the trip began and ended?
2:01 to 2:53.
And that white dot is up here next to the word Shorewood, right?
Yes.
And then it kind of zigzags back and forth. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then goes down towards the bottom of the page, right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we go to the next page. We don't get much information here, but that line goes through kind of where it says Mitchell International Airport. You see that, right?
Yes.
And then it goes up north again. Back to the previous page, you see at the bottom of the screen where the trip ends.
Cudahy.
Okay, that dot at the lower right side, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And to reiterate, Life 360 was telling you that this trip ended at 2:53 a.m. Is that what that said?
Yes.
Okay. Next screenshot. What does this screenshot mean to you?
That she was at that location from that time.
What is the time that's on that?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
next page, that would just be the location details from the previous page, right?
Yes.
This is different. This isn't showing us a trip, right?
No.
It's showing us what?
The location she was at.
Okay. The next page. This one looks a little different. What are we looking at here?
The Find My app.
So the ones we were looking at before were like 360,
Yes.
and this is Find My.
Yes.
This icon right here, it's a photo of Sade, right?
Yes.
That's how it appears when you look, when you pull up the Find My app and search for someone.
Yes. It depends on if you have the contact photo for that person.
You have Sade's contact photo, I take it?
Yes.
And that's why it's showing up here.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to the next page. This is just a continuation off the previous page, but the bottom of your phone screenshot, what is it indicating about their location?
That she's at the Weremont Golf Course.
And does it have a time?
It just says at 4:33 a.m.
Does it say a day?
It just says yesterday.
It just says yesterday. But we know from your email, you sent this to Detective Conti on April 3rd, right?
Yes.
So that would have been April 2nd, 4:33 a.m. That's where Find My app was telling you Sade's phone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This is the second email, right?
Yes.
And you sent a few more screenshots, right?
Yes.
What made you want to send more?
To provide whatever information I had.
Okay. The screenshot we're looking at here, at the bottom, it seems to have that same drive that we started off with, right?
Yes.
It also indicates that she made a 3-mile drive from 4:55 p.m. to 5:04, right?
Yes.
And if you go to the next page, we're moving ahead, 9:06 p.m. to 9:28. It even tells you phone use, right?
Yes.
This time frame would talk about Sade's 9-mile drive that she made from those times.
Yes.
And the map, are you familiar with what part of town is on the map here?
Semi.
Okay, what part of town is it, in your own words?
Downtown East Side.
Do you recognize what this is? Okay, if you don't.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Said maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Next page, just more details about that trip, right?
Yes.
Now we go back in time, 4:55 to 5:04 p.m. Is this the Pfizer Forum again here?
Possibly.
Okay. She used her phone at some time according to this, right?
Yes.
What time?
5:01.
And the trip details from this, tell us what?
That she went from 1619 North Farwell Avenue at 4:55 p.m. to 598 West Canal at 5:04 p.m.
Top speed?
38.
Says hard braking 1.
Yes.
Do you know, are you familiar with the area of 1619 North Farwell Avenue?
I'm familiar with Farwell, but not the exact address number.
Okay, what part of Farwell are you familiar with?
Like the I believe it's called like the Lower East Side.
Did you know Sade to be familiar with that area too?
Yes.
How come?
Her job,
What job?
pizza shuttle.
Next page. Just a screenshot from that trip, right?
Yes.
Next page. Part of that last page, right? Same screenshot.
Yes.
This just shows her car braking at 458 near North Jackson Street, right?
Yes.
This last, or this screenshot that I have up here, is this Find My or is this Life 360?
Life 360.
You know Life 360 to be able to give you information about the battery life of someone's phone?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell us what we're looking at here in your own words?
That she did a 29-mile trip from 2:01 to 2:53 a.m. That her battery was low. So what it shows is that low battery drive detection is disabled. So some of the features start to, you know, and then that she was at 3335 North Gideon Place from 1:38 to 2:01. And then from 48 to 1:38, she did a 10-mile trip.
All right, let's go to the next. The next page would show that 10-mile trip began near South 40th Street, correct?
Yes.
At 9:28.
Yes.
And in those trips, according to the screenshot, her phone's on low battery, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat what you said about, or explain what the app does when your phone is on low battery, from what you understand?
So when it's low battery, because I know it's a different subscription that you have to have that I don't have currently, but some features get disabled, most likely as like a battery saving feature.
Okay. And the last screenshot that you sent. Says Tuesday, near 5152 South Sheridan from what time?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
And the bottom part of this, that was just a continuation from the last page, right?
Yes.
After that 4:35 a.m. location from Life 360, were there any future notifications for you from where her phone was through either app that you used?
No.
That was the last one?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. You knew Sade since fourth grade, you said, right?
Yes.
Best friend, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, it was your goal, obviously, to try to be helpful to the police, right?
Yes.
Because it's important to try to, for you, it was important to try to give information so the police could hopefully solve the crime, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you hadn't actually seen Sade since January. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but you would text with her and communicate by phone, right?
Yes.
When you say text, when you would text, are we talking just you pick up the phone and you send a text message, or are there other ways in which you texting means other things?
We just texted the phone message or might have sent a message through Instagram.
Okay, that was my question. The word text can mean sending a message. Well, DM, you could DM someone through Instagram, right?
Yes.
And you can communicate through Snapchat.
I didn't really use Snapchat.
Okay, you weren't friends with her on Snapchat?
I just personally don't use Snapchat.
Okay, were you and Sade back then in April of 2024? Were the two of you linked or connected on Snapchat?
I believe so. I just don't typically use the app, so.
Okay. Facebook is another way to message someone.
I don't use Facebook.
Okay. Now, because you were friends with Sade, you knew that she lived over on Commerce Street in that apartment building, right?
Yes.
And you had been over to her apartment, hadn't you?
Yes.
Now, do you guys talk would you talk every day, or how often would you talk or text with Sade?
Relatively often.
Yeah, daily?
Sometimes daily, sometimes once a week, depends on how busy.
Okay, and this Life 360 app, when Sade elected to use it as a tracking service, she provided you with the information so that you could keep tabs on her whereabouts. Isn't that the idea?
Yes.
Who else did she provide that access to?
I'm not sure.
Never told you.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so when you look at Life 360, when you open up the app, can you see all the different people with whom she's sharing her location?
No.
All it shows you is where she's going or where the phone is going, right?
Yes.
Very good. So you don't know if it's any other people that she shares that with. All you know is that she shares it with you.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know anything about Max Anderson, right?
No.
Had you ever gone to Victor's bar with Sade?
No.
So you'd never seen Max at Victor's?
No.
Didn't know he's a bartender?
No.
Sade never said anything about being scared of someone named Max?
No.
But Sade would talk to you about, because you're friends, Sade would talk to you about various dates she was going on and various men she was seeing, right?
Yes.
That's a common thing to talk about amongst friends, right? I met this guy, I met that guy, right?
Yes.
This guy's creepy, this guy's weird, this guy's nice, this guy's mean, that type of stuff, right?
Yes.
Nicknames that girls have for guys. I call this one, I call this one guy Nelly because he might look like Nelly, for example, right?
Yes.
All right. And that's common, and you would discuss with her things like that on your end, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I really wanted to go through. I just wanted to show you these records right here. Is this how you did it? Zoom it in, right? Okay. Thank you. This is Exhibit 39, Judge, for the record. And yeah, out just a little bit. Thank you. That's perfect. Yep. So again, what you were going through before were Life 360 screenshots that you had taken and then sent into the police to try to help them, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, and let me ask this. The night that Sade went missing, did you ever talk to her that night? Was she texting you about that evening, how it was going or anything like that?
No.
Or sending you Instagram messages, anything like that?
Can't remember.
You can't remember. Okay. If she had been messaging you, you would have wanted to turn that over to the police because that would be important, right?
Yes.
All right. So what we have here, for example, is just a map of Sade's 2 mile drive, right? It says at the top, Sade's 2 mile drive, right?
Yes.
And shows the Menominee Valley, and then shows some place up off of Juneau Avenue. But it doesn't tell you, you didn't have any idea where specifically she was going, right?
No.
Did you know, for example, if she was going to the Twisted Fisherman? Did you have any idea?
No.
And then when we see Sade's drive details, Clybourne Street to Water Street, you're familiar with Water Street, right?
Semi.
Hmm?
Semi.
Okay. Well, it's a street that has a lot of bars on it. You know that, right?
Yes.
And that was a place that Sade would go periodically, right?
Not sure.
And then here, I know the state went through this with you, but again, it shows a 9-mile drive from Water Street right down to 40th Street, right? Very precise. Doesn't it?
Yes.
And it even shows when you're looking at it in real time, it shows the starting location and the specific endpoint, right?
Yes.
And you didn't hold anything back from the police, right? You gave them every single thing that you had.
Yes.
And then the state was going through the reports with you, but there's a variety of places that Sade's Life 360 app showed her going that evening, right? There's numerous trips.
Yes.
We know about the last one where it ends at Warnemont Park, but before Warnemont Park, there's all sorts of Water Street to 40th Street, and then there's North Farwell to Canal Street. You've looked at all of these, right?
Yes.
And in fact, even sometimes Life 360 shows, it even shows the speed that the vehicle was going, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it shows when phone usage is taking place.
Yes.
So it's providing, from as far as you know, it's providing data, information that you can look at to see if a person is safe, right?
Yes.
Is that the idea behind it, to make sure someone's safe?
Yes.
And this is very common, isn't it? Very common amongst the youngsters, young people. It's very common to share data, share their location, so others will know where they are, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's not a unique thing to Sade. That's something other friends of yours also do, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Briefly, do you recall whether you had a conversation with Sade about meeting someone the weekend before she went missing?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember she sent me a screenshot related to some person who had her number and was saying some things that made her feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you remember her talking to you about a person she had met at the bar?
I can't remember the place, but I remember she met somebody.
Would that have been the weekend prior?
Like with the dates, I can't remember the exact dates. I just remember before this incident, she told me about some person who was
That she met at a bar?
the bar part. I can't remember.
Okay, nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone need a break at this point? It's 10:40. Okay, we're gonna take a bathroom break for like 10 minutes and then we'll bring you right back. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs.
So we
don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've spent a lot of time at sidebar and we've had times that we've kept you in the deliberation room because we've been trying to sort through everything, trying to make this trial as efficient as possible, but also honoring and respecting all the hard work of the lawyers that's gone into preparing this trial. So sometimes I do understand that it's frustrating for you. But today we were able to spend some time this morning. I know we kept you in there almost half an hour and we've just spent some time now. So I can tell you that we are ahead of schedule right now. I still need to talk to the lawyers about something tomorrow morning. So we're going to send you home now and have you come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 because today I know we kept you until 9:30 and it doesn't make any sense where I already know I need to talk to the lawyers tomorrow morning to have you here for a 9 o'clock start. So tomorrow will be a full day and we'll have you here ready to start at 9:30. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And also please continue to be careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Surprise the jury.
I will spare us the headache from having to we'll go back and listen to Welcher's testimony. Excuse me.
All right, so Ms. Little, if you can get me whatever you're going to get me within the next hour, so that would be great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go through our messages, our tweets for Mia. All right, the next witness will use a pseudonym. What do they call it? A pseudonym, but pseudonym. This is to be no recording witness comes in. How do you wish to be identified? Mia, MIA. Don't show the exhibit. What is it? My passport. Show to the jury only. Show it to the jury only. Brian Steele, I would like to see it too. Where are you from? Virginia Beach, Virginia. Who is this? Sean Combs. What did you call him? I worked for him as a personal assistant. Puff. I worked for him as a personal assistant. Excuse me. Then as director of development and acquisition for Revolt Films. How was it working there? Puff's mood changed all the time. Was he violent to you? Yes, he's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against the wall, into a pool, ice bucket on my head, slammed my arms into a door, and he sexually assaulted me. Sexually assaulted you more than once? More than once. Did you want to be in the arts? Yes, this was before social media. I thought if I could put my mattress on my car and drove to New York, I could do it. I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing, then assistant to Mike Myers. How did Mr. Combs hire you? I met with a recruiter. I met with HR and Tony Bays Fletcher. Did Mr. Combs interview me? I think interview you. He at his apartment, he was on the phone wearing his underwear. The HR lady left. He put clothes on. Yes. Did you get the job? Yes, I was excited. How much did you expect to work? A lot, but I didn't fully understand. How much were you paid? $50,000. What did you do on your first day? HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks. Where did you start? His Alpine, New Jersey house. I was there all day. Then what? Back to the office for a few hours more. Then I was told Puff wanted me to come to the studio. How long were you there? Until 1 p.m. the next day. Then where did you go? Puff's apartment, then home. How fast did you have to return? I didn't take a nap. I didn't want to risk it. How much did you sleep during your first 24 hours of the job? I didn't. I took it as a challenge. There had been a TV show a few years before called I Want to Work for Diddy. It was like that. How did you deal with the lack of sleep? When I was young, I tell myself, you can't sleep. You can sleep at 3 p.m. Objection, overruled. How long did you stay up? Once, 5 days. I take Adderall, extended release. I could quasi function as and stay awake. When did you go to sleep? My hearing went and my equilibrium was off, blurred vision, lights that weren't there. I cried. Were you then told you could sleep? Yes. By whom? Puff. Why did you stay awake that long? I was working. I'm introducing exhibits. These exhibits are under seal. We renew our objection, admitted under seal. Mia, what is this? A list of my responsibilities. I sent to Tony on November 10th, 2011. Puff has said, I don't want, Puff has said, I don't know what you do all day. Let's focus on a few things in this document. Please read this, Mia. All of PD's social media presence. Who is PD? Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. I wrote main liaison between PD and Hollywood. Did you do that? BlackBerry 24/7. I wrote anticipate his moves. Why was that important? It dictated the day. You wrote every day is different and that he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. Did you have an apartment? Yes, in New York City. Were you there much? No, my roommates joke they live with a ghost. In LA, where did you stay? In the staff house, then in Puff's house. Gave the address, a couple more addresses. In Miami, 2-star. Could you leave? Only with Puff's permission. Once I left at 2 a.m. after he was asleep, I got in big trouble. What happened? Security called me to say he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house in 2009 or 2010. Were you allowed to lock your bedroom door? No. He said, it's my house. No one locks my doors in my house, so it wasn't really my room. Did security get to lock their doors? Yes. One had a deadbolt, another a keypad. I was told they were actively hiring other assistants. How long to Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started, stay? 7 to 8 months. Were you the only one then? Yeah, for like a year. How did you feel? I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Puff gave me a pep talk like we were a team. He said I need a second brain. Did he hire more? Yes, eventually, but I still felt like I was responsible. You got punished in various ways. He cursed me out, my intelligence insulted, and my job threatened. Who did those things? Puff. Who's this? George Kaplan. He was another personal assistant for Puff after me. What is Revolt Films? Puff and I started it together. You were still performing personal assistant duties? Yes. How much did you get paid? $70,000, then $100,000. There was supposed to be bonuses. Did you get them? No. So they took a break. And that was minutes ago. They took a break. They're back. GX2841. Who is this? Cassie Ventura. How do you know her? Working for Puff. We became close friends. Still today? Yes. How was their relationship? Highs and lows, unequal. Was there violence in their relationship? Yes. We'll get into that. Was Mr. Combs' role with respect to her career? He decided on everything, shows, the look. What is this? A mail from Cass to Puff and others, me. Why did she send this? It was 4 a.m. It says 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. What did she write? She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Did Mr. Combs respond? Please read. Cass wrote about telling Slevin Hill. What did she mean? Do you think? Stephen Hill. Stephen Hill on BET. Cass wrote, no support, no show. Why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set? Yes. Everyone would be nervous. He would insert himself. What was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance? He was in charge of it. Did you have exposure to Cassie's finances? Yes. How? I learned the company paid her credit cards, and that the places where she lived were under his company names and her cars. Did he take things away? Yes. Cars and jewelry and support. If he couldn't Get her on the phone. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't get that out. Yes, cars and jury and support if he couldn't get her on the phone. He'd keep tabs on her through me. What in part of your job to spend this time with Cassie? Yes, I had to do whatever Puff told me to do. Could you go where you wanted? No, we had to be where Puff told us we could be. Yeah, so 100% with this witness, they are proving that they're trying to prove Rico with this person. 100%. Definitely trying to prove Rico.
For the gallery? Oh, oh, no, no worries. Let me know whenever.
Going back on the record, same appearances.
So I just want to make a note for the gallery. When I excuse the jury, we're not off the record. So you can't stand up and start talking because it's going to make it difficult for the court reporter. So please stay seated. Please wait until we're off the record. But we do not end just when the jury's excused. Understood, everybody? Okay, thank you. Okay, anything to address on the record before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor, there's one thing, because I think we might get to it maybe slightly before lunch. There was a search done of Sade's apartment pursuant to a search warrant. Obviously, there's already been testimony about the welfare checks and that sort of thing, but they did a search warrant of her apartment, and in doing so, recovered, I want to say it is a small amount of suspected THC and suspected pills, methamphetamine pills. The state would be objecting to that coming into evidence. It's something we've discussed in advance of this off the record, so we wanted to hash that out before we bring the jury back in.
Attorney Cotton?
Yes, I was asked before we came back just now if I intended to go into all the items that were found in Sade's apartment. I said yes. I wasn't, there'd never been a request to exclude anything. Just like I think the state plans to go through everything that's found in Max's home, even if I don't like it. So I plan to go into it. There was apparently a safe with 47 pills of, it's labeled in Detective Bjerke's report, 47 pills of meth. 18 grams of THC. I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to go through it.
State?
The drugs were never lab tested, which obviously we would be required to do if we were trying to put those into evidence and assert that they were drugs, real drugs. On top of that, as an offer of proof, there were no drugs found in her system, those specific substances. So I don't know how it's relevant. I would say it's not relevant.
Well, if I can respond first, I'll use the phrase suspected meth because it wasn't lab tested. So I think that solves that. Yes, that's true. There were no drugs found in her system. I think what you'll learn when you sit through this trial is the reason for that obviously has to do with more the dismemberment than anything else and the loss of blood. But in any event, she does live in a studio apartment. The testimony so far has been that she was the only resident of that apartment, and her ID was found in that place. So I don't think there's a real question about ownership here or another person possessing them. Again, I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to discuss the things that were found in the apartment.
How do you find it relevant, other than just what was merely located?
I think the best argument for relevance is that it, Your Honor, obviously sat through a rotation in drug court. There is a tie between drugs and violence. We don't know who committed. Obviously, it's our position that Mr. Anderson didn't commit the crime. And I think that's somebody who is involved in, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that somebody who's involved in purchasing meth or suspected meth, whatever that is, that drug, could potentially expose themselves to bad elements in our community. It's not a legal drug. It's not something you can purchase at a store. That would obviously put her in contact with people who are illegal drug dealers. Those people do often are armed and violent people. That's sort of common knowledge and something this court has presided over. Again, to be clear, I don't plan to go beyond that and inquire of witnesses, who is her supplier, how did she get them? I don't have any knowledge of how she got them. I simply would know that a person would get meth from an illegal drug source, a drug dealer, and that would create the possibility that Sade was connected with bad elements in our community, and that could be an alternate explanation for how she came to be missing.
Any response?
Just that, just to add one thing, that they're at her apartment and there's no, she leaves her apartment, she's not, so there's no evidence that she had any drugs with her either. So that would add to them being not relevant.
So it's always a concern when we cut away the truth, right? Whenever we're asked to tailor the evidence, it's always a concern. Relative to this matter, the first inquiry has to be relevance under 90401. The defense has indicated that the admission of the items could potentially be part of the defense that they intend or anticipate arguing. Based on that, I think it's a concern to preclude the defense from having the ability to move forward with their defense. And I'm going to find under 90401, it's relevant. As to admissibility, the state has already introduced evidence through other witnesses that there were at least 2 searches already conducted prior to the search warrant, if not more. There's already been evidence relative to the fact that the apartment contained her identification, that it was a studio apartment, that it was messy but not apparently ransacked, that clearly at this point in time that evidence is admissible. The last analysis has to be under 90403, a balancing of probative value versus prejudice. And defense is right. I mean, if those drugs are found at Mr. Anderson's house and we hear that, I'm going to allow admissibility for the state to introduce that information as to Mr. Anderson. So in all fairness, I'm going to allow the defense to introduce that relative to this matter, or the state if they so choose. I am finding that the probative value will outweigh the prejudice, and I am going to allow the admissibility of that information. Of course, the fact that the drugs were not tested, either the questioning can be, were these suspected drugs, or on cross or counter, it can be gone into that those drugs were never tested and there is no proof as to specifically what it actually is. And I'll allow that to be done through the means of questioning. Okay, anything further?
No, thank you.
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we can bring the jury in at this point. Yes, please. Okay, we are still on the record with the same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state would recall Detective Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
It's Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Okay, Detective Blanchard, another role that you played in this investigation was to go to Sade's apartment building. Is that right?
That's correct.
You first went to her apartment building on what date?
The first, when we found out, I believe, when we found out she was missing for the welfare check, I believe. I could be getting my dates wrong, I'm sorry.
It would be the day after she was reported missing?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been April 3rd, right?
The 3rd.
Okay.
Apologize, yes.
When you went to her apartment building, did you speak to a woman named Christine Shuda?
I did.
Who is she?
She's the complex manager, individual who runs the residence there.
After speaking to Ms. Shuda, did she allow you to conduct a welfare check of Ms. Robinson's apartment?
She did.
Did you do that with people from the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
After conducting the welfare check, did you find Sade?
We did not.
Did you then attempt to retrieve video from the apartment?
Yes.
It's a large apartment building, right?
Yes,
And it borders North Commerce Street on the Lower East Side?
it does.
I have up on the screen here, I believe it's Exhibit 35. All right, is this the video you got from the Commerce Street Apartments or one of them?
Yes, this is an angle, it looks like, from one of the videos.
I'd move it 35 in.
Any objection?
No.
35 is received.
What are we looking at?
This looks like the lobby with elevator access to Sade's apartment.
All right, and now this isn't the only camera you got, right?
That's correct, there's more.
What other cameras did you look at?
There's a lobby exit, which is basically the front of the building, and then a northern view parking lot of where all the residents' vehicles are parked.
Did you come to learn from Ms. Shuda or anybody else who worked for the apartment building whether Sade had a parking spot in the lot?
She did have a parking spot.
I take it that you also came to learn that she had a vehicle registered to that parking spot.
That's correct.
Was that a 2020 dark blue Honda Civic?
It was.
Did the video you got, did you attempt to obtain video from when she left the apartment that day?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to see here?
Yes, I can't see the numbers. It looks like it's
Very
yeah.
small up in the corner. I can zoom in briefly.
I believe it's roughly 9 o'clock. I believe.
Oh, I guess I can't zoom in on that. Zoom back out. Are you able to see it now?
Yeah.
What is the date and time stamp on there?
This is April 1st, 2025, and roughly 9 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
The 1st of April, and this is 0900 hours.
Playing that clip. And that's Sade leaving?
That is.
She's got a black coat on, white top, looks like ripped jeans and white shoes.
That's correct.
She carrying anything in her hands?
It's like her cell phone and keys in her left hand.
How about her right?
Her right, it looks like it's got a, she's got a shoulder bag, looks to be darker color. Bigger than a purse, but a type of bag.
All right. That was the clip titled Robinson leaving lobby. And the next clip is Robinson leaving lobby exit. Now this clip, the time and date stamp is basically just picks up where the last clip left off, correct?
That's correct.
off to the left side of the screen here where my mouse is that where that elevator would be?
Yes, with a short hallway to what we are now viewing.
Playing this clip. It's 11 seconds long. And what does it show?
Shows her exiting the front of the complex.
That would be the exit out towards Commerce Street, correct?
That's correct.
The next clip is titled Robinson Leaving Lot. All right. This clip is about 2 minutes long. What are we looking at? Can you orient us?
Yes, this is a northeast facing camera system. And you can see Sade just in front of that black, I believe it's SUV. And walking north towards Commerce Street is going to be in the upper portion of the video screen.
All right, so we got the parking lot, obviously, the street at the top here. That's Commerce Street.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you know where Sade's parking spot is?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the frame. I kind of point to it here.
Yes, please. Be right about here. Okay. And in fact, there's kind of the reddish car there. It's actually the one behind that. It's kind of blocked by the camera, right?
Yes, it is.
This over here, this street, Commerce Street, kind of travels northeast, right?
Yes, it does.
This bridge over here, that would be the Holton Street Bridge, right?
It is.
What business or building is on the right side of the screen if you kept going up that street?
Water Street Brewery, I believe, or one of the
brewery?
one of the breweries to the right. Yes.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar which one. I'm sorry.
All right. And then this individual here,
That is Ms. Robinson.
this timestamp, really hard to read, April 1, 2024, 9:00:44.
Yes.
We'll play this clip. Does skip in the middle. But what are we seeing here, Detective?
She is currently walking north to her vehicle through looks like the center of the lot.
This would pick up right after the last clip that we watched her walking out the front, correct?
That is correct.
Now it's froze. What's happening now?
So she's entered her vehicle and now it's making a partial U-turn to go to the exit of the lot, which is north on Commerce Street.
What happened now?
Now she's making a east turn through out of the parking lot and onto Commerce Street, heading east.
Are you familiar with where Pizza Shuttle is?
Yes.
Would that be the logical turn you would make if you were on your way to go work at Pizza Shuttle?
That would, yes, be.
All right, I paused that clip at 1:29. So it appears from those clips, she left her house somewhere right at around the 9 a.m. hour, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you then also obtain camera footage from a different camera we haven't seen yet to try to discern whether or not Miss Robinson returns to the home or to the apartment?
I did.
Can you describe the information you had and what segment of footage you sought out from these apartments to do that?
It was the nighttime hours and trying to ascertain whether or not she came back to her apartment at the time of 1 to 8, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning.
Why did you pick the time period of 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning?
From other records that we disseminated, that was a time that, she should have been home, or, something that we went off of. Maybe she would return to the apartment.
So based on records you had, you thought the period after 1 a.m. would have been the time that her phone kind of traveled back towards the area of Commerce? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that's what you're asking. I apologize if I didn't understand that correctly.
I'm gonna bring up the last clip. It's titled N_lot. And then some numbers. Okay. Detective, we're looking at the same parking lot, correct?
Yes, we are.
Just a different angle?
That's correct.
And if we're orienting ourselves to Sade's parking spot, her spot would be somewhere right around here, correct?
Yes,
And then, so this street at the top, that's Commerce?
that is still Commerce, yes.
And this bridge-looking thing over here is that same bridge we could see in the daytime video?
Mason Street, yes, correct.
This video picks up at 1 o'clock. And if you look down on the timestamp here, it says it's 5 hours long, but you said this is a clip from 1 to 8?
I think that it should be near that, and that the video is compressed different. I'm not sure why the time is different.
Does the video speed up at times?
I don't know if it does. It might have a motion sensor thing, kind of like that. Sometimes those are part of the camera system.
All right. So what time period of video did you review? From 1 a.m. to when?
To 8, I believe. Is that what it is?
And that's what this is?
Yes.
At any point in time through reviewing that video, does Sade Robinson's car return to her parking spot?
It does not.
I'm gonna play just a brief clip. Actually, before I do that, the timestamp on the video from this camera, do you know whether it's accurate or off by any amount?
It is behind, I believe, by just a couple minutes.
Okay, just a couple minutes behind,
Yes.
but generally showing around what we see here to be the 1 a.m. hour.
Yes, that's correct.
We'll play the start of this video. And I'm gonna play it kind of in fast forward here. It's 3 times sped up. Going to 4 times. There's a car driving by, right?
Correct.
Another car around 102.40, right? Do you want me to back up?
No, I could see the taillights on.
I'll go back to 102.20. You able to see that car?
Yep, on the left side there.
Going which way?
There was one that went on the left side of the screen.
Okay. Speeding back up. $104.30, what are we seeing? What do you see on the screen?
See a car traveling, would it be eastbound on Commerce?
Then the camera speeds up right after that, right? Car doesn't stop in the lot?
It does not.
I'm gonna speed back up to 4 times.
Looks to be another vehicle traveling eastbound.
106.50, fair?
Yes. It's like 2 more vehicles passed by.
108, fair?
Yes. One more. 9.
109, Okay? All right, and I'm gonna stop it at 1:10, 11 a.m. Again, this is a couple minutes behind, so this would be around what, like 1:12-ish, 1:13 or what?
Yes, 112, 113, that would be accurate.
All right, and if I go all the way to the end, I've taken it to the 4-hour, 55-minute, 41-second mark of the clip. On the screen here, it's April 2nd at 7:44:53, correct?
Correct.
So this clip must, by that math, travel in fast increments at times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what your testimony is here today is that you've reviewed all of this footage and her car never returns to that lot?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Kayla Berkey.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bierke, B as in boy, J as in John, Erke,
How are you employed?
as a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
It's about 7.5 years,
How long have you been a detective?
about 2 or 3 years now.
Can you describe some of your general duties as a detective?
Follow up with any cases that may be assigned, help with other cases that are as assigned, and just be a support role with other detectives.
Judge, I think we could turn the lights on.
I think they're doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Were you working on April 3rd, 2024 in that capacity?
I was.
As part of your duties that day, did you participate in obtaining a search warrant and then executing it at the location of 1858 North Commerce Street, apartment 309?
I did.
Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
And a search warrant gives judicial authorization for law enforcement to go into a location and search it, correct?
Correct.
And you received that authority?
I believe Detective Donner got the warrant signed. I went to the residence to execute the warrant.
That law enforcement got a search warrant signed?
Yes.
Okay. What is at the address of 1858 North Commerce Street? And as you're saying that, can you describe how big that building is and what it consists of?
Yeah, it's a multi-story apartment unit building. It's near Lakefront Brewery. On the east side, it faces the rivers. The river's right behind the apartments. So it's easily a multi-floor apartment building.
Prior to going there on April 3rd, were you aware as to whether or not another law enforcement jurisdiction had been inside that apartment?
Yes.
Who was that and when?
I believe that was Milwaukee Police Department, and I believe it was the day prior.
And what, were you familiar with why they went there?
Yes, for searching for Sade Robinson.
Something that would be termed a welfare or a wellness check?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
I believe it was mid-afternoon.
The reason why the Sheriff's Department obtained a search warrant and wanted to go search that apartment was what?
To look for like DNA, and then just to check the status of the apartment, see if we could find anything that would help locate her.
Okay. And you're talking, when you say her, who are you referring to?
Sade Robinson.
So you mentioned looking for DNA. Why was that important for you at this time?
So that we could use it for a comparison if we found anything of hers, such as we found the leg, so we could use that for comparison.
So at this point, is it fair to say that you were searching her apartment to aid law enforcement in the search for her?
Correct.
Can you describe her apartment?
Yeah, it was a studio apartment. So the bed, how it worked is you open the door and right away to your left was a bathroom. The bathroom was quite large, had a shower, every toilet, everything like that. And then if you kept going forward, past the bathroom on the left side was the kitchen. After the kitchen, it was a studio apartment. So the bed was right there on the right side wall, while the closets were on the other side. And then she had a couch that faced the windows, or that faced against the windows. And then you could see the river on the other side.
Can you describe how the apartment was furnished, what types of contents it contained, what types of personal items, just in general?
Yeah, anything personal you would say of like a 19-year-old girl. So all clothes, shoes. It had some Nintendo Switch games. It had food in it, bed in it. The closet was fully stacked with clothes. The bathroom was fully stocked with like hairbrushes, makeup accessories, everything like that.
Upon entry, was one of your goals to determine whether or not there had been a struggle or a forced break-in, anything of that nature?
Yes.
And did you make any of those determinations?
No, we determined that there was no force of anything of like a break-in or anything like happening.
Did it appear that any struggle had occurred inside?
No.
And can you describe what you did in order to execute the search warrant?
So to execute a search warrant, we take photos. So when we start to take photos, we start on the exterior of the building. So I took pictures all around the building to make sure that you understood where our location was. And then that would include then going up to the floor, taking pictures outside the door, and then overalls of the rooms, just for everybody to understand what the room looked like, what was in the room, if anything was moved in the room or anything like that. So that's how we started off. And then we would start a search of the room.
So you document the apartment as is before you start searching?
Correct.
And did you locate anything in your search to indicate what had happened to Sade or where she was?
No.
And those are specific things that you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay, what did you find and what did you collect?
We did collect a toothbrush. We did locate and saw some like different credit cards and debit cards. We found a Nintendo Switch. We found just different cups and materials that we believe she could have drank out of. We just weren't sure if at any time she drank something that she wasn't supposed to, whatever it may be. So we collected a bunch of cups and other materials that would have her DNA on it.
Okay, so the toothbrush, were any other brushes recovered?
I believe one other brush we grabbed.
Toothbrush, other brushes, any, and then receptacles to drink out of. You're searching and recovering those for what purpose?
To collect, or we could use for that comparison DNA.
Because at this point you were aware that there was a human leg that had been recovered at Warnemont Park, correct?
Correct.
So were you recovering these things in an effort to try to connect her DNA to the DNA of that human leg?
Yes.
What else did you locate in the apartment?
We located a pink safe. We located, she had a TV in the apartment. We left all of that. And then anything that might have been valuable, so we weren't sure who had access to the apartment, we took out of the apartment.
What was inside the pink safe?
Inside the pink safe was, I believe she had some cash as well as she had some narcotics inside the pink safe.
And what do you refer to when you say narcotics?
I believe it was pills. I believe they came back as positive for meth, and then some THC. So that was it.
Okay, and THC is the active ingredient in marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And when you say come back positive for those two drugs, what does that mean?
You use a test to test the narcotics, and I can't remember the test for the meth, but for the marijuana was the Decoys-Levine test to test the marijuana.
Those are called presumptive field tests, correct?
Correct.
And were these ever sent out to the state crime lab for conclusive testing?
I'm unaware.
Was there anything to indicate how long those items had been inside the safe?
No.
Was the safe locked?
Yes.
You indicated that there were photographs taken, correct?
Correct.
Now, so the record is clear, we stipulate to all the photos being introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
What numbers are those?
They're 41 through 50.
I will receive into evidence 41 through 50 then.
Showing you exhibits 41 through 50. Can you, first of all, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And can you identify what those are?
That's the 41 is the exterior of Sade's apartment building.
That's a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits photographs?
Yes. Yeah, they are.
I'd ask that exhibits 41 through 50 be admitted and permitted to publish.
Already received and feel free.
Okay, this is exhibit number 41. What is that?
That's the exterior of Sade's apartment. So that would be like the front entrance to the apartment building.
Showing you exhibit 42. What is that?
That would be the door to her apartment.
Exhibit 43.
That was the bathroom right upon entry of the apartment. That was on the left-hand side.
So is that one of the first things that you see when you walk in?
Yes.
And what was recovered out of that room?
That's where we were located, the toothbrushes and the other brushes.
What about exhibit number 44?
That was her kitchen. That was on the other side of the bathroom.
Exhibit number 45?
So if you turned around, if you're looking at the kitchen, if you turn around and look the other way, that was her closet next to her bed.
Okay, and so this is the end of the kitchen counter, correct?
Correct.
Where my pen was?
Yes.
And then this is her bed?
Yes.
Exhibit number 46?
That was her bed, and then you can just kind of see the end of her kitchen counter there.
Exhibit number 47?
That was, you can call it a makeshift living room with her couch and then TV.
Exhibit number 48?
That would be the toothbrush that we collected.
What did you ultimately do with that toothbrush?
I inventoried it and placed it into property, which was.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. It was then taken to the state crime lab.
Okay. Exhibit number 50, what is that?
That's her couch and her bed with all of her clothes on it.
And exhibit number 49, what is that?
In one of the drawers in the kitchen, she had a bunch of IDs located. So we took pictures of all the different IDs that were located.
One of those is for the Milwaukee Area Technical College, correct?
Yes.
And then right above it is what?
It looks like a probationary ID.
Based on your knowledge, what is a probationary ID?
Just means you're not 21 yet.
So that's a Wisconsin state issued ID.
Yes.
And does it specifically designate that the person is under 21 in some obvious way?
Yes.
Where?
The top left-hand corner, it says U21 and then probationary driver's license. And then it says age attained at the bottom.
And you found that where?
In her apartment, in one of the drawers.
So in theory, if one were to try to get into a bar with that ID, they should be denied, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you. In a minute, I'm going to show you something. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 40. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes,
What is it?
that's the toothbrush that we took from the residence.
How do you know?
I signed it. It says evidence collected by K. Bierke, evidence sealed by K. Bierke with my signature.
On that, that's an envelope that contains the toothbrush, right?
Correct.
On that envelope, are there other markings that are not from the sheriff's department?
Yep, there's a one from on the side. It says R24-952, and I know that's from the crime lab.
I'd asked that exhibit number 40 be received.
Agreed.
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 It's received.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Thank you. Were you the one who took the photographs of the apartment?
I believe so.
Okay, so just with your department issued camera, basically?
Yep.
And you talked initially this morning about one of the purposes of getting a search warrant was to look for DNA, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, you are a detective with the sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
And DNA evidence being an important tool that law enforcement can use in cases, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
And that's the reason that you said absolutely is because it can help you pinpoint one's identity, for example, right?
Correct.
And you've worked with DNA in your experience as a detective, right?
Yes, I have.
And the way in which we go about collecting DNA samples is to do swabbing.
Correct.
But you as the detective don't do the swabbing, you call in lab personnel, don't you, that go through and actually swab for it?
Depends. There's times I am trained as an evidence technician. I can do the swabbing. However, I did not swab any of these items.
Got it. But so either way, you specifically could choose to swab if you wanted to because of your training, or you could call in people to do that for you.
Correct.
And then that type of evidence, DNA evidence, when you're going through we can take down the photos. I don't need that up. When you're going through Miss Robinson's apartment, you're using your eyes to look for things that might contain DNA, right?
Correct.
Because you know that it can be shed from skin, for example,
Correct.
and it can come from saliva.
Yes.
One of the reasons you had, I don't know if it was one of the photos you looked at, but you had noted a glass, for example. We would like to test the rim of a glass because it might have one's DNA on it.
Yes.
And so that's crucial piece of evidence could help you link up, as I think you were saying, the leg that was located to Miss Robinson.
Correct.
But that wasn't the only reason you were searching the apartment. It's not just for DNA and identification purposes, is it?
Correct.
We also wanted to look at a pink safe you testified about.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, did you say the safe was locked?
Yes, it was.
So did you yourself open it
I did not open it. One of my partners did open it.
in your presence?
Yes.
That's why in your report you documented the contents of it.
Correct.
Why did you not photograph the contents of the safe?
I don't recall if I did or did not photograph them.
You did prepare a police report, didn't you?
I did.
And in your police report, you identified, you tried to be thorough in your report, didn't you?
Yes.
And in your report, you did identify a description of everything that you found, right?
Correct.
And there were other things in the apartment of note that beyond just, well, there was a number of, we could see from the pictures, it was there was a lot of things in the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better expression, right?
Correct.
The closet was sort of piled up with stuff, and there was, I mean, we've all been 19 once, right?
Right.
Okay. So, but there's a lot of things to sort of look through and read through, right?
Correct.
And including mail and letters and notes and things like that.
Yeah.
But your partner opened the pink safe, and that's where the meth was located.
Correct.
Because you said on direct, I thought that it was a field test that was done that the department can use, right?
Correct.
Meaning that there's And you wrote that in your report, didn't you, that there was methamphetamine recovered?
Correct,
And you described it as 47 pills of meth, right?
correct,
Disposition sent to the property room,
correct.
meaning that it gets recovered and taken into evidence, right?
Yes, it did.
What does meth mean?
Meth?
Yeah.
I just use the short term for methamphetamines.
But that's a street drug, right?
Correct,
And then 18 grams of THC, obviously marijuana is not able to be purchased lawfully either.
correct.
And when we hear meth, they're pills though,
Correct.
not something you'd smoke.
Not in that form, no.
And then the weed, that was just documented also, right?
Yes,
And then the various notes and letters and things like that are documented as well.
correct.
$888 in cash inside the safe.
Yes,
And that's the same safe with the drugs.
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
State?
Was there anything else that was drug related in the apartment that you located?
No,
And then the photos that you were shown as exhibits 41 through 50, those weren't all of the photos taken, correct?
no, it was not.
Exhibit number 49 again. And focusing on the probationary license. Are you aware of when that license would have expired?
I can look at it and see.
If you can, yes.
It's a bit blurry, but I believe it's 5/15 of 2025.
And that would correspond with Sade turning 21, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No, nothing for us.
Thank you. You can
you.
step down. Okay, we have like 15 minutes left. Do you have a quicker witness?
Yes.
Awesome.
Captain Christian Hoos. Next to the TV.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Christian Hoos, CHRISTIAANHOOSE,
How are you employed?
with the City of Milwaukee Fire Department,
How long have you worked for the City of Milwaukee Fire Department?
27 years.
What's your current rank?
Captain,
How long have you been a captain?
13 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a captain with the fire department back on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
What was the shift that you worked on that day?
It was our blue shift.
What does that mean?
It's, we have 3 shifts, 24 hours. We work and then 48 off, 3 colors, red, blue, green.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the location of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue on the morning of April 2nd, 2024, shortly after 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Where is your fire station related to the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
We're about 2 blocks south.
Is that both of those locations, are they in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, they are.
You were 2 blocks south, so I take it didn't take you long to get there.
That's correct.
When you arrived on scene at 2928 West Lisbon Avenue, were you provided any information actually before you got there as to what was on fire?
I believe we were sent to a car fire.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe?
A car burning behind the building located at 30th and Lisbon.
Was there anybody around the car when you got there?
Not that I remember.
What did you, can you describe what the fire looked like to you as far as where in the car or what part of the car?
I believe that the fire was in the passenger compartment where all the seats are located in the trunk area.
And did you and your fellow firefighters put the fire out?
Yes, we did.
Was the Milwaukee Police Department also sent to the scene?
Yes, I requested them because the fire appeared to be suspicious.
Based on that answer, I assume they weren't already there then? When you
I
got
don't
there?
recall that they were there right away, no.
What made the fire suspicious to you?
This address is a vacant building. It's no longer there. It's been demolished, and we had been using that building for training for a number of months prior to that. There's no reason for a car to be back there. Like, no one would park a vehicle back there normally. We've had instances in past where there are cars that were burned back there, and they were also, suspicious.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you end up cutting into any parts of the vehicle?
As standard practice, we cut into the trunk to make sure that there is no hidden fire or there's no persons inside of there. We also open up the hood to overhaul that area to make sure all the fire is extinguished.
Once the fire was extinguished, did you sort of turn the scene over to the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
You said there was a vacant building at that spot that you've been using for training purposes.
Yes.
Right on the corner there. It was right on the corner of Lisbon Avenue. It was that two-story building, right?
Yes, the old Aces High Tavern. It was the northeast corner.
Yeah, and you were using it not to set on fire for training, but for entering and exiting a building, right?
Correct.
And then you said you've had other incidents in the past where cars were burned back there in that alley.
Yes.
So that's because you've responded to them, right?
Correct.
And those were suspicious, you said.
Yes.
Why is that alley being used on multiple occasions to burn cars? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Who's picking that particular alley in Milwaukee?
I don't.
Okay. How long have you been, when you say plural incidents, how many are you?
I can think of two recently, on either side of the date of this April 2nd.
Okay.
You can think of, we
can think of
consider, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Finish your answer. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we consider something suspicious if we don't have an owner there to say, this is my car, and there was no one there to do that. So we automatically call for the police for that.
You were saying like one before this incident in April of 2024 and one since then.
I believe yes.
When you responded, were you it was a fire engine, obviously, right?
A fire engine and a ladder truck. I'm
And
on the ladder truck.
you said that the fire started on the passenger compartment of the vehicle?
The fire was involved in the passenger compartment. I don't know where the fire started.
Oh, involved, meaning that's where the majority of the flake.
Yes,
The
yes,
fire is happening.
correct.
That's all.
State?
One thing, how did you put it out?
With a reduced hose line of water.
Could you describe the force of the water that comes out?
It's an 1 3/4 hand line that we use off of our engine. About 160 pounds of pressure comes out of there.
Significant amount of pressure then.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sorry, just one more thing. You did speak with law enforcement also, right? Because you you called them in,
I believe so, yes.
and you remember that the trunk of the vehicle was open when you arrived.
If that's what I had told the officers, then yes, I do not recall it now, but
That the vehicle was unlocked.
yes,
You remember that?
I believe so, yes.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 11:52. I think it's a good point to break for the morning. So again, the admonitions. Remember, don't do any investigation, don't do any discussions about this case, don't do any blogging, emailing, texting, don't talk to each other about the case, don't talk to any friends or family about the case. Put it out of your mind until you come back this afternoon. I have just a couple of matters to handle right at 1:30, so I'm thinking we're going to start back up at 1:45. If you could come back between 1:15 and 1:45, that would be wonderful. Again, I cannot start until all of you are present. And again, remember to wear your juror badges prominently so everyone knows who you are over the lunch hour. Okay? God bless you. Okay, leave your notebooks on your chairs. Have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back afterwards.
Yeah. Yes, the judge is very refreshing. Yes, DB. The when her one of her body parts washed up in Illinois, and it's a black alderman down there who posted her severed arm, and so she's going after him too. Yeah, so I don't know. It's I don't know what's up with my throat. It got a tickle. It's been tickling for like 2 days. But the But yeah, so I mean, it sounds like she might have had her little side gig going on because she like 19. She live by herself. She got like 2 jobs. She got this safe. It got a little
Are there any
drugs up in
matters to
there.
address on the record before we break for lunch? State?
No.
Defense?
So it kind of made me feel like she might
We'll
have
see
had her
back
little
this
side
afternoon,
hustle.
hopefully
I don't
by
think the girl was
1:40-ish,
using.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, hey! Look who then popped in here, y'all. Everybody say what's up to Monique.
Celeste, do you need me for anything? No, text me if you need.
Yeah, they I think sis had a little side hustle. I don't think she was using. Yep, I don't think she was using. I think she had a little side hustle. All right, well, we're gonna jump back over to the Diddy updates because that's all we got today. Karen Reed is done for the day. The Commonwealth has rested, and we are patiently waiting for the defense to put on their case in chief. Now, I'm not gonna hold you. I am interested in figuring out if they're going to introduce another theory of what they plan on doing in their case in chief, but we shall see in the days to come. This trial that we're watching, for anybody that just joined, we're watching the Sade Robinson trial. She was a young Black woman from Milwaukee who went out on a date with Maxwell. I can't remember his last name. He's an older Anderson. He was an older white male, and she disappeared. Her car was found torched. That's what the last witness just testified to, finding her vehicle in flames and reporting it. And she was dismembered. Several of her body parts have been recovered, and there are a few that are still missing, including her head and her left breast. So we shall see what not only yes, CB, we're gonna see what they find up in his house too. What's interesting about this case is that although she was severed, it has come out in like opening arguments that there was no DNA evidence found at his house. However, her phone tracked her up and down all around Milwaukee, including going to the date that they had scheduled, as well as going over to his house, where she is no longer seen. After that, 2 people are seen going in, and one person is seen coming out. So, yeah, that's that case there. So hopefully Sade will get justice, and we're just jumping back over to Diddy because we are watching the Diddy trial. So right now on the stand is Mia. She was a personal assistant for P. Diddy. And right now this is her testimony about getting with her and Cassie. I started reading ahead a little bit, so I gotta find exactly where we were. But she basically testified to the fact that Diddy had all of Cassie's belongings underneath the company names, and whenever he would get mad, he would take things from them, and that the assistant and Cassie grew to be good friends, and they pretty much had to do whatever Diddy told them to do. And if they didn't, something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable but terrifying. We'll talk some more about that as we get through your testimony. How would Mr. Combs communicate with Ms. Ventura? Sometimes through me. Oops. Sorry, something was beeping in my ear. Sometimes through me. Did you see violence? What kind? I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I've seen him attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. I've seen him chase her, things like that. Did she fight back? No. What did you hear and see? Suitcases being thrown in the foyer. Did you see Cassie after that? She was outside crying in a bush. She looked horrified. She gestured, I'm hiding. I'm not here. What did you do? Retreated. Did you tell anyone? I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like, objection, sustain. What did the chef say to you? Objection, not for the truth, sustain. What happened in Cassie's apartment? We were there, me, Cass, and Deontay Nash. What were you doing? Helping her pack for a big trip to London. Puff came banging on the door, very irate. How did he get in? Key from my friend desk. What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie? He said, have you been drinking or something? She hadn't answered his call. What did Mr. Combs do? He came after me and Deontay screaming, has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive. He attacked her. He threw her on the ground. Me and Deontay jumped in and tried to stop it. What did you do? Deontay is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. So I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off against the wall. This dude that turned into the Incredible Hulk, y'all. Oh my God. I felt like I was in slow motion. I realized we were in big danger. I ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cass. Under her bed is this wood bed platform. He slammed her head on the corner. What injuries did Cass get? Her head was gushing blood. What did Mr. Combs do? He got into protector savior mode. He said, call the doctor, so-and-so, and tell them Cass was drunk and hit her head. Why did you do it? Puff said to. His eyes were black. It was like he was looking through me. He was like completely, let's get to a next question. Did you see Mr. Combs take drugs? Yes. When he was high, how did he appear? Sometimes the life of the party or hyper. Where was this? I always miss this location up, y'all. So I'm not even gonna say it, or Burning Man or music conferences. When he smashed her head, did he seem high? No. Did you go to Prince's party? Yes. What happened the night before? Big award ceremony, Sweet in the Beverly. He told me to stay with Cass, that he was going to be at his house with his kids. And then I heard about Prince's party. What did you do? Cass and I debated like little kids if we should sneak out of the house and go to Prince's party. Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap, Cass just booked it. Oh my God. Where did you go? Across the street. There were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. Puff started attacking her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. And later, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Did she say why? That Puff said I was being insubordinate. Break. The jury leaves. How much longer with Mia direct? The rest of the day. We'd like her off the stand by the end of the week. This is a problem. First it was a fight. Now this. I have not cut anything. I let Mr. Donaldson take the time we wanted. I'm not blaming the court. It's a pattern I'm seeing. It's common courtesy. I don't know how long Mr. Steele's cross will be. They need to put things on the record. If we can complete this witness this week, fantastic. It keeps things moving. Many of our witnesses are flying from across the country. We need to know for flights next week. Monday, Mr. Nash's cross was twice as long as the direct. Mr. Steele told us he anticipated his cross being an hour and a half or two, and no event later than direct. Not to hold him to it. I want to keep on the schedule. How late will we be going? Latest is 4, and then they took a break. All right. Let's check out our seat NBC News updates because I like their updates as well. They kind of give, a different perspective of the inner city piece. And so I do want to go through what they wrote. It may be a little bit repetitive, but it always gives us another flavor. So we have another viewpoint of what's going on inside of that courtroom. All right. So this is about just Ventura never fought back against Combs during multiple violent attacks, Mia said. In one particular disturbing incident, Mia said she found Ventura hiding from Combs outside in the bushes with a terrified look in her eye. Ventura suffered a nasty cut on her forehead after Combs attacked her at the victim's Los Angeles apartment, the witness said. Mia testified she tried to stop the beating by jumping on Combs's back before the music mogul threw her against the wall. It was so fast, but I felt like I was in slow motion, said Mia. I saw him grab Cass. I couldn't get there fast enough. The bed platform was the sharpest I had ever seen, and he threw her and she hit her head on the corner of the bed. The witness continued. She had a pretty big scar on her forehead, which was split open and blood was coming out. Mia recalled an incident in 2012 when she and Cassie Ventura went out to a party without Combs' permission. They were all in a suite in the Beverly Hills Hotel, and Combs had directed Mia to stay with Ventura there as he was going to be with his kids. Mia said a friend called and said Prince was having a party, and Ventura said, like little kids, they snuck out the house. They went to Prince's party and were having fun when Combs showed up. I saw his bucket hat come through the entrance. We locked eyes and crap. Cass and I started running out the house to get across the yard, trying to run and hide there, Mia explained. Puff caught Cass. He caught up with her and had her and threw her to the ground and started attacking her. Mia said Prince's security guard intervened. The next day, Mia was notified she was being suspended without pay, and Combs said she was being insubordinate. Oh, well, Judge Samir, okay, I messed up that name. Mess up the judge's name too. Put the court into recess and ask jurors to return before 1:15. The prosecutor expects her direct examination for Mia to last for the rest of the day. So that's kind of what we got going on over there. So everybody's kind of on a break right now, but let's see what we can do. His last name is Anderson. Let's see if we can find us some. It's lunchtime, so I don't know what we're gonna find, but we may find a little random docket watch for the next few minutes. So let's see. We got our girl is on today. Why we don't got no audio? She don't have any audio today for whatever reason. All right, so maybe. Oh, they disabled the chat. Well, there goes there. All right, let me see what I can find for us, y'all. I shall find us a good docket watch. Let's see. Ooh, this audio is so bad, y'all. I'm not gonna put us in that courtroom. We gonna lose. We gonna lose our hearing watching it. But yeah, I think that Mia is really there to help with the racketeering and forced labor. But she ain't really testified to any forced labor stuff. Like she said that she gave little details about how she kind of when she first started working, she pretty much had stayed up for some days and she had to do a trial period. It was brutal, but like yeah. I mean, the man been violating labor laws left and right. All right, we'll just back our girl up and see. I found us something, yeah, hold on.
A minute, where's the dismissal for this one as well?
No dismissal yet, Judge.
All right, so where are we on, blood draw? The blood
We're still
discovery.
waiting for blood discovery, Judge.
State, when do you anticipate blood discovery being available?
Unclear, Your Honor, because defense counsel filed a notice.
But we also have had filed an order that was signed by Judge Angelini.
That I do not recall. May be correct.
Well, I have from April, we've been awaiting blood discovery.
And so I did file a 3914 request for blood discovery, and after that, I did also additionally file a.
All right, why were you late for court?
I was waiting outside, man. I got here right at 9:07.
Here's the thing, you need to be on time.
Uber.
Yeah, but you need to be on time,
Uh,
all right?
I might be late to my own funeral too.
No, here's the thing, if you're late for your own funeral, you won't even know. Well, maybe you will know, who knows what the afterlife will bring us. But you need to be here at 9 a.m. And if you're not here, a warrant is gonna be issued. I'm gonna notate that you were late for court.
I'll be here at
Because if-
7, waiting outside the courthouse.
Oh, well, not at 7 a.m. because this doesn't open till 8.
Well, I'll be here.
Just listen.
No, it's too late. I'll be here, but let's take my.
Thank you, Deputy Mejia. People don't want to internalize. You can't be late for court.
I'll be here, man.
All right. So where are we on the discovery?
Unclear, Judge.
All right, this is coming back on. Norma, put this down for June 26.
I'm gonna be gone that way, Judge.
Ah, when will you be leaving?
I'm gone that entire week until the 23rd. I'll be back the following week, July 1st, a much better date for me, but
All right, we'll put it down for for June 18th.
okay, Judge.
June 18th. Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Bless you, man.
God bless you too.
You know, Judge, we also have a setting in County Court 12 on June 16th. I don't know if that's the day would work for it or not. If not, I'll be here on the 18th.
Well, we can put it on the 16th.
Okay, Judge.
All right, Norma, on
Oh,
his
the
case,
17th
they're already
is better.
here, so he wants it on the 16th.
Oh, you don't think we need the whole thing? Okay. Well, I told him a couple of days, so it'll be done. pretty quick. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, Linda Rendon, do you have an update?
Yes.
Okay.
The transcripts are getting requested by somebody and he's gonna have it very soon, so.
All right, Cindy, how much time do you need?
It's the same transcript request from the other attorney, so it's short, it's a couple of days.
All right, so then what we can do is we can bring this back on, is June 12th too soon, Cindy? No. All right, we're gonna come back on June 12th. And that will be his final plea deadline date.
Okay, Judge.
All right, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Once you sign the reset form, you are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, Rashawn, have you looked at, seating? Yes, they're asking for a modification of conditions of, oh, I know who that is. I'm kidding, I'm so sorry. Okay. Albert Estrada,
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Estrada, if you're
Morgan, sir.
down.
You just stand right there, right behind.
Hello.
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing okay. It's a little hectic today.
Little bit.
Yeah. All right, so where are we on discovery?
Judge, the state has just made an offer to me today. I've communicated that offer to Mr. Estrada. We've made the state a counter offer and we believe this case will be resolved with that. We'd like a short reset.
All right, you want to bring it back the week of June 2nd, next week?
Can we do it the week afterwards?
Yes.
I'm having surgery on my mouth
Uh-huh.
today and I'd like to.
All right, do you want it the 9th, the 10th, or the 12th? Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday?
Let's do it on the 10th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, if you'll recall it back for June 10th, it's Estrada for disposition. All right, thank you. Hmm? Oh, you're so welcome. No, I see her. I told her I'm coming to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to lay down and then
And then-
texting on. I can go down there.
All right, so are you the attorney on Estrada? All right, so they're here for a contested.
Who's the compliance here?
No, Vashawn, did you say Estrada was a contested hearing?
The contested hearing is Moody.
Ah, okay. Can I see the file on Moody? Okay. All right,
Estrada, you reset for disposition.
all right, thank you.
And I'm assigned to Renee as far as the.
All right, Renee Esparza.
Legal problem.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. And Norma, what date did we give Kimberly Essex? I think it was Monday. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Yes. Hi.
Judge, we talked to some people.
Oh, do you all have the file?
I think we do. I just want to make you aware of something before you get the file. So there's nothing contested in our case except for
Who is here on Mario Garza?
He's still not here, but Martin Dennis not here yet.
All right, so what are we here for?
We're here for a compliance hearing, Judge.
Judge, so a supplemental report was sent into the court, alerting the court that it appeared that Mr. Esparza was not testing into the device, the ignition interlock device, as he should. After speaking with him and getting some additional information, there seems to be some conflict in the instructions that were provided.
Okay.
The instructions that were provided with the expectations of probation in regards to ignition interlock indicates he should submit into the device 2 times a day at least. Typically what, as for DWI probation officers, we ask that they test into the device at least 3 times a day. As the court is aware, Mr. Esparza was given he was granted permission to travel for his business purposes, and that precludes him from being able to test for an extended amount of time. So that's why we're here today. When we sent in the supplemental report, the court wanted a compliance hearing.
All right, so here's my question. With regards to his traveling for work, is he traveling in a vehicle?
Not to my understanding, Judge, he's typically flying out, but if he is driving, I think you're being driven.
Yes, my wife and I own 2 wedding businesses, so my wife typically does drive majority of the time if we are traveling out of town. If not, it's the majority is flying out and coming back.
All right, so here's the issue that the court has. Maybe the state has the same issue, maybe not. You have to be monitored. and you wanted the portable device removed so you could be monitored. I've just been informed that there's a new device that is available. I know it would be an expense on top of the ignition interlock, but they now have the watch.
That's not being offered with probation at this time.
Why they send out these emails saying this is available? It's $5. Well, can an individual just do it?
It wouldn't be monitored by probation at this.
All right, so there's a device, it's a watch. I think they say it's what is it, at $5 a day or $5 a week?
I believe it was $5 a day, Judge.
Still very costly.
He needs to test.
Judge, I do want to point out, he has submitted to UAs upon his return, and all of his UAs have been negative, Judge. He has complied with all of the conditions in completing all of his classes. Now, in the beginning of his probation, when he was granted probation, they did ask for, you mandated a felony drug court referral. Somehow that was not completed. He did do a TAP evaluation, and the TAP evaluation indicated possibly supportive outpatient treatment. So I didn't want to make the court aware of all of that. We did recently obtain a signed felony drug court referral, and as far as it does not, has no quorums about going ahead and going through with the evaluation, Judge.
All right, State, what do you think?
The state's position is, Judge, my understanding, talking to CLO, Sean, that get amounts of time, maybe he leaves on a Thursday, he doesn't come back till Tuesday. And state's position is that the only other alternatives would be another device. Of course, that is additional cost to the ignition interlock, but a portable device or scram would be recommendation by the state.
Well, Judge, I asked if you consider just substituting the portable alcohol monitoring device, and he be monitored then every day, as opposed to there being a lapse for a couple of days. I believe that you can order him to test on his return, which he has been doing. But if the court's concern is for monitoring every day, then I think the portable alcohol monitoring device would suffice for that.
But then we have a problem with driving a vehicle.
Provided a non-driving affidavit, would that suffice?
I mean, I'm sure he has no issues with that. He has not been driving. He actually has, my understanding, he requested a official license, it was denied, so he currently cannot drive.
State, do you have any objection to having him on the portable device with the non-driving affidavit?
No, okay.
All right, then, so what the court will do is the court will alter and amend conditions to include portable alcohol monitoring device in lieu of ignition interlock.
Did you say ankle device, Jeff?
I said portable alcohol monitoring
sorry.
device. In lieu of, if you want that added, I'll add a GPS. In lieu of ignition interlock with an affidavit of non-driving.
And just to be clear with the expectations of the portable alcohol monitoring device is, he is to test into the device 3 times a day.
Yes. So is there anything you don't understand about that?
Is it, it's gonna be
It's gonna be the handheld device.
The handheld, to come off the card.
That's my understanding.
With the affidavit of not driving,
Okay, just, I mean,
you cannot drive.
so I can make those adjustments.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Judge. Maybe excuse.
Yes,
Thank you. In regards
you're
to
welcome. All right, and then Vashan, the person who has the contested MTR, what's their name? Could I see the file on Andre Moody? Vashan, on this case, where are the parties on Andre Moody? The defense attorney is somewhere else? Oh, oh, okay. You're welcome. Whatever. Okay.
No, we just voted on, because we had fought us for sure. But you know, Angela needs to build as well.
How's it going? Hmm? Yes, I did, but it's been handled. All right, thank you.
I didn't even think. Like later, I was like, no, my daughter was like, I thought this was like, this was fine.
Oh, no, it's good.
We're about halfway home.
No, he can do the outpatient. All right, thank you. All right, to the officers who are waiting for the search warrant, just give me 5 more minutes to read it. I'll take that up on June 3rd.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay. All right, court is calling 2025 CR 0000841 State versus Michael Keating. Can I have parties announced for the record? State.
Andrew Parasitum.
Defense.
Edward Bartolome, on behalf of Mr. Keating, Your Honor, we're ready in custody.
All right,
Motion to reconsider, Your Honor.
All right, we're here for a motion to reconsider. The court ordered 30 days in the Bear County Jail as a condition of probation, of course. Once the court enters a legal sentence, that is a legal sentence. State, do you have any objections to the court hearing the defense's motion to reconsider?
No, Judge.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
I do, Your
Can come back at 2:30.
2:30.
Yes. Answer docket, the defendant has not made an appearance. Counsel, do you know where your client is?
I believed he was on his way here and that he would be taking it over to get here. He was taking care of his mother earlier and was going to be late. And I believe he's afraid of getting a warrant, which is what I understand is the result.
All right. Deputy Laura, did you make an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, because he is not at home.
State.
We're requesting a bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
That will be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
All right,
appreciate
thank
your
you.
time.
Who's here on Brandon Diaz? All right, that's gonna end up coming back on Friday. Who is here on Luis Espinoza?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2025 CR 0025991 State versus Luis Espinoza. Can I have parties announced for the record?
Rick Payne for the state of Texas.
Glenn Payne for the defense.
Counsel, have you received all discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we go off the record just real quick?
Yes.
My apologies. May I make an announcement in the courtroom?
Sure.
Melissa Maldonado. On off record, Your Honor, she wanted to come in and give a victim impact statement, and she said she was on her way. I guess she's not here yet. If there's any way we can proceed with the plea now, but then delay something until tomorrow to have a hearing, or unless we want to do it this afternoon.
Are you available tomorrow?
Am I available? Yeah, I could be in the courthouse tomorrow.
All right.
My apologies.
I mean, I would prefer to do the sentencing. I have a contested MTR that's gonna be along.
Okay.
Well,
All right. We're back on the record. Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Espinoza, did you review the application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yeah.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with continuous violence against family? That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, off the record. All right, the stipulations, they don't have the July 31st date in here.
It's on the bond that says July that I highlighted in that second paragraph.
I have March 6th, July, August, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're back on the record. Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Espinoza, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, there's a $1,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They're taking in consideration 2025 PF 13309. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, and there's been no contact with the complainant. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? No more files.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is asking that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be 100 hours community service restitution, the BIPP course, a TAP evaluation, follow all recommendations in parenting classes. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, state offers into evidence, State Exhibit 1 with all attachments.
Your Honor, I reviewed my client. We have no objection.
All right, did your state, you may be excused.
And yes, Your Honor, just for your implication, the victim is now in the court.
All right, did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence that you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
I didn't.
You want to discuss that with your attorney? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to proceed with this sentencing and this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yeah, we're just asking the court to follow the plea bargain.
All right. Are you employed?
Not at the moment, not quite at the moment.
Were you previously employed?
I was. yes.
Doing what?
Flooring work.
Do you have any children?
I do. With,
What are their ages?
it's 7 now, 7.
And is that with the complainant? All right, this is what the court is going to do. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated, affirmative finding of family violence, take in consideration 2025 PF 13309. There's to be no contact with the complainant, no unsupervised contact with minors, proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a healthcare provider with minors, 100 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes. Once he completes that, the community service hours will be deemed satisfied. Have you ever used any drugs or alcohol in the past?
Like I have, but not while I'm being
Right, what drugs?
incarceration. Marijuana and meth.
All right. There's going to be a TAP evaluation and a referral to felony drug court. That will be done in custody. Field visits 1 time per month until further notice. Probation, is there anything else? Oh, I am so sorry. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person and regular random UAs. Once a month until further notice.
But chiming in here on the.
Chiming in, let me just tell you, it's a chaotic day. 3 years deferred adjudication. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? It's been a chaotic day. Anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony, because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. There's a victim impact statement. Just listen to what's being said, internalize what's being said, and remember, don't put your hands on anybody in anger. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
To go within 600 feet of the complaining witness. Which, there's just one, violation.
Yes.
There's a number of things that are alleged. Some things might be true, some might confident we're getting through to some things, not true other things.
All right, so the only thing he has is a violation of the rules and regulations of GPS, am I correct?
That's correct, yes, Your Honor.
And,
So the question is, either he did or he did not.
and part of it is he's supposed to be like 600 feet of the residence and doesn't know if that's true or not. Is he?
All right, so, Vashawn, so what's being said is maybe some of it is true, maybe part of it is not true. It's just a violation of GPS. So the question becomes, is he going to plead true to failure to comply with the rules and regulations of the GPS? And this is a matter of the court hearing explanations, or is this not going to be a plea true?
It's gonna be a plea that, the GPS rules, if I remember correctly, call for him not to go within 600 feet of the complaining witness. He did go a certain distance for visitation purposes with the children.
Well, either he was within 600 feet or he was not, and then there's an explanation. So do people
And
believe he was?
He was within 600 or not, because he was in a park.
All right, did somebody talk to the probation
We
and
have.
the GPS officer to see if he was within 600 feet?
We have spoken with them and they're gonna, as a proffer, testified that he was.
All right, so they say they're gonna say he was within 600 feet.
So, I mean, if that's what they're gonna testify to, then we don't have a way of contesting the.
All right, so who's here on GPS?
Smith.
All right, can you come forward, please? And we're not on the record. I'm just trying to get clarification. Hello, thank you so much for waiting and your patience.
Okay.
So here's my question. I think everybody can agree that he was supposed to be on GPS.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not an issue. So with regards to the condition of GPS, how far was he supposed to be away from the complainant?
600 feet.
All right, and are you going to say or testify that he was less than 600 feet
Yes, ma'am.
of the complainant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so is this going to be a plea of true or not true? And all right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We still may need you because the 600 feet, where was he located at? That's a bad question.
For
in
1
and out
hour and
conversation.
23 minutes and 58 seconds, he was at 7460 Kitty Hawk Road, Converse, Texas. And per his condition, he is supposed to be within or without being 600 feet of 7347 Kitty Hawk.
All right, so let me just see where Kitty Hawk is. Is this a park?
I think it's a residence.
It's a
It's an
residence.
apartment complex with a park nearby.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're gonna come and say that he was having visitation with children or something?
Yes, with his children.
And state, have you investigated whether he was having visitation with the children?
Not specifically regarding the children, but we did investigate the fact that he breached the distance that he was supposed to be within the victim's residence and therefore violated his condition number 29.
All right, so this is what I'm trying to, yes, technically, this is a violation. He's not supposed to be there. The children, one, was he actually seeing his children? And two, are these the children that he shares with the complainant? All right, so did anybody want to call the complainant and say, hey, did he have visitation on this day? Did you allow him to have the children at the park on this day? Because that makes a big difference to the court. It may not make a difference to anybody else, I don't know, but it makes a difference to me if he's not supposed to be within 600 feet, but the person is in Converse, Texas, and somebody brought him the children. I don't know who brought him the children, and he has the children at the park. Maybe that makes a difference to other people, I don't know. Does that make any difference to you, State?
I guess yes and no. No to the fact that he still was on notice of his restrictions, and even if someone brought him the children, he should have known that he's supposed to have stayed appropriate distance away and maybe found an alternative location that wasn't within 600 feet of the victim's residence. But if the victim is the one who set this up,
So does anybody want to call the complainant and see if they said? I'm sorry? Okay. Does anybody want to call the complainant and figure out how he ended up having visitation with his children at a park?
we can step under solution.
All right, just step back. All right, thank you. All right, we're taking our break. Okay. Yeah, you go.
For you and Mr. Hairston to have an important conversation about, do we go on bended knee to the state to see if we can work this out? And if not, then we need to try it. It only gets older. The Woods family sits without resolution, and Mr. Hairston's not getting a bond. We crossed that bridge several times with the same result. And so he's stuck until we do either trial or plea. So what I guess I'll ask you to do is send an email to Ms. Nelson, my litigation manager. And can it be you for right now, Ms. Charles? An email to Ms. Charles. I think this case will be moving to Ms. Dilligard, who's not here right now, ultimately. But that's not going to slow anything down. The state doesn't get to tap those brakes. But letting Ms. Charles and Ms. Nelson know, hey, I've had a chance I did a preliminary skim through discovery. I need another week to get through it. I don't think there are going to be motions, or there might be, but look, it's just going to be a motion to suppress. And then we can even set a date for that, even though you haven't done it yet, but you'll know, look, there's a statement and it looks like there's a problem. I just want to get some markers in place because ideally we could try this case by late summer. That's consistent with your ability. I'm less worried about your schedule elsewhere, given the age of this case, as your ability just to get through the discovery.
Yes.
Okay. I saw you go, but we'll see. You need to look at the discovery. You may look at it and say, I don't have a whole lot I can do. I can put it up and the witnesses are going to say what they say. You may look at it and say, we do need to slow down. I need an expert on this. I need an expert on that, as in you're going to retain an expert on that. And that'll help me better understand it. But I got to see a little bit about the case because of bond hearings in it. And it didn't strike me as one where you're going to look at discovery and say, one, I'm overwhelmed, it's so voluminous, or two, there's so many twists and turns in this. I need a crime scene reconstructionist and I need a ballistics expert. And it didn't strike me as that kind of case.
Okay.
But as I told Mr. Hairston, I'm going to give you the time you need to get ready for it. But you stepped in saying, here I am, and that's telling me that you're ready to move it along, or you wouldn't have stepped in.
That's correct, Judge.
It is. Ms. Charles,
Yes, sir.
anything else?
Nothing to say, Aaron.
Okay. So late-ish next week, why don't you reach out with an email saying, I didn't get discovery, then we'll fix that, or I got it, and I just sort of digitally flipped through it. Please, Judge, give me X number of weeks to file any evidentiary motions I'd have.
Okay, I'll do that.
And that'll be step one. It's just like, let's see if there are any motions, and I'll give you those weeks, and you may at the end of it say, I don't have any. Great. Then we'll set it down for a trial calendar, and we're going to skip the final plea piece. He has his final plea rights, but we'll skip that and just say your final plea date is the trial calendar date.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hairston, we've done lots of talking. Do you have any questions about anything we've been discussing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. This is your lawyer. He's going to come see you. He's going to talk to you about the case. He may have a different view on some of the things. Don't be troubled by that. Each lawyer looks at these things and processes it, and he may come in more optimistic about it or less optimistic. That doesn't mean you got a lawyer who's doing less serious work than Ms. Miller or Mr. Johnson. It's just he's bringing his perspective to it, and you and he will talk about it, and I'll get you back in here as soon as I can to move things along.
Your Honor, I do have a question. I know Ms. Miller filed
that I was indigent for funding for an expert. Is that still in effect, or?
So I think she did that for purposes of the evaluation, and we took care of that. So I'm going to leave it to Mr. Banks to look through the discovery. And as I mentioned, you may have heard me say, hey, crime scene reconstruction expert. If Mr. Banks identifies a good faith need for an expert on the defense side, then we may well have a conversation and you be part of it, whether you're in via Zoom or we're all here in court, where Mr. Banks articulates, here's why I need this kind of expert, a gunshot residue expert. I'm making this up. I don't know what would really be there. And if he is persuasive that he needs it, that it's not just a Hail Mary, you know, I don't have a defense, so I got to bring in some expert who could say, theoretically, this is what could have happened. But it's no, here's, Judge, this is at issue. The state's expert says, again, I'm making it up, that it was a contact wound, that the gun was touching the body. And here's, this expert's going to disagree with that, but we need funding for it. And Mr. Banks demonstrates that you're indigent. I need to figure out how he was brought on board, and yet you're indigent, but we'll work through that. Ms. Miller was brought on board, and I had that finding. Then there is some funding available for experts to be paid so that you'd have that expert's assistance in your case. But the first thing is for Mr. Banks to conclude that there is a legitimate need for expert assistance, and we'll take it from there. Okay, you're welcome. Mr. Banks, anything else?
That's it, Judge, you've covered it.
Mr. Woods, anything you want to add, sir?
Yes, Judge, thank you for finally getting this guy to try to speed this trial up. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I hope you understand. I don't know what kind of contact you've had from the DA's office, but most fundamentally, none of this is Mr. Hairston's doing. He may have all sorts of reasons to not want to have this case go to trial based on the strength of the state's case. I don't know that that's the case, but none of these delays have been occasioned by anything Mr. Hairston has been doing proactively. He and indirectly you and your family have had the misfortune of very good lawyers coming in and there being medical reasons why they could not continue. Mr. Johnson is very, very, very sick. He is focused on surviving, and so he needs to come off this case. That has nothing to do with Mr. Hairston. Unfortunately, Mr. Banks has been brought in, I'm assuming by Mr. Hairston's family, but that's really not my business. He filed the entry of appearance. That's that legally binding commitment he's made of, I'm in charge now of the defense. And so I will press him to be ready as soon as is consistent with his ability to be ready, which is not an intellectual ability. It's a timing ability because he's got other things going on as well. But he knows coming in, this is a case that is a priority for me because it is so old. And we have someone who is presumed innocent, who's been in jail now for going on 2 years. And we have a grieving family that's been waiting for some closure. And both those motivate me to move this along. So I will press Mr. Banks within reason to be ready. But if he has good reasons to say, hey, I need another couple of weeks to do X or do Y, I'll give him those extra weeks. But you've got my commitment, Mr. Woods, that we are prioritizing this case. It is burning a hole in my docket as an old jail case, and that's not good for anyone involved, victim's family or Mr. Hairston. But we have now gone through 2 lawyers, and we got this third one here who I hope will carry the torch across the finish line. Okay?
You can't imagine my frustration with it. So
I cannot imagine. I know it's there. I feel it, and you're entitled to it. And my role is to minimize it going forward. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you being here. You'll get notice through the DA's office the next time we're together, and you and your family are always welcome in person or virtually.
Thank you, Judge, because my daughter was my queen.
Understood. Understood. All right, Mr. Woods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Banks. Ms. Charles?
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yep. So we will look to hear from you by end of next week. I'll open it here. How long is that forecast to go?
I have no clue.
Okay, hopefully less long than last time.
100%.
Yeah, well, 100% would mean zero, but hopefully maybe like 80% less long.
Okay.
We'll see. Mr. Holmes,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. You ready to go forward? Yes. Ms. Rios tells me that you are prepared to enter a plea in both your cases. Is that correct? Okay, I need you to speak up a little bit. Our court reporter is gonna, you don't need to, as long as you speak up, you don't need to lean in.
Need some water, yes.
You need some water.
I'm fine.
You're fine? Okay, I don't have a source of water out here. So Mr. Holmes, in just a moment, Mr. Jones, who's a prosecutor from the DA's office, is gonna put you under oath, and then he's gonna ask you questions about your rights as a criminal defendant, et cetera. You'll need to answer those truthfully and completely and loudly. And at any point, if you have a question about anything, I need you to let me know so that Ms. Rios or I can answer your question. Will you do that?
Yes.
Good. All right, Mr. Jones, when you're ready.
Good. I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Please raise your right hand as best as you can. Do you swear or affirm that any statements or testimonies you should give in this matter currently before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may lower your hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Antonio Holmes.
And are you at this time taking or under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
And is there medication you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
And how old are you and how far have you gone to school?
50 years old. I completed trade school. I have as an electrician.
All right. And are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have been charged with the following offenses? In 23 SC 191457, that's going to be the sale of marijuana, Your Honor, which is going to be reduced to misdemeanor, less than an ounce. That code section is going to be 1613 2B. Then in indictment number 25 SC 000224, you have been charged with the offense of aggravated assault. That's going to be amended to reckless conduct, which is going to be 16560. Count 2, cruelty to children in the third degree. Count 3, cruelty to children. Count 4, cruelty to children. And then count 5, possession of a firearm during the commission of certain felonies. You understand that you've been charged with that, but that's going to be amended to, no, it's not going to be, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Do you understand that you've been charged with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So the first case will be a misdemeanor plea. The second case will be one felony, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, amended count 5, and the remainder
will be
misdemeanors.
Correct.
Got it.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that if you were to plead not guilty or remain silent and refuse to enter a plea, then the state is required to prove the charges, beyond a reasonable doubt at a jury trial?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer about all of the circumstances, including in this indictment against you, that includes the facts and circumstances related to these charges?
Yes.
Would you like more time to discuss this case with your lawyer, Ms. Rios?
No.
Are you satisfied with her services?
Yeah.
Ms. Rios, do you waive formal reading of the indictment for the purposes of this plea?
Yes.
Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment for the purposes of this plea?
Yes.
To Mr. Holmes, do you remember being arrested on these charges?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge in which you are pleading guilty today. So for the 23 SC 191457, which is the misdemeanor, is 1 day to 12 months in custody. For count 1, the reckless conduct, cruelty to children, count 2, cruelty to children, count 3, cruelty to children, count 4, that is also 1 month to 12 months in custody. For count 5, it's going to be possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that is 1 to 10 years in custody. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that today you are entering a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend the following sentence to the court, Your Honor? Count 23 SC 191457 is going to be seven months to serve. For the 25 SC 00224, for count 1, it's going to be 12 months of probation. For count 2, 12 months of probation, and all of these counts will run concurrent to count 5, the felony count. Count 3 is 12 months of probation. Count 4 is 12 months of probation. For count 5, is going to be 5 years to serve 1, balance probated, with the special conditions of no further contact with the victim, except as for the care of the children, third party exchange, family violence, substance abuse evaluation, and to seek/maintain lawful employment.
When you say family violence intervention program?
Correct.
One thing is that we're negotiated with everything except for the 5 serve 1. I'm asking for community to the time he's already served. They're asking for just credit for the time. Served.
Got it. So there's a non-negotiated piece to it.
Yes, sir.
But the standalone misdemeanor, instead of being 12 months to serve, is 7 months to serve, which it looks like he's already served.
Yes, that's
Okay.
negotiated. It's just
Okay.
another piece.
Got it.
Do you understand that the court is not required to accept the state's recommended sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court has the right to sentence you to the maximum possible sentence on each charges?
Yes.
Do you understand that if there are multiple charges to which you are pleading guilty to today, the court also has the right to run those sentences consecutively, meaning one after the other?
Yes.
Do you understand that if the court decides to order a sentence that differs from the negotiated plea you were expecting today, that you will have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based off of your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit, whether municipal, county, state, or federal?
That's correct.
Do you understand that if you are on probation, you must follow all special conditions of your probation?
Correct.
Do you understand that if you fail to follow all of the special conditions of your probation, then you will be subject to revocation of that probation for the balance of your sentence?
That's correct.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Correct.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you may not receive, possess, or transport a firearm?
Yes.
Do you understand that in doing so will result in new criminal charges for which you will face a sentence between 1 and 5 years?
Correct.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you may also not use a firearm in a crime in the future?
Correct.
Do you understand that if you were in the future to use a firearm during the commission of a crime, you would face a 15-year custodial sentence consecutive to the sentence for the underlying crime?
Correct.
I don't know if this is negotiated. Are you asking to be treated as a first offender? No? Okay, cool. Do you understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you are waiving any and all defenses that includes mental health defenses?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? 1, the right to a trial by jury.
Yes.
The right to remain silent.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to the assistance of counsel.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence
Yes,
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges at a trial.
correct.
Is it your decision to waive these rights, which means not to use them, and enter a guilty plea today?
That's correct.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you
All right, we had a little bit of Diddy, some Diddy tweets accumulate over the past hour, so let's kind of run through these. And then hopefully our trial is supposed to start back. Well, she asked the jurors to come back between 1:15 and 1:45. So hopefully they'll be back pretty soon so we can get that trial back rolling. And then, yeah. Okay, so they took a break. Remember before their break, Mia was on the stand and she was talking about, what was the last thing that she talked about? Being fired. So after they snuck to Princess Party, and they were found, and Cassie got beat on again by Diddy, she was fired. So they come back and they take a break. They come back, and the government is saying we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records. They have agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us, and we to them. Okay, so as soon as I start talking again, okay, that's fine. Let's bring back Mia. All rise. All right, so Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Yes, to Parrot Key twice in 2018. Me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. Cass ran in saying, "You've got to help me. He's going to kill me." What did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try and block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran. What do you remember about running? I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. um, did you run another time? I have another visual of where we were hiding and trying to escape like 2 separate times. We got into a paddle boards and went out on the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went far out. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark and objection overruled. We went back. Did you ever call the police? No. Why not? I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. There we go, y'all. This is what I'm telling y'all. Mia is there to help with this Rico. She there for Rico. What's this? A photo of Cass eating a hot dog at a premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She has bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Any other injuries covered up on the red carpet? Yes, at the Cannes Film Festival. What injuries do you see? A busted lip. She was injured. Where were you? In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Did you learn how she got the injuries? Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. How did Cass sound on the audio recording? Objection. Overruled. Panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Did you go to events? The premiere Brad Pitt's movie, Killing Them Softly. What happened at the premiere? Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. What would Mr. Combs ask you to do? Take care of her. I bring her gel for what? Bruises. Arnica gel for bruises. Don't know what that is. Let's turn to December 22, 2011. At Puff's house, the mood was darker than normal. This was more of a like Puff was upset. What did he tell him? That Cass had been talking to someone else. Who? Kid Cudi. How was he? He seemed heartbroken. It was anonymous. It was anonymous. I'd never witnessed Cass to do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen to her. Did you then see her in a black car with Capricorn Clark? Did you reach out to anyone? Yes, D-Rock. What is this? My emails with D-Rock. Only the redacted ones into evidence. Same objection. He was security. With that foundation, admitted. Read the messages. I wrote to D-Rock, I'm worried about Puff. This feels different. This email hit this email when you get it. Love you. Were you romantically involved with D-Rock? Definitely not. That's just how we talk. Let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your role? I would sometimes take them there, unpack, set up. I would have to just be like on the call, essentially, and clean up before housekeeping. What would you bring? His lotions and potions. Mia, astrogel and candles. Some of the cheap Glade candles without the label on them. They had to be white. What else would you bring in the hotel? Anything he forgot at the house, food, money. How much? A lot, like thousands of dollars. Do you remember seeing Cassie? At the London Hotel in New York, I brought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig. How did she appear? Like she was struggling. I asked, "Are you good?" She closed the door. How would you? How told you to clean the room? Oh, I guess that's who told you to clean the rooms. Puff, the office. It was standard to sweep the room so no housekeeper could sell something to TMZ. How were the rooms? Destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on the walls. Ew. What would Mr. Combs tell you about the blood? That it was period blood? What happened in Cassie's car in LA? Cass got a call, then told me he wanted to do a hotel night. I don't want to. She got sick. After the hotel night, man down. What did that mean? They'd stay in the room sleeping, only up to eat. Did you do drugs before you worked for Mr. Holmes? No. And after, yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was part of the Breakfast Club. I was now part of the Breakfast Club. What did he mean? Like the cool club? He said that his MDMA was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out. I could enjoy myself. Did you take ketamine? Yes, at Burning Man, we were partying on the tour bus. We had the blackout shades on. He had the drugs on plates. I tried to say no. What happened? Puff wouldn't get it go, let it go. It turned to litter, more serious, that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. He got close to my face and humiliated me. How? He separated out a dose and made me snort it. I didn't want to fall into a K-hole. I'd seen a person, it looked like an exorcism. Oh my God. Did you want to take ketamine? I didn't feel I had a choice. Did he take drugs while working? He was always working. Once on the way to Chelsea Handler, how did Mr. Combs treat you? Sometimes like best friend, working partner. Sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap. How would he compliment you? My work, he'd give me advice and to tell you that you were worthless. Long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was, threatened my job, anything physical, he'd throw things at me. Puff was a piece of shit. Thank you, Shay. Puff was a piece of shit. Okay, I do want to kind of track back to the incident where they were out at the. Go back because I'm on NBC, right? And so she talks about this Turk and Caicos incident. They give a little bit more detail, so I want to read that to y'all. Okay, the witness recalled a scary confrontation. The witness recalled a scary confrontation in 2012 where she and Ventura were barricaded into a beach home, hiding from an enraged Combs during a vacation in Turk and Caicos Islands. They pushed furniture to block the front door as Combs was allegedly banging and screaming to be let inside. I was looking at Cass and she was screaming for help. And you have to help me. Puff is going to kill me. Mia recalled. She is usually chill and calm and she was terrified. The pair dashed out the back door to the beach and out to a paddleboard, allowing them to flee into the water. The weather shifted dramatically and the sky turned black. We were both debating. I was trying to weigh if it was scarier to face Mother Nature or go back to Puff. Eventually, we went back to we eventually went back to Puff. Y'all, you mean to tell me y'all done hopped on a surfboard and pedaled on out because y'all was trying to get away from him? Child, if this ain't, I'm talking about Mia is already like making them HATE Diddy even more than what they already do. Like she's doing a damn good job of that. These details, oh my God. On top of the fact that I think she is really putting it into perspective that everybody around him pretty much did, like we've been saying, everyone around him has been pretty much just aiding him. Like she felt like he was untouchable to the point that she didn't even want to call the police. She thought it was just a part of the business. That shit is illegal. You out here with confidentiality NDAs that are illegal. At times, Mia appeared to struggle to keep her emotions in check and breathe while describing Combs' tumultuous relationship with Ventura. She almost appeared to be hyperventilating and had to catch her breath in describing how heartbroken Combs was in December of 2011 when he learned that Ventura was seeing Kid Cudi. Mia testified that Cassie, Ventura, and Combs sometimes had hotel nights and some lasted multiple nights. Mia testified she would sometimes take them there, unpack, and set up. Combs asked her to bring toiletries, clothes, candles, lotions, baby oil, Astroglide, and condoms. One night, she stood out at the Hotel London in New York when Ventura answered the door in her underwear. She was struggling. I had never seen her like that before. So I asked her, "Are you okay?" She said, "I'm good," and closed the door. Mia said Combs asked her to help, asked her to clean up the rooms, to wipe up enough stuff that the housekeeper couldn't clean. Mia said Combs asked her to clean up the rooms, to wipe up enough stuff that the housekeeper couldn't clean. She said the state of the hotel rooms after they were there was a nightmare, destroyed and really nasty, including candle wax, broken glass, water on the floor, sometimes blood oil on the walls, and wet tiles. Trifling. Trifling. It really sounds like somebody's in my front door. Oh, it's raining. Oh, shoot. All right, so it looks like the trainee didn't left.
It was a Judge LaGrua case. Okay, but it was in front of Judge Mao because it must have been a technical or a misdemeanor. It was for failing to report is the allegation. You had 30 days revoked. You're supposed to reconnect with BHTC. And you were supposed, okay, this was recent, but it had to do with you supposedly not reporting to probation.
No, my PO actually was on vacation.
We don't need to relitigate it. I'm not saying whether you did report or not. Okay, but it's already happened. Tell me what your concern is. You're worried that you're going to get back in front of Judge Mao again because of this?
If I take this plea, basically I'm going to be incarcerated. It violates my other probation.
Got it.
I take it to trial.
No, it's 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Okay. The warrant hasn't been signed yet. It was submitted a couple weeks ago to Judge Williams.
She's been busy. So the warrant that would be before Judge Williams is based on this case?
It is for officer conducted a field visit. She was intoxicated and tested positive for cocaine. and she admitted to purchasing some other illegal substances.
Okay, so it's unrelated to this case.
What? Right. Right. And she was supposed to go back to BHTC.
Okay, and that's in Judge Mao's order that she's supposed to reconnect with BHTC. But pardon?
Mrs. Strunk emailed me, so I looked at that order from Judge Mao, and Mrs. Strunk actually emailed me this week, letting me know, so she successfully completed BHTC. So there was some sort of like miscommunication and non-complex. There's nothing, so
Okay.
she did reach out to BHTC.
Okay, well, that makes the language make more sense, because what it says specifically is that Ms. Stepp is recommended to reconnect with BHTC as a graduate,
Right.
which she is. So I guess that's just saying like, hey, I'm still out here, but there's no aftercare through BHTC.
Exactly, and that's, Mrs. Strunk emailed me and wanted to be like, she did reach out, and there's
Okay.
just nothing for them to do, and they
No.
didn't want her to get tripped up.
She won't be. So here's what I can tell you, Ms. Stepp. I'm not focused on what you heard Ms. Simpson just say, where there's an allegation that recently you tested positive for cocaine, et cetera. I'm here, if this is what we're going to do, to take a plea in your case that's back from June of last year. And I'm happy to handle the probation piece of it as well, so it's not a probation issue. Now, whatever this thing is about you and cocaine, that's not me, that's not this probation person, that's going to go its normal course. That's not what today is about. And today's not going to make that any worse. It's not going to make it any better. It's a separate thing. But I can make sure that today's plea is dealt with on the probation side as well, so that you don't, I think you used the term trip you up or whatnot. Today's plea will not trip you up with probation, if that makes sense.
I'm not guilty.
Okay. Are you talking about this cocaine situation or this case here where you're charged with a cruelty to children charge and a few other things?
I'm not guilty.
Okay, well, then it doesn't seem like we've got a whole lot to talk about. But we do have to have this conversation that I want to get on the record. Let's get your indictment up here on the screen. So let's get on the record, Ms. Stepp. Your case number is 25 SC 000330. And in that indictment, it's alleged that you committed an assault on Ms. Wright. I don't know how to pronounce her first name, Shadrika Wright. There was a knife involved. You did some things. There also was a child in the area when this happened, a Moncello Haynes. So you're charged with assaulting Ms. Wright, doing that in the presence of Moncello Haynes. Those are the allegations. You're saying you're not guilty. You're free to have that as your plea. I need to know from Ms. Charles what the state's recommendation is. If Ms. Stepp had wanted to resolve the case today, because I thought that's what we were doing, what was the state going to recommend?
Similar recommend as to count one aggravated assault, so we would move the court to not cross that count. Count two aggravated assault will be amended to battery family violence felony, and the state recommended 5 years of probation with special conditions, and also a 3-year behavior incentive date. Counts three will be simple assault misdemeanor, 12 months of probation, and counts 4 cruelty deferred, also 12 months of probation, with the special conditions of no further contact with the named victims. She will complete a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommended treatment. She will also complete a mental health evaluation or recommended treatment, and then complete the family violence intervention program and seek and maintain lawful.
All right. So that was a lot, Ms. Stepp. I'm going to distill it down to the state's going to dismiss 1 count and reduce a 2nd count. And what they would recommend is that you be on probation for a few years with some conditions. The most important one being you have no contact with Ms. Wright. And then you get some treatment if treatment makes sense. So you'd be evaluated, and if treatment made sense, you'd do that. And if everything goes well, you actually get your case closed out early. So it's a purely probated sentence today, if that's what we're doing with your case. tell me what you want to do. You can do that and enter a plea under what we call offered, where you say, I don't agree with what the state said I did, but I want to work the case out. Or you can say, nope, I want to have a trial, and you'll be on the July trial calendar. You'll come back here, a jury will hear all about what happened. They'll decide guilty, not guilty. If you're found guilty, I suspect it won't be 5 years probation. If you're found not guilty, it all goes away. Tell me what you want to do. And if you want to talk with Ms. Wood a little bit more, we can do that as well.
So it'd be the 3-year, at the 3-year mark, you would qualify for behavioral incentive.
So it's like probation.
Yeah, the offers probation, you'll get credit for the 46 days you set in. And if I understood Judge correctly, we can handle, because a guilty plea would trigger, but we can take care of that as we stand here today.
Right. What I would do is find that Ms. Stepp violated her probation in the 18 SC case by pleading guilty here. I wouldn't revoke any time, but I would modify her probation in that case to include the no contact provision. So that would immunize her, if you will, from some future arrest warrant or probation petition in connection with the plea in this case.
Yeah, that closes out the case. If you take this plea.
Would I go to jail if I
No.
take this?
No, because it's a probation offer.
So let me tell you this. I can't tell you for sure because I haven't heard enough about the case, but your lawyer is recommending probation. And today only, if I disagree with Ms. Wood and say, I've heard more about Ms. Stepp, you know what? I think you need, I'm making this up. I think you need to do 6 months in jail. You'd be able to say, nope, I was willing to take probation. No, thank you. And you walk away from it. You go out that door, you withdraw your plea. And like I said, we just see you here in June and do the trial. So it's sort of a free attempt at a plea. If I sentence you to probation like your lawyer is asking for, then you stick with your commitment. But if I say, oh man, this sounds pretty scary, she had this knife, and I say jail time, you can say, nope, no thank you, I want to withdraw my plea and let's go to trial. Does that make sense?
Can't do it, sir.
I heard that part. You've told me that several times. I just want you to tell me, if you do understand it, that you understand that you can back out of the plea if I sentence you to jail. Do you understand that? So if I go along with what your lawyer asked for, you've committed to that. Yep, I'll do the probation. But if I disagree with her and say, nope, it needs to be more serious than that, you can say, well, I didn't agree to that, so I'm gonna go home, and you get to go home. Do you understand? Okay, then let's go forward. Ms. Charles is going to put you under oath. You've taken a plea before. You know how this works. She's going to ask you some questions. You need to answer her questions. If at any point you've got questions, you need to let me know what those are, okay? And you need to answer out loud to all the questions. All right?
Good.
Okay.
Excuse
Let's
me,
go.
Ms. Clark, can you put the microphone in front of you, please? Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Can you please raise your right hand?
It's for this, right?
Yeah, for this case.
3,
Behavioral incentive date at 3 years.
probation.
Yes.
Do you swear? Is your hand raised or you need more time to speak with your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You need to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Acacia Step.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication you normally take that you've not taken today?
No.
To answer like some service.
No.
How old are you and how far did you go in school?
I graduated and I'm in school right now. I'm in AIU College.
So let's start. How old are you?
I'm 31.
31. And you finished high school. You're in college now?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
Mays.
Mays?
Do you understand in indictment 25 SC 000330? You are charged with count 1 of aggravated assault, counts 2 of aggravated assault, counts 3, simple assault, and counts 4, cruel to the children, the third degree. But for the purposes of this plea, the state will dismiss or null pros counts 1, aggravated assault. The state will amend the second count of aggravated assault to a battery, family violence. And the remaining counts will stay the same. They are misdemeanors. Do you understand?
The remaining counts will stay the same, so this
It's indicted, yes.
So those 2 are misdemeanors. Simple assault and cruelty to children are just misdemeanors.
Okay.
Do you understand you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to the charges? And if you plead not guilty and remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
I understand.
Has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charges for which you're pleading guilty today?
So that means if we went to trial, you would be facing 1 to 20 years on that one, 3 to 20 years on that one, 1 to 12 months on this, and 1 to 12 months on this. That's just if you went to trial and lost, that would be the maximum exposure you're facing.
I'll take the plea.
Okay. And for the record, as to the counts 2, battery, family violence, pursuant to 16.523, the minimum sentence would be 1 year and the maximum sentence would be 5 years. As to counts 3, simple assault misdemeanor, the minimum sentence would be 1 day, maximum would be 12 months. And as to counts 4, cruelty to children, the third degree, the minimum sentence would be 1 day and the maximum sentence would be 12 months. Ms. Tapp, do you understand that this is a joint recommendation?
We're talking about this plea, right?
Yes.
The whole time, all we're doing is talking about this plea.
Okay.
Till the very, very end, and I'll talk about that probation thing, okay?
Okay, sir.
So do you understand, Ms. Tapp, this is a negotiated plea, which means that your attorney and the state, myself, will make a joint recommendation to the court as follows. That the judge will sentence you to 5 years of probation on count 2, the amended charge of battery. You'll have a 3-year behavior incentive date. And then on counts 3, you'll be sentenced to 12 months of probation to run at the same time or concurrent with count 2. And on 4th charge, cruelty to children in the third degree, that you'll be sentenced to 12 months of probation to run concurrent or at the same time as count 2. And then for the special conditions, you will have no further contact with the named victims in the case. You will complete a family violence intervention program. You will submit to a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommended treatment. You will also submit to a mental health evaluation and follow all recommended treatment. And you will seek and maintain lawful employment once you've completed your studies. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am. But on here, it states 3 years.
Yes, that is the behavior incentive date. So if you do everything we're asking you to do after 3 years, you'll be entitled to have your probation ended before the 5 years is up.
Right, you control your destiny there. The sentence that's being recommended is 5 years probation. But if Ms. Stepp goes to the classes, gets the evaluation, is staying out of trouble, then it's 3 years. So that's really up to you as to how you manage that, okay? Yes?
Yes.
Do you understand if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit without being subject to without being subject to revocation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand this guilty plea may be permanently recorded in your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that while on probation, you're not allowed to possess or use a firearm?
I understand.
Do you understand that if you use, possess, receive, or transport a firearm, you will be guilty of a crime, which is a felony, and that may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
I understand.
Do you understand you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty today?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of your plea of guilty today, just as there would have been upon conviction after a trial? For example, your plea of guilty may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, or the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Ms. Stepp, do you understand by pleading guilty, you're also giving up the following rights? You're giving up the right to a trial by jury. You're giving up the right to remain silent and not to incriminate yourself. You're giving up the right to confront witnesses against you. You're giving up the right to the assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel, you're giving up the right to the presumption of innocence. You're giving up the right to testify on your own behalf and present other evidence. You're giving up the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence. You're giving up the right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're giving up the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a plea of guilty today?
No,
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
no, it's my decision.
So this may be what we call an offered plea. And I'm going to let Ms. Charles ask you about that.
Are you decided to plead guilty because you have decided it is in your best interest so to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware, even if you do not admit guilt, that this plea of guilty places you in the same position as if you were convicted by a jury at trial?
Yes, I do.
How then do you plead to count 2 battery, family violence in indictment 25 SC 000330? Say I'm pleading guilty in my best interest.
Pleading guilty in my best interest.
Thank you. How do you plead to count 3 simple assault in the same indictment? Pleading guilty in my best interest. Just say that.
Yes, I'm pleading guilty in my best interest.
How do you plead to count 4 cruel to the children in the 3rd degree in the same indictment?
Pleading guilty in my best interest. You did
Do you
5
understand
years.
you only have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
I understand.
You understand you have 30 days from today to file a direct appeal of your plea of guilty.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And do you understand you have 4 years from today for the felony charge and 12 months from today for the misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of your plea of guilty?
I understand, ma'am.
Here, the state is aware of 3 prior convictions for Ms. Stepp. There is a 4th, but she took that under the First Offender Act back in 2011. And in fact, the 2018 conviction was also under the First Offender Act. And she has 2021 convictions where she was sentenced to BHTC, but she's graduated successfully from the program. And had the state proceeded to trial, the state would have expected to show that on February 7th of 2024, officers responded to 1462 St. Michael Avenue in East Point, Georgia, 30344 in reference to a domestic dispute, and this address is in Fulton County. On arrival, they met with the victim in this case, Ms. Shydrika, S-H-Y-D-R-I-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T, who explained that her then fiance, Ms. Stepp, and her had a verbal altercation because at the time Ms. Wright was sleeping on the couch and Ms. Stepp was trying to wake her. She didn't want to be awoken and she was trying to push her away. And Ms. Stepp became upset because she wouldn't wake up and talk to her as she wanted her to. According to Ms. Wright, she had to attend a funeral the next day, so she didn't know why Ms. Stepp kept bothering her. Eventually, Ms. Stepp became upset, grabbed her by the neck and slammed her to the floor. Ms. Wright explained that there was a knife in the vicinity because it was near to the kitchen, and Ms. Stepp brandished a knife at her. And at this point, when their voices, became elevated, her son ran out of his bedroom and was able to witness the incident. And which is at that point when he came out, Mr. Moncello, Ms. Stepp dropped the knife and ran. According to Ms. Wright, Ms. Stepp also explained if he wasn't there, she would have stabbed his mother. In speaking to Ms. Wright, she's explained since then, herself and Ms. Stepp have had no further romantic involvement. She's moved on. She says she just wants the defendant to continue to stay away from her, and she's on board of the state's recommendation. And so we ask that you accept the plea as presented.
Did you say that Moncello is their kid or
Her kid.
Ms.
Right.
Wright's kid?
Yes,
Okay, so if Ms. Stepp is staying away from Ms. Wright, she's also staying away from Moncello.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Ms. Jackson, criminal history information on Ms. Stepp.
Yes, Your Honor. There are 9 cycles. The last arrest was September the 9th, 2020 in Fulton County for simple battery. There was no disposition for that arrest. She does appear to be on probation in Fulton County. That case number is 20 SC 176794 for aggravated assault in possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer. That disposition date was February the 8th, 2021. 2 years of confinement and 3 years of probation. There appears to be an additional open probation case. That case number is 18 SC 157367 for aggravated assault. That disposition date was August the 21st, 2018, and the term is for 10 years. She does have prior misdemeanor convictions in a sentence. One in 2018 for obstruction of an officer, one in 2014 out of DeKalb County for obstruction of an officer. And she received first offender treatment in 2011 for battery. That case was sealed September the 21st, 2011. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to just add briefly in that case, and in 794, that case was also on probation, but committed to time slip upon entry into BHTC.
Okay. It did, and Ms. Stepp's already been revoked for this conduct in that case. She had a 3-month revocation. So really the only one still rattling around is the 18 SC, as best I can tell. Okay. All right. Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Stepp did 46 days when she was originally arrested on this case from June the 8th, 2024 until July 23rd of last year. I think this case might have been one of those that got dismissed at the preliminary hearing stage, and so that is part of the frustration here, Judge. She is currently doing well. She's got stable housing, and she is gainfully employed. So we just ask that you accept the state's recommendation in this case.
Ms. Stepp, what job do you have?
I work for NDG. It's for the city, traffic control.
Okay.
And I'm in school,
What are you in school for?
business administration for my bachelor's,
Where are you in school?
AIU.
Great. So the traffic control, you're one of the people who says slow or stop, or you put cones down, or what are you doing?
Put cones up and put down the traffic arrow,
The other thing, it tells people to merge to the left or the right.
sir.
Okay. How long have you had that job?
Well, this is another company, but I've been doing this since February 5th last year.
Okay. So over a year, you just switched companies?
Yes, sir.
What kind of hours a week do you get?
30 to 40 hours.
It's not bad. And it pays all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Wood said you've got a good stable place to stay. Is that the address in College Park?
Yes, it's 5495 St. Lo Lane.
She was just accepted according to her office.
Okay. Is that housing that Pat helped you find?
Pad split? Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. That's a different address than I've got here, but that's okay.
That's my mom's address. That's
The old Carriage Drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. But I'm glad that you've got a good place to stay. And you're going back to school. Those are all good things. You're not taking any medication right now?
Well, I take my seizure medication
Good.
and I also take Zoloft.
Okay. And you take that per a doctor's prescription?
Yes, it's prescribed by mental health
Good. How often do you take the Zoloft?
every day.
Every day. Did you take it today?
Yes, sir.
Does that help you stay calm, or does it make you sleepy, or what does it have a side effect?
It helps with my anxiety.
Okay,
It helps with, with my mental health, basically. So,
good. But when you take it, it doesn't make you woozy or dizzy or confused?
no, sir. It just help basically with my mental health. It doesn't make me confused. It just helps with my anxiety and overthinking.
Okay. I'm glad you're taking it. Do you have any questions or anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay, and I hear you that your recollection of what happened in June of last year with Ms. Wright is different than what she told the police, but you're entering an offered plea where you say, I don't agree with what the state said, but it's in your best interest to go forward with the plea. Is that a fair summary?
Sorry, I didn't put in a life, but I'm just trying to
Got you. And that's what I'm saying is that your version of events is different from what Ms. Charles is saying happened. Ms. Charles wasn't there, so she doesn't know. She's saying
my
here's what.
version is different. Yes, sir. I didn't put on a knife.
Okay. You and Ms. Wright had some disagreement about something.
Yes, like
Okay.
I prefer to be someone to be upstairs with me or like be near me when I'm asleep. But I've been learning like because I have epilepsy, but then I didn't understand like I can't force you to sleep where I'm at. That's cool if you want to, but at least let me know because like if I fall asleep or something, I be having bad seizures, sir. Bad, like
But you're taking seizure medicine.
yes, but they still happen.
Okay, got it. You understand that Ms. Wright's gone in her own direction and you two aren't.
No, we departed amongst ourselves. That was understood.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure it's still understood.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then we're on the same page. Ms. Stepp, I find there's a factual basis for your plea and that your plea is knowing and voluntary. Voluntary means no one's forcing you to do this, and knowing means that now that we've had a conversation about it, you understand what's happening today. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act, which means that while you're on probation, if you have a little issue, that will go to probation. But if it's a bigger issue, if you get arrested for anything, that comes back to me. Ms. Simpson, how much time is left on the 18 SC case?
2 years, 3 months, 9 days.
Okay. What I'm going to do, Ms. Stepp, in that 18 SC case, as a result of this new conviction, I'm going to revoke 1 month of that probation, give you credit for the time you already served. You served more than a month. I'm going to close that case out. So that probation's going away. You're going to have probation on this case, but not on that other case anymore. So 18 SC will be closed out. You'll be revoked because you got these new charges, but the time that you would serve for that revocation, you did when you did your 43 days. Okay?
Yes, sir.
In this case, count 1 is being dismissed. Count 2 is being reduced to felony family violence battery. Your sentence for count 2 is 5 years probation. Counts 3 and 4 will both be 12 months probation. They'll run concurrently with count 2. So the total sentence is 5 years probation. I will set a behavioral incentive date of May 30th, 2028. That's 3 years from now. If you've done well on probation, they'll close it out after 3 years. If you're getting arrested for doing other stuff, you stop taking your medication, you do something you shouldn't do, then it's not going to end early. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Special condition of probation number 1.
Before we resume the trial.
No.
Okay, we're ready for the jury. Thank you. Going on the record, same appearances. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Officer Derek Kolb.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
All right, I'm Officer Derek Kolb, Derek Kolb.
You a police officer with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been an officer?
Since August of 2023,
What district are you assigned to currently?
District 3.
Have you always been assigned to District 3?
Since the start of field training, yes.
What would be the geographical area that encompasses District 3?
It starts from the most northern part of Center Street, goes down to about St. Paul, Canal Street, and then various streets out west to about 106 to about 7th Street.
And you work patrol?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your general daily duties?
Generally, we'll be patrolling around, taking calls for service, doing traffic stops, anything that dispatchers dispatch to on a daily basis. So any sort of calls that we need on the day.
The calls for service come from a dispatch center from the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on the morning of April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you alone or did you have a partner?
I was with a partner that day.
What was your shift?
I was assigned to day shift, which is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shortly after your shift began on April 2nd, 2024, were you and your partner dispatched to 2928 West Lisbon Avenue in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of the call that you received?
We initially get a call for service from Milwaukee Fire calling us for a request MPD. Usually that results in us being told that we need to investigate a fire of some sorts.
Did you know what kind of fire this entailed when you were going there?
Yes, initially our CAD notes read that it was a vehicle fire.
Are you familiar with what's at the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, when I started there, it was an abandoned building and it continued to be until it was torn down.
Do you remember about when it was torn down?
It was approximately about 6 to 7 months ago, roughly.
Okay, after April 2nd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Your partner that day was who?
His name is Miles Kowalik.
Mileskowalik for the record. When you were dispatched to that location and arrived in that location, were you and Officer Kowalik already there, or had the fire department already been there?
Milwaukee Fire Department had already been there and extinguished the fire prior to our arrival.
Did you speak to a member of the fire department?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I do not recall his specific name.
Okay. Was he the captain that was on scene?
Captain Hoos was his name.
Hoos?
Yes.
Thank you. That conversation, I presume you just got basic information about what they encountered when they got there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that information was?
Essentially, we run down if the fire was suspicious or not suspicious, what essentially they first got there, what they observed, and essentially we just get a debrief of the situation before we do our investigation regarding the fire.
And what did they observe?
When they got there, they observed a blue Honda Civic engulfed in flames, which prior to our arrival, they put out before we got there.
Was there anything notable about the trunk that they had noticed when they got there?
When they got there, I do not recall, but when I arrived on scene, the trunk was ajar.
Was there any noticeable damage to any part of the vehicle that did not look to be from a fire?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You had a body camera, correct?
Yes, it was equipped and activated during this investigation.
And you also made contact with an individual who had called 911, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
She, at the time, was a resident of a house on North 29th Street, correct?
Yes, sir, just east of the location of where the vehicle was set on fire.
Do you recall what address?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 190. What is this?
That is a aerial view of District 3, certain parts of streets being Galena to Lisbon Avenue.
Move 190 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received and go ahead.
I've got Exhibit 190 on the TV screen now. Officer, at the top of the screen, there's an angled street, is that right?
Correct.
What street is that?
The angle street that runs west to east is called West Lisbon Avenue.
The street that runs north to south on the far left side, that's North 32nd Street.
Yes, sir.
And the map depicts as far east as North 29th Street, almost to North 28th Street, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Is the location where you found, or where you went to find this car on this map?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, would you allow the witness to point out where the car was?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you're pointing to the building basically at the northeast corner of 30th and Lisbon.
Yes, sir. Just east of 30th.
All right, and that building that's in this map, that is no longer there.
No, it is not.
And was the car on the Lisbon side or the other side?
It would have been north of Lisbon Avenue, just east of 30th.
Behind the building at this corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you go down 30th, this street here is what?
That would be Walnut.
This is Walnut Street, and then the one south of that is
West Galena.
West Galena. And then right in between Walnut and Galena is the 31st and Galena Playground?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 51. Should come up on the screen momentarily. What are we looking at?
That was the blue Honda Civic that we got dispatched to for the vehicle fire.
I should have asked a better question. This is a body cam, right?
Yes,
Okay, whose body cam?
that would be my personal body camera.
Where I have this Exhibit 51 queued up, you're looking at the Honda Civic, right? And the street that would be beyond that building is what?
That would be West Lisbon Avenue.
So you're essentially facing south.
Yes, sir.
Is this your body cam from when you were there that day?
Yes, sir.
I'd move Exhibit 51 in and ask to publish about 2.5 minutes of it.
No objection.
It's received and go ahead.
Sorry, 3.5. When I start playing this video, there's not going to be audio, correct?
No.
Why is that?
For the first 30 seconds, when we turn on our Axon body cameras, it goes back about approximately 30 seconds to where no audio is recorded during it, just how our Axon equipped cameras are run in our Milwaukee Police Department.
You hit record, but your camera actually picks up 30 seconds prior.
Exactly.
All right, thanks. Paused at 110. That first portion of the video, what were you doing?
Essentially looking over the vehicle, just seeing what kind of fire damage is done to the vehicle. And then initially when I looked at the front plane of glass for the front window, that's initially where I first checked vehicles for their VIN number. And then the second time when I went to the inside of the door panel is where I checked for the second pin, the VIN number. The first one is destroyed in the vehicle fire, so I got the VIN number off of the door.
The purpose of getting that information is what?
Typically, and sometimes with the Milwaukee Police Department, some vehicles have license plates that do not match the vehicle that it has on it. So I always double check and write down the VIN number of the vehicle and the license plate as well, just to make sure that they match if I run the license plate or if I run the VIN.
You did that in this instance?
Yes, sir.
And then did you run that information to try to figure out who the vehicle belonged to?
I did.
And who did the vehicle belong to?
We run it through a certification called E-Time, which is a Department of Transportation check. And when I ran the license plate and the VIN of this motor vehicle, it listed to Sade Robinson.
Did the VIN and the license plate match?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Playing at 110. Paused at 152. The last few seconds here, you seem to be checking the engine compartment fare.
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen where my mouse is circling here would be the front passenger rear view mirror, correct?
Yes.
And the condition of it right now at this point is what?
It's damaged.
Hanging down?
Yes.
Playing at 152. Paused at 225. The front hood of the car, there's a cut straight across, correct?
Yes.
The hood is cut open.
Yes.
Okay. Is that something the fire department does?
Yes.
Playing at 225.
Super weird because that engine still looks like it's in pristine condition. So. Huh? It didn't even look like, I mean that in the sense of like the fire didn't even touch the engine or any part of the front of the vehicle.
Paused at 318. At this point in the video, you're looking into the trunk.
Yes.
This item that I'm pointing out with my mouse here looks like what?
Like a bag of some sorts.
This black item here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the first time either of you had looked into the trunk, fair?
Initially, I was the only officer between us two that had looked over the vehicle, looked and inspected it, and just made sure that everything was inside the vehicle or if any personal identifiers were in it.
Understood. Playing at 318. Paused it at 332. That last clip of you standing at the driver's side of the vehicle, how would you describe the interior of the vehicle?
Completely destroyed, essentially set on fire, complete fire damage of the interior of the vehicle.
The frame that I have on the screen right now from your body cam, it looks like there's a lot of trash. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know this location? Is that abnormal for behind this building?
Not at all.
Okay. Is this building, as it was abandoned at the time, was it kind of a dumping ground?
It could be used as a dumping ground, yes.
And where your squad is parked here, that's the alley. That's not a street, right?
That is an alleyway.
This street over here to the left, that would be North 30th Street then.
Yes, it would be.
So to get here, you pulled into this alleyway right off of North 30th.
Yes.
The 911 caller, did you make contact with that person?
I did.
Did they indicate whether?
Objection here.
That was
I was gonna
somewhat
make
of
I was gonna make a hearsay objection, but he stopped his question.
Okay.
You did talk to the 911 caller?
I did.
Did you canvass the neighborhood?
I did.
And did you look for video cameras from houses or anywhere that might depict the area behind that abandoned building?
Anywhere in the immediate area that could have potentially caught this vehicle driving into the alleyway or behind the abandoned house.
That's what you were looking for?
Yep.
Were you able to find anybody when you were on scene here from those houses who had seen what happened?
My immediate canvas, not a single individual saw what happened, and nor did I find any camera footage around that immediate area north of it.
Okay, so you say north of it, you're looking, you mean north of Lisbon, fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any camera footage that captures right behind that abandoned building at the time?
Not at that moment, no.
After you arrived, did you have other members of your department come out to tow the vehicle from that location?
I do not recall if we had another squad or if it was us that waited for the tow to arrive on scene.
So there was a tow that arrived on scene, fair?
Eventually, yes, that vehicle was towed from that location.
Where do you, what's the process for that? Where does it get towed to?
We call the city tow lot, and then essentially we wait for a tow to arrive. We get a tow number that's associated with the vehicle, and then if it's a safekeeping tow, it'll be kept at the city tow lot in a specific lot separate from evidence tows.
Did you at some point become aware on April 2nd of a leg that was found at Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Did you become aware that day or at a subsequent time?
Subsequent time.
Okay. And you're aware that that leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
I do not recall what time that was recovered.
But this time, the time you went out to this burning car, I think it's on your body cam up here at the upper right, we're at 8:22 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer. So you testified that you were dispatched to this 2928 West Lisbon Avenue for a vehicle fire, correct?
Yes.
And had you ever been dispatched to vehicle fires in that area before?
No.
Okay, so, but this area that you described, you said that there's a lot of trash around there, correct?
Yes, there is.
And I mean, I guess we can kind of look at the video here on this frame. It looks like there's some residential homes, correct?
Just north of it, yes.
Are you familiar with this area through your, responding to calls for service?
Yes.
And I mean, have you responded to calls for service about potential drug dealing?
Objection relevance?
What's the relevance?
I'm just trying to set the scene of where this all occurred, the part of the city. I mean, the state on direct examination was talking about how it's a high crime area.
I don't recall that happening.
Or the trash, I suppose. I mean, if I can just move on.
Okay,
Littering's
please
a
move on.
crime.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
All right, but when you arrived after the fire had already been extinguished, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that the trunk of the vehicle was ajar, right?
Yes, it was.
And it was in that condition when you arrived.
Can you rephrase that?
The trunk was ajar when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And I guess we saw on body camera, it shows that you approaching the car, and it looks like you're writing down the VIN number?
That's what I initially did, yes.
Okay. And did you touch the vehicle whatsoever? Did you touch anything in the interior and the trunk?
Nothing in the interior, nothing in the interior of the trunk, and nothing from the exterior. When I opened the trunk, I do not recall if I put my direct hand on it or if I used my sleeve.
Okay. And you indicated that there was minor damage to the exterior of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
But it didn't appear that there was any fire damage on the exterior of the vehicle. It looks like it was more just interior, correct?
I knew there was interior damage. I do not know the extent of the exterior of it, if it was fire damage or if it was damage done prior to the vehicle being there.
What I meant was the exterior of the vehicle, there wasn't like char marks on the exterior.
I do not recall if there was or not.
It appears that the fire damage is all the interior front seat and into the back seat, correct?
There was fire damage in the interior and the rear and the trunk.
And the trunk, but we could see on the body camera that there was still some belongings that didn't look like they were charred or burnt.
No.
And after you are looking at this vehicle, you said you canvassed the area, correct?
I did.
And what did that entail? Did you go to homes around the area?
Any houses around the area that could have potentially caught this incident on a camera or any sort of video footage?
And you weren't able to locate any video footage that captured the fire?
No.
And so you weren't able to identify any suspects that were captured on video, correct?
Nothing on the canvas that I conducted that day.
I have nothing further.
State.
Nothing else.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
State.
State calls Detective Alexis Krusek.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis, Alexis, Krusek, Krusic.
How are you employed?
With the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 9 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Patrol deputy.
Are you assigned to any specific position within the sheriff's department?
I am a federally deputized task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and I'm on the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office bomb squad as a bomb technician.
What does it mean to be a TFO with the ATF?
I assist with federal cases ranging between firearms trafficking and arson cases.
And you have federal jurisdictions as well, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been on that assignment?
Since March of 2020.
So you were working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with a 2020 blue Honda Civic in April of 2024?
Yes, April 5th.
April 5th? In what capacity?
It was originally involved in a fire, now determined to be an arson. It was towed back to the Milwaukee Police Department tow lot, the city of Milwaukee tow lot, pending processing.
Was there a license plate associated with that
There
car?
was.
What was that?
It was Wisconsin Adam Sam Paul 1711, I believe it is.
Would 1171 sound familiar?
1171.
Are you aware of who that vehicle registered to?
It listed to Sade Robinson.
At that point, you were aware that Sade Robinson was deceased, correct?
I believe at that time it was still a missing person.
Okay. Who were you with at the tow lot as it relates to your investigation surrounding this vehicle?
Milwaukee Police Department personnel, I believe it was Detective Amy Stolowski, ATF Certified Fire Investigator Ricky Hankins, and Milwaukee Police Department Bomb Technician Commander Adam Islub.
And what was your purpose in being there?
Assisting with the search of the vehicle.
I missed the last name, the bomb tech, Adam.
Islub.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the crime lab was also present, 2 individuals.
What was the crime lab there for?
To assist with evidence collection.
Such as?
Collecting
what?
DNA swabs. They collected the items out of the vehicle, packaged them, and then they were turned over to me at the end of the day.
And you watched that happen?
Yes.
Did you observe the Honda Civic in its initial state at the tow lot before any searching began?
Yes.
And prior to your search of the car, and when I'm saying your search, I mean you and the other personnel that were there that day, did you have any information about whether or not someone else had searched the car on an earlier date?
No.
So you were the first search of this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the vehicle as you initially observed it?
It had heavy fire damage to it in all areas. The trunk was still pretty intact as far as vehicle condition.
Were you able to readily identify anything in the vehicle?
There was a blanket that could be seen on the back seat, as well as a brown and black purse that was on the floor behind the front driver's seat.
That's as to the passenger compartment. Would you say that the passenger compartment was the part that sustained the heaviest fire damage?
Yes.
What about the hood and engine area?
The hood had been cut, most likely by the fire department.
Can you describe the trunk?
The trunk was still in pretty pristine condition. There was a lot of standing water still, though, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Were you able to locate any items that were ultimately collected and placed on inventory from the trunk?
From the trunk, there was a black puffy style jacket. There were light ripped jeans, like light washed ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and tan underwear.
The underwear, was that contained on or within something?
It was on the outside of the light wash jeans.
The bag or purse that you described, was that also recovered?
It was, but not in the trunk.
Did you find any keys?
No.
Did you find any cell phones?
We found remnants of the phone camera, the steel that's on the back of an iPhone that shows the 3 circles for your camera. We were able to locate that in melted debris via X-ray.
Sorry, can you repeat the last portion of what you said?
It was located in melted debris inside of the vehicle that we were able to locate by using an X-ray system.
Thank you. Did you find any weapons?
No.
Would weapons in theory be detected through an X-ray system?
Yes.
Were photographs taken?
They were.
I'm not going to object to the introduction of any of these photos. It's all car photos.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's in Merck Exhibits 58 through 89. If you could just look through those and let me know what they are.
One at a time.
If you can just collectively look at them, identify them, and then we'll go through one by one.
These are photos that I took during the vehicle processing.
I'd ask that exhibits 58 through 89.
They are received and you may publish.
Showing you exhibit 58. What is that?
That is the front of the 2020 Honda Civic.
Okay, and again, this is at the tow lot, correct?
It is.
Exhibit 59.
It's the passenger side view of the Honda Civic.
Can you see fire damage to the exterior of this car?
You can.
Can you describe where?
On the front or on the top portion of the vehicle doors.
Exhibit number 60, what is that?
The passenger rear corner overall of the Honda Civic.
Exhibit 61.
It's a front driver's side corner overall view of the Honda Civic.
Did it appear to you that there was at least some sort of front end damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Exhibit 62, what's that?
That is an overall view of the driver's side rear back seat, showing the fleece blanket.
Okay, so the green and blue item here, this is a blanket.
Yes.
What is the yellow material there?
I believe that's part of the seat cushion.
Exhibit number 63.
It's an overall of the trunk view.
And I'm just going to have you step down off the stand and approach that. And if you could show us where, you said there was a jacket that was recovered, correct? Okay, and that was a black. What else can you see in that photo that you recovered?
Can you bring the microphone as far over as you can as well? Thank you.
I believe the jeans were underneath the jacket in this.
Okay. What about exhibit 64? Can you describe what's depicted in that photo?
The winter jacket.
Can you point to that? What else is, just in general, if you can recall, what else was in there? There are lots of things in that photo.
There's a shovel here that was in the trunk of the vehicle.
What about that item that I'm pointing to here? What does that appear to be?
A windshield wiper.
Actually, what about this item here?
Oh, that is a bed sheet.
And did you recover that?
I did.
How about exhibit 65?
I believe this is a photo behind the front driver's seat, and the purse was in the lower area here.
Showing you exhibit 66. What is that?
It's a black and brown purse that was located behind the front driver's seat on the floor.
Were there items that were contained in that purse that you were able to recover?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a laptop, an iPad, and some miscellaneous items. I believe there's another photo.
Showing you exhibit number 67.
Yeah, those were some of the contents from inside of the bag.
Exhibit 68.
Additional items from inside of the bag.
Do you know what these items are?
I believe there's going to be another photo. This is paperwork with Sade Robinson's name on it.
Showing you exhibit 69. Is that the paperwork?
It's a closer view, yes.
Exhibit number 70.
This was an apron that was located inside of the trunk with Sade's name tag on it from the Wisconsin Club.
It looks like there's some cash, like loose bills of US currency,
Yes.
but Exhibit 71.
These were all of the items from that purse, all laid out.
Okay, can you describe some of the other items there?
Let's see. So there's 2 notebooks, a comb, there's 2 photos, Polaroid photos, miscellaneous paperwork, a planner over here, and a phone charging block.
Looks like some pencils and markers too.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 72. What is that?
That is an overall of the front driver's seat.
Exhibit 73.
This is a measurement that we took from the gas pedal of the vehicle to the front seat of the driver's seat.
Okay, and why did you do that?
To show the distance, because it seemed awfully far for an individual of her stature.
Okay, so at this point, you were familiar with who Sade Robinson was, correct?
Yes.
Including some of her demographic information,
Yes.
such as height. Were you familiar with what she looked like?
Not before the search. No.
Okay. Showing you exhibit number 74. What is that?
These are clothing items that were recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay, describe what we're looking at here.
There's a black, that outer winter puffy style jacket, light ripped jeans, tan underwear, and 2 pair of white tennis shoes.
The one tennis shoe is burned.
Yes.
The jeans and underwear, were they like that when you recovered them?
Yes.
So you did not place them like that?
No.
Is there anything upon looking at that that strikes you as unusual?
I think looking at how these were recovered, it could be consistent with somebody assisting in the removal.
How about exhibit number 75?
Those are a close-up of the white tennis shoes that were recovered from the trunk.
Exhibit 76?
A closer image of the light wash jeans and the underwear.
77?
A closer image of the black winter style jacket.
What is 78?
This is an overall of the interior components that were removed from the car.
From what part of the car?
All of the interior of the car.
So not the trunk, the passenger compartment?
Yes.
And was one of those items depicted in exhibit 79?
Yes, this was recovered in melted debris that we had to pry out of.
Okay, and what is that?
We believe that is the rear part of a phone where your camera is. It's the 3 camera spots on iPhones.
And you're
consistent with an iPhone
Okay.
15.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
But exhibit number 80?
That is an overall of the front passenger compartment.
And I should ask, that's the only part of a phone that you recovered in the car that was identifiable as something on a phone?
Correct.
Exhibit number 81?
So this is an item that is a stuffed animal of some sort that had an odor of gasoline on it. That was on the floorboard on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you recovered that item?
Yes.
Why?
Because it had an odor of gasoline.
Exhibit number 82?
That is an overall of the front damage on the Honda Civic.
And that doesn't appear to be fire damage, does it?
No.
Exhibit number 83?
Another overall of the damage on the front passenger quarter panel of the vehicle.
Exhibit 84?
That's a close-up of the driver's side quarter panel showing the damage on the Honda Civic.
Exhibit number 85?
That is passenger side damage to the mirror, a close-up.
Exhibit number 86.
This is another image of the measurement that we took.
So driver's side again.
Driver's side seat, yep.
Are you aware of whether or not other measurements were also taken at a
believe-
later time?
Yes, there was, not by me, but there were.
Exhibit number 87.
Close-up of the measurement.
And what was the measurement, if you know?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Exhibit 88.
And this was the measurement from the brake pedal to the front driver's seat.
And are you able to say what that was? Are you able to see?
I don't know if that's 19 inches, but.
And exhibit number 89.
Okay, it shows 1 feet, 20 inches for the measurement.
You can have a seat. At some point during your investigation, your portion of this investigation, the car search, were you made aware of what Sade Robinson was last seen wearing?
Yes, once I recovered the clothing, I had reached out to see what she was last seen wearing.
And what did you receive in response?
I received a still image of Sade. She was walking on a boardwalk by herself, and she was wearing light wash, ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and a black jacket, from what I could see.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit 240. You can identify what that is.
This is the image that I was sent.
I'd ask that 240 be received in public.
Any objection?
No.
240 is received. Go ahead.
Do the jeans that Sade is wearing in that photograph appear to be the jeans that you recovered?
They do.
And what about the coat?
Also appears to be the same.
And what about her shoes?
They appear to be the same.
And what about the bag?
From what you can see in the photo, it resembles a dark style bag, but yes.
Did you recover any white tops, shirts or sweaters?
No.
The DNA, the crime lab individuals who were taking DNA swabs, did you see them taking swabs of areas like the door handles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right, the items that you described that we've seen photos of, those were placed on inventory, correct?
They were.
And inventory is what? Just
Property with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
showing you what's been showing you what's been marked. Exhibit number 52. Can you identify what this is?
This is the stuffed animal that had the odor of the accelerant from the front passenger floorboard of the Honda Civic.
So that's what's contained in that bag, correct?
Yes,
Is it contained in something?
a paint can.
Okay. What condition is that in?
It had been to the crime lab already.
Okay. I'm asking that exhibit 52 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 57. What is that?
This is the brown and black purse, partially burned from the rear driver's side floorboard.
And that's already been opened,
It has.
You opened that earlier. today.
I did.
Can you pull out what's in that?
This is the purse that was recovered.
I'd ask that exhibit 57 be received.
Any objection?
No.
57 is received.
Showing you exhibit number 54. What is that?
These are the light wash ripped jeans with the tan underwear that were recovered from the trunk.
I'd ask that exhibit 54 be received,
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
and I'd ask you to just take out the jeans. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 53. What is that?
This is the black puffy jacket from the trunk of the Honda Civic.
And could you open that up and show us what it contains? Thank you. Showing you exhibit 55. What is that?
These are the white Bob sneakers with burn damage recovered from the trunk.
Could you open that and take the shoes out for us?
And scissors.
Probably.
Did I move in exhibit number 55?
No.
Okay,
No.
move in exhibit 55.
Any objection?
No,
It's received 53 too.
I'd move in exhibit 53.
I don't object to that either.
You're not objecting?
No.
It's received as well.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 56. What is that?
This is the white-ish yellow bed sheet, partially burned, that was recovered from the trunk.
I did ask for exhibit 56 to be received.
I don't object.
It's received.
And could you open that, please?
All the way open.
No, that's okay. That was found in the trunk. You showed us where it was, right?
It was.
Okay, thank you. You testified that you didn't find any sort of top, a shirt or a sweater Did you find a bra?
No.
Are you aware of whether or not the DNA swabs that you testified the crime lab was taking, that those were ultimately taken to the crime lab?
They were, but not by me.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
So you were involved in other things in this case, but primarily a search of the car, right?
Correct.
And and this looks like a pretty thorough search, you were going through the trunk and the main area of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there any identifiers for Maxwell Anderson in that car?
No.
Any ID cards or anything like that?
No.
There was obviously some clothing in the trunk area that you've testified to that belonged to Miss Robinson, obviously, right?
Correct.
And some measurements were done. You were present for that.
Yes.
Now, did you go to the scene of, excuse me, were you present at the scene of the burning car or no?
No.
Your investigation was done once the car had been towed back to a lot, right?
Correct.
Or maybe a building that you use.
Yes.
And do you know whether the fire department, well, by the time you got the vehicle, the fire department had already been in the car and hosed it down and opened the doors and things like that, right?
I can't speak to what they've done, but there was clear water inside the vehicle.
I mean, clearly they had put out the fire and cut open the hood and things like
Yes.
that, right? And in terms of the seat distance from how far forward or how far back it is, do you know whether the fire department moved it forward or backward as they're putting out the fire?
No, I'm not sure.
All you know is those measurements are what they are for when you have the vehicle at the lot, right?
Yes.
DNA swabs were done really throughout the vehicle, isn't that fair to say?
I
On
believe
various-
it was just the exterior.
The exterior driver's front door handle, right?
Yes.
So meaning that door handle that a driver would use to get in or out of the car was swabbed extensively.
Yes.
And exterior driver rear door handle, that was also swabbed.
Yes.
Trunk latch.
Yes.
What's a trunk latch?
How you open up the trunk of a vehicle.
Okay, so for this particular vehicle, is there a button in the back of the trunk that you would have pushed and it would have opened?
I don't recall.
Okay, it's something that a person would have to touch to open up the trunk though,
Yes.
and that was swabbed.
Yes.
And exterior passenger rear door handle,
That was done.
exterior passenger front door handle.
Yes.
So all of those things are swabbed for DNA correct?
Yes.
And I think you just said you didn't send any of it to the lab for testing. That was somebody else's responsibility.
Correct.
You said the stuffed animal that we've talked about had an odor of gasoline on it.
Yes.
Are you a bomb technician?
I am.
Okay. What's a bomb technician?
I respond to calls of suspicious items. I respond if there's any potential for a device, anything having to do with military ordnance.
Got it. And so when you say gasoline, you're using that phrase, are you using that in just the ordinary smell of gasoline is what you mean, right? Like anybody would smell at a gas station is what you were smelling, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
State, were things still wet inside the car?
Yes, things had to be taken out of their original packaging and hung up to dry.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break at this time? No? Okay. Next witness, State.
Special Agent Ricky Hankins.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ricky Hankins, Hankins.
How are you employed, sir?
I am a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as ATF.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I have worked for ATF since April 2001.
And what is your, are you a certified fire investigator?
I am.
What is that?
A certified fire investigator means that I have received specialized training in order to investigate fire origin and cause.
Can you just summarize what that is, the training?
The training for ATF was a 2-year immersion program where I had to take graduate courses from the University of Maryland. I had to investigate a minimum of 100 fire scenes under the mentorship of more senior ATF CFIs. I had to do a research project. I had to do reading reports. At the end of it, I had to take written tests. And I'm also an International Association of Arson Investigators, CFI, through their process as well.
How long have you been a CFI?
I have been an ATF CFI since 2009.
Back on or about April 5th, 2024, were you asked to assist in the search and processing of a 2020 Honda Civic?
Correct.
Where did that occur?
That occurred at 3811 West Lincoln, the secure impound lot for the Milwaukee Police Department.
Among the people present for that was yourself as well as Detective Alexis Krusik, who just left this room, correct?
That is right.
And then there were additional personnel present from the Milwaukee Police Department as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After doing that search, were you tasked with conducting an origin and cause determination?
I was.
What is the purpose of an origin and cause determination?
An origin and cause investigation starts with determining where a fire starts. The purpose of an origin and cause investigation is to determine where a fire starts and how it started, to determine if it's an accident, if possible, or an intentional act. Sometimes we can't tell the difference and we have to leave a fire undetermined.
In this case, after you conducted that search with those other people, were you able to come to a conclusion as to origin and cause of this fire?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically the process? Take us through it.
In order to get to the final conclusion, the first thing we look at is origin. And to put it simply, when you're looking for the origin of the fire, we're looking at materials or locations that do not look like their immediate surroundings. So mass loss is different. So things are just burned away and there's not as much left of an area as its immediate surroundings. So there's mass loss, there's discoloration, all right? There's deposit, there's deformation, melting, warping. When we see areas like that, we explore those areas as potential areas of origin, keeping in mind that the greatest area of fire damage or greatest area of mass loss doesn't always mean origin. Sometimes that mass loss is caused by ventilation. So if ventilation comes in an area, that can cause more mass loss. So we explore first origin. Once we're comfortable with where a fire starts, then we look for what are the first fuels, what's capable of burning in that area, and what are our heat sources. Are there any accidental potential heat sources that could have come in contact with our fuel load? Are they capable of igniting what's in that area? Once we explore that and we test that with prior knowledge, sometimes we have to do fire research testing at our lab out in Maryland. We have a large warehouse that sometimes we have to rebuild complete structures and test fire to see which of our hypothesis might be correct. If we are able to come to a hypothesis that is withstands all scrutiny and only one hypothesis remains, then we draw a conclusion.
Does this involve an assessment of the exterior damage as well as to the interior damage of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what you noticed when you did an exterior assessment?
Of the 2020 Honda Civic, there was oxidation to the sunroof area, and there was also oxidation to the exterior passenger side doors.
What is that?
Oxidation is discoloration. So one of those things I was telling you that we're looking for is the discoloration. So there's a whitening or a peeling of the exterior paint from those doors.
I'm going to put on the screen here for you Exhibit 60. It doesn't matter what the you're talking about this discoloration right around here.
That is correct.
Let's talk about the interior damage assessment. What did you observe?
When we were looking at the interior of the Honda Civic, we looked first at the engine compartment and then we looked at the trunk. The interior of those compartments, the engine compartment, there was no indication of direct flame damage. There was no fire damage indicating that the fire started in the engine compartment. Same with the trunk. There was a little bit of mass loss or flame damage to contents of the trunk that were immediately adjacent to the back seat. Well, that's because the back seat had burned away from a fire from the passenger compartment and had extended a limited extension into the trunk.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Looking at the passenger compartment, so the front seats, the back seats, we had heavy mass loss to contents as well as the seating, both the backrests, and there's more survivability to the seat cushion, but the backrests for the two front bucket seats and the backrests for the rear seat were uniformly consumed. And so it was very clear that the fire had originated inside the passenger compartment.
All right, and for the record, while you were talking, I put up Exhibit 62, which has already been admitted. That would be an image of the interior compartment, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell us about the windows?
When I examined the windows, I had a lot of window remnants deep inside the window wells, indicative of the windows being at least partially open during the fire event.
Let's talk about excavation. What happened? What did you notice through that?
So like I said before, when we determined origin, and that being the passenger compartment, we started excavating, looking for what are our fuel loads. The back seat, I remember seeing a fleece blanket, which I believe we see here in this photograph. There were remnants of cardboard, remnants of paper material. I do recall, I believe, a purse in the back seat. There was also remnants of a Bic lighter, I recall seeing in the back seat. And as we excavated further now into the front of the passenger compartment, I reached the area of the floorboard on the front passenger side. So front passenger bucket seat, right at foot level. During excavation, I located what appeared to be remnants of a stuffed animal, green in color, at least majority of it green that had survived. And as soon as I turned it over, I was overwhelmed by an odor consistent with the possible presence of a petroleum distillate. It smelled like, sometimes we can't tell what it is, but it could be gasoline, it could be lighter fluid, it could be any kind of petroleum distillate. But whatever this stuffed animal was appeared to have been saturated with it because it had weight to it. And it was an overwhelming odor that I experienced.
Are you able to say, when you were in that front passenger compartment, whether or not the seats would have been able to be moved after the fire was extinguished?
No, they were not.
How could you tell?
When fire occurs and is extinguished, it creates what's called protective patterns. So pretend that there's a fire up here at the desk that I'm sitting at, and this is more of a solid, not a light combustible. If this is in place at the time of the fire, and the fire department puts out the fire, and we move this after the fact, this is called a protected area underneath this item, right? So just like that example, if something is moved, a seat, for example, after the fight or after the fire, after the extinguishment, you would see a protected area or a disjarment or unalignment of the fire debris.
Going back to that odor of petroleum distillate, are you able to tell us what some examples of petroleum distillates are?
Oh, gasoline, diesel, lighter fluid, solvents, paint thinners.
Thank you. You participated in the, actually, before I go there, that item that you sensed that odor from was collected by the sheriff's office?
That's right.
You participated as well in the x-ray of the vehicle?
I did.
Did you observe any remnants of weapons or keys?
We did not.
What was the weather like on the day of the fire?
I believe it was light rain.
And is that something you would take into account during your analysis?
The weather in general, yes.
Okay. So to recap, go from front to back. The engine compartment of the trunk was not fire damaged.
Correct.
You could rule that out as the origin location.
That's accurate.
The trunk you also ruled out. How so?
Looking at the trunk, there was survivability, no direct flame damage to the majority of the trunk. We located remnants, if I recall correctly, bed sheet, female clothing in the back or in the trunk. No flame damage to those contents. If a fire originates in the trunk, there's going to be flame damage.
If the trunk is closed at the time of the fire, that would be an impediment because of lack of oxygen, correct?
Objection leading.
Why would the trunk being open or closed matter about the fire's ability to spread in the trunk?
In order to have combustion, in order to have fire, you need three things: oxygen, fuel, fuel, and a heat source. All right. So if you take away oxygen, there won't be fire. There won't be combustion.
Within the passenger compartment of the vehicle, while the window's down, there clearly would have been oxygen then, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of, actually to finish up where I was going then, so that leaves us with the passenger compartment. Were you able to conclude that's where the fire started?
Yes.
All right, and just summarize how.
Based on the direct flame damage, the mass loss to the contents, as well as the seat cushions, was indicative of a fire coming from that area, originating in that area.
And are you able to come to a conclusion based on your examination, training, and experience as to how the fire started?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what your conclusion is and how you come to that conclusion?
Based on three main bullet points or data points, one being the presence of ignitable liquid, because at the time of my rendering of my report, I received a lab report from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab indicating a medium petroleum distillate was found in the stuffed animal debris. Witness statements is also something we take into consideration when we're determining origin and cause, and a witness statement was reported that they had seen an individual walking away from the 2020 Honda Civic after throwing what the witness claimed appeared to be a lit lighter into the driver window. And then the third final bullet point that was important for consideration was the registered owner had been determined to be deceased and not the driver of the vehicle at the time of the fire.
Are you able to give us any information as to how fast a fire started in that manner could spread in a car like that?
Quickly, ignitable liquid accelerates fires.
I have no other questions.
Okay, so to back up a little bit. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to back up a little bit, I think what you were saying towards the end is that before you even begin your examination of the vehicle, you read witness statements and do a try to learn a little bit about the circumstances. Would that be fair to say?
Not always before we do an examination of the vehicle. I believe I'm not sure when I learned of that witness statement, that would have been after the scene exam.
Okay, you prepared an opinion and cause report though, right?
Origin and cause, correct.
Origin and cause report, right?
Correct.
And you drafted that report and it has sections such as synopsis, narrative, and participants, right?
Correct.
And there's a section in there specifically entitled witness statements, right?
That's correct.
And that's because of what people say is important to know.
Correct.
As well as doing your own independent examination, because sometimes what people say is different than what actually happened.
Sometimes.
It's part of the reason why you go in and do an examination is to try to see if that version makes sense, for example, right?
We compare witness statements to physical evidence all the time.
And that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
Now, the bottom line, I guess the bottom line conclusion, if you will, is that the Honda Civic was lit on fire.
It was an intentionally set fire.
Not something that happens from the engine, right?
Correct.
And it's your conclusion that the intentionally set fire was a stuffed animal lit on fire and placed on the passenger side of the car. Do I have that right?
You do not have that right.
Okay, can you explain your conclusion?
So as I stated in my conclusion, it was the application of a open flame to ignitable liquid inside the passenger compartment. When ignitable liquid is used to start a fire or accelerate a fire, it's not pertinent for us to pinpoint exactly where that fire starts because, for example, if I poured gasoline throughout this room and lit it on fire after the fact, we wouldn't be able to distinguish where I actually put the open flame to the gasoline. Was it in the back corner or in the front corner? Because the damage is going to spread so quickly that the mass loss, the fire damage, isn't going to tell us where that poured gasoline, that poured ignitable liquid was first ignited. So my conclusion, if I believe my report is in front of you, is that it was an open flame ignition of a ignitable liquid, medium petroleum distillate, inside the passenger compartment.
Something like gasoline.
Medium petroleum distillate was the lab report.
Right, and you said before on direct that could be gasoline. Use that as an example.
A petroleum distillate is not a medium, gasoline is not a medium petroleum distillate.
Lighter fluid would be a medium.
Correct.
What we use to light a grill, right?
That is accurate.
Okay, so your conclusion is that something like that was used, right?
Correct.
On a stuffed animal.
That included a stuffed animal.
Well, there was you made particular note of the stuffed animal, didn't you? That the stuffed animal had an overwhelming odor of the medium petroleum distillate, right?
That's correct.
Which tells you, based on your experience, that stuffed animal, you believe, was sprayed or doused with that liquid, right?
Right. I think where we're missing each other is I did not say, nor would I say that is the only location in the vehicle that had ignitable liquid doused or applied.
Right. The liquid could have been sprayed all over as far as you know.
Correct.
Okay. Do you aware of any witnesses who saw someone spraying lighter fluid all over a vehicle?
No.
The only witness statement you're aware of is from a person who claims that a lit lighter was thrown into a driver's window from outside of a vehicle.
Correct.
And in fact, you found part of a Bic lighter on the back of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
When you say Bic lighter, are you referring to the standard thing you would buy at a gas station? Is that what it looked like?
Correct.
The kind where a person would use to light a cigarette, right?
True.
You're, as a arson investigator or ATF employee, certainly you know that a Bic lighter, if a person lights it, the moment they let go of where their thumb would go, the moment they let go, the flame goes out, right?
Some lighters have a locking mechanism where you can lock the flame down.
Did this one have that?
I did not recover it, so I did not examine that.
So you don't know?
I don't.
And but you do know that the four windows were all likely open at least partially, right? At least partially open at the time of the fire, right?
Correct.
And that's based on the uniform fire mass loss, right? Or no, I'm sorry, that's based on the debris that you noticed in the windowsills, right?
Right, the window channel had significant glass still in it.
How far down were the windows at the time?
We weren't able to tell that. That's why I said at least partially down.
So it could be anywhere from just a tiniest little fraction down to fully?
No, we had more glass in the window channels than just a tiny bit.
Okay, so you're
I
looking.
can't quantify it for you.
Well, in the pictures we saw.
Mostly up there. There are two right here.
Well, if we take picture 61, for example, exhibit 61, for example. Oh, thank you. If we take exhibit 61, for example, what does that show? Well, how do the windows look there?
The windows are gone.
What?
The windows are not evident in that picture.
They're gone, right?
Correct.
And so when you examined the vehicle, the windows themselves were already gone, right?
Like I said, I was able to see down into the window channels inside the door.
And why would windows be gone? Is that because the fire department personnel would knock them out?
Or the fire could have compromised them and they failed due to heat.
In other words, the fire could have cracked them.
But they were also down.
Now, the seat, in terms of the seat distance being back, before you were holding up a Kleenex box and moving it around in front of you, weren't you?
Correct.
As a demonstrative?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to understand the seat location in the vehicle. Is that something that you examined?
I did.
You look at how far back the seat is on the metal tracks, right?
We did in this case.
Okay, and in terms of was the driver's seat all the way back as far as it can go?
We did not manipulate it to see if it was all the way back as far as it would go. We just made note of where it was at that time.
Okay,
at the
so
time of the fire.
Okay, so you didn't note how far back on the tracks it was itself?
No.
But it's your opinion that it wasn't moved by fire department personnel because why?
Again, if it had been moved, we would have had clean parts of the track. So if the seat is on a track,
Right.
everyone knows that. So if you move it after soot deposits, after a flame impinges upon it, it's going to then expose a clean part of the track. We didn't have that.
Well, did you have clean part? Right. Were there parts of the track that were clean and parts of it that had soot on it or no?
There was I don't recall the exact visual of the tracks. We could tell that they had not moved, the seat had not moved from the time of the fire.
That's fine. Thank you, that's all.
If you had not had the witness statements, would your opinion about where the fire originated have changed?
No.
If you had not had witness statements, would your opinion about it being a result of an ignition of an ignitable liquid changed?
No.
Was the fire incendiary?
It was.
Meaning what?
It was an intentional act.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break now? Oh, I see some hands. Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute afternoon break and then we'll be back with you. So just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please.
Yeah, Mia is still on the stand. So I don't know if you guys know or not. I haven't posted anything in the chat, but so she did actually talk about a time where Diddy allegedly slammed a bathroom door on her arm. I don't know why this keep happening to me. Sorry about that. Slammed the bathroom door on her arm. She also accused him of sexual assault after pouring 3 shots of vodka in at a hotel penthouse. After complimenting her work, Combs, who had been celebrating his 40th birthday, served the drinks and then kissed her. As he put his hands up her dress, she said that she was shocked. She talked about another incident where about another sexual assault in around 2009 or 2010 at Combs's home in Los Angeles. Mia said Mia said she was on the bathroom on a bunk bed when she was awakened by Combs on top of her, asked if she wanted to have sex with him. She said no, and it was very quick. She hadn't been allowed to lock the door when staying at Combs' properties, as she had earlier testified. Combs once forced Mia to perform oral sex on him in an attack that made her feel like trash. Oh my God. Mia said she was just frozen when Combs came out of the closet in his LA home and had his penis out his hands before forcing her head down. Yeah, YouTube gonna block me for even saying these words. They're gonna restrict my video. Um, she said the attack made her feel like trash. And when the prosecution asked if she had consented to this, Mia replied, no, it was really fast. Mia testified that there were other sexual assaults, but said she couldn't recall all the details. I just remember feeling like a specific horrible dark feeling in my stomach. There were no particular pattern or timing of the attacks. Mia said, other than that they unfolded when Ventura was not a wrong. I always thought this was the time. She said, next time I would somehow be more prepared. I had to get right back to work. There was so much going on. Oh my God. Just imagine like that happening to you. You gotta turn around and still wait on this man hand and foot. Lord, hear these folks. So hold on. As usual, I start reading, and here they come asking me questions. Getting on my nerves. Getting on my last nerve. Okay, Mia wept and struggled to get her voice above a whisper in testifying how she said Combs' sexual assault to continue, and that somehow was my fault. The witness said she felt so desperate and terrified and trapped, and that and that and that it was my fault. There was a point in her life when Mia said she was determined to take these alleged assaults to the grave. I was going to die with this, she said. I didn't want anyone to know ever. The witness testified that Combs's name once helped her get out of multiple traffic tickets in LA. In one case, Mia said that she was in a hurry to pick up Combs when she was pulled over, telling the officer who her employer was. The officer didn't believe me until she called him, and the officer let her go without a ticket. In another case, she was driving with Combs when they were pulled over, but once the officer got a look at her passenger, she said they were allowed to roll on. Mia ended her testimony for the day, telling jurors that the sexual assaults she says she was subjected to the most traumatizing moments of her life. That was weird how they wrote that. When the prosecutor asked why she agreed to testify, Mia said, "Because I have to tell the truth, the whole truth." The witness said she absolutely did not want to discuss these attacks in public. "It's the most traumatizing, worst thing that has ever happened to me," she told the jurors, and the jury was dismissed for the day. So okay. Yep. So they're on break right now in the Sade Robinson trial. I'm going to go ahead and just end my stream right here for today because I'm gonna have to go pick up my folks right here in a second. Actually, it's probably, let me check the weather because if it's raining, then I'm gonna have to sit here till 4:15 anyway. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Yeah, it's raining. I'm gonna have to sit here till 4. I'll have another hour to sit here anyway because I gotta get my shorty off the bus since it's raining. So don't worry about it. We'll just sit and chill and wait. They're on break, so hang loose.
No, it's my understanding the court wants to stop at 4:45. Does Your Honor want me to just say this? If we're done with a witness at 4:40 and I know the next one is going to be
Long?
long. do
Just
you
let
want-
me know.
Okay.
That's fine. Defense, anything to address before you bring the jury in?
No.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're back on the record, same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief, and I believe they're about to call their 24th witness.
State calls analyst Megan McMahon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is McMahon.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a trace evidence analyst at the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
What does that mean?
So trace evidence encompasses a variety of types of evidence submitted. It can include the analysis of glass, fibers, paint, general unknowns, and in this case, I analyzed evidence submitted for fire debris as well as physical fit.
What is physical fit?
Physical fit is the analysis of items that are broken to determine if they could fit together to form one contiguous piece.
Can you describe what your training, experience, and education is that allows you to work in this capacity?
So I have a bachelor's of science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a master's of science in forensic science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. In addition to my education at the laboratory, I completed an in-house training program for both fire debris and physical fit. In general, those training programs encompass readings, lectures, hands-on exercises, and culminate in what is called a competency test, which is essentially a mock case.
How long have you worked in your capacity at the crime lab?
I've been at the lab in Milwaukee since 2015.
In your capacity at the crime lab, when you analyze something, you document it through a report, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 438. Can you identify what that is?
Exhibit 438 is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued on May 16th, 2024 for laboratory case R24-952.
I'd ask that exhibit 438 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And what does that report document?
So this report is a report of my analysis for item BD that was submitted to the laboratory for fire debris analysis.
What was item BD?
Item BD was one sealed paper bag that contained 1 gallon can that had burned debris in it that was reportedly recovered from a vehicle.
The number or lettering system BD, is that how your lab keeps track of things?
Yes, when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, it's given a laboratory item designator. So we start at A and continue on until all the evidence for a case has been submitted.
Handing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 52. What is that?
So exhibit 52 is laboratory item BD for case R24-952, and I can tell that by this yellow sticker that's on the bag.
So exhibit number 52 is the item that you analyzed and subsequently documented that analysis in report with the exhibit 438 sticker on it.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe what you did upon receiving item BD or exhibit 52?
Yes, so I first would open up the bag, open up the can, do a visual exam of what's inside of the can. In this case, I couldn't determine what was inside the can, so I called it burned debris. After that, I take a charcoal strip and I suspend it inside of the can, put the lid back on the can, and then I put the can in an oven. So what happens when the can is in the oven is anything that's volatile or will go into like a gaseous state, we'll do that and it will adhere into that strip that I suspended inside of the can. The cans stay in the oven overnight for approximately 16 hours. After the 16 hours is up, I take the can out of the oven, I take the strip out of the can, and I put the strip into a small vial. Into that vial, I add a little bit of solvent or a little liquid. And what happens is anything that was stuck onto that strip that was in the can will then dissolve into that liquid. I then take the liquid and I analyze it on an instrument called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. And the data that I get from the sample that was analyzed on, or I analyzed on the instrument, I compare to a reference that was also run on the instrument under the same conditions in order to come to a conclusion if an ignitable liquid is present or not. So in this case, I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate was present in item BD.
What is a petroleum distillate?
So petroleum distillate is one class of ignitable liquids. Ignitable liquids are classified rather than identified because there can be, because manufacturers market the ignitable liquids to their end use. For example, medium petroleum distillate could be the same liquid, but it's marketed as a paint thinner or as a charcoal lighter fluid. So for ignitable liquid analysis, we classify them as opposed to identify them.
Are there other classifications of petroleum distillates?
There are light, medium, and heavy petroleum distillates.
What are some examples of a light petroleum distillate?
Light petroleum distillate could be charcoal lighter fluid. It could be like a lighter fluid that you would use to light a cigarette. Compounds that are smaller than what would be a medium petroleum distillate.
What's a heavy petroleum distillate?
So a heavy petroleum distillate, something like that would be diesel fuel or kerosene.
What about regular gasoline?
Gasoline is its own classification.
And is it just gas or gasoline is its own classification, or is there a title for it? It's not.
It's gasoline.
Okay. Items like paint thinner and lighter fluid have smells to them typically in your experience?
I would say that petroleum distillates have a smell. I don't know what, in general, when I receive liquid as an item of evidence, I don't know where it's coming from. So I couldn't tell you if it was a paint thinner or a charcoal lighter fluid, but it does have a smell.
Did you note any odor from item exhibit number 52, item number BD?
Because it was debris, I did not smell it.
Petroleum distillates, including medium petroleum distillates, are ignitable liquids, correct?
Yes.
And what would ignite a liquid such as a medium petroleum distillate?
A flame.
Okay, a flame from anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so a flame from a match.
Match, a lighter.
Okay, in addition to doing the ignitable liquid analysis, what else did you do as it relates to this case?
I also received broken pieces with the request to determine if a physical fit was present between these pieces and a vehicle that was submitted.
What was the vehicle that was submitted?
I'd have to refer to my report.
You drafted a report?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 437. What is this?
Thank you. Exhibit 437 is a copy of the laboratory report that I authored on May 10th, 2024 for case R24952.
Does that document what vehicle you received?
Yes, I received a Honda Civic, Wisconsin license plate ASP-1171.
And does that actually physically come to you at the lab?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from? What agency?
It would have been received by our evidence technician, so I'm not sure what agency submitted it.
Does the vehicle itself receive an item number?
Yes.
What item number was the Honda Civic?
The vehicle was item BQ.
What else did you receive?
So I received items BR through BV, through BV, and those were all broken pieces that were submitted.
I'd ask that exhibit 437 be received.
Any objection?
No.
437 is received.
Showing you what have already been received into evidence. I'll show you first exhibit 28, 29, and 30, if you can identify what those are, if you've seen them before.
So exhibit 28 is item BR for case R24952. And again, it has the yellow label that's put on at the laboratory.
And what is item BR?
Item BR was a broken mirror that was submitted. Exhibit 29 is item BS for laboratory case R24952. And item BS was a piece of broken black plastic. And then exhibit 30 was received as laboratory item BT for case R24952. There were 5 pieces of broken black plastic that are inside here. So when I did my analysis, I sub-designated them as items BT1 through BT5.
And what about exhibits 31 and 32?
Thank you. So exhibit 31 is laboratory item BU for case R24952. And this is a piece of broken black and silver plastic. And then exhibit 32 is item BV for case R24952. This had 8 pieces of broken plastic inside. So during my analysis, I sub-designated them BV1 through BV8.
Why don't you start with item BR and walk us through what your analysis entailed?
So in general, with my analysis, what I'm first going to do is open up the broken pieces that were submitted, and I'm going to do a visual exam and a microscopic exam of those pieces and document what I observe. Then, if there are any of those pieces that look like they would fit together to each other, I would do that physical fit at that time. After I'm done with all of that, then I took all of the pieces and I went to the vehicle, which is in a different part of the laboratory, and I attempted to do a physical fit from the pieces to the vehicle. So there were 3 pieces that I was able to physically fit back to the vehicle.
And just as a preliminary question, to physically fit something together, does an item have to be broken?
Yes.
So if a piece of a car falls off but isn't broken, can you conclusively say that it comes from that car?
No. So in general, that conclusion might be something like detached but not broken from the vehicle. There might not be anything broken for a physical fit analysis to be attempted.
So it's fair to say that you're looking at how an item fragments when it's broken?
I'm comparing broken pieces to broken areas on the vehicle.
Okay, you said that there were 3 items that you were able to fit.
Yes.
What were those?
So I was able to fit item BT3, which was broken black plastic, to the vehicle, the front grille area. I was able to fit item BS, which was a broken piece of the license plate holder, to the license plate holder that was on the vehicle. And then item BU, which was broken black and silver plastic, to the passenger side fog light area on the vehicle.
What about the other items?
So items BV3 through BV8, so submitted broken pieces, I was able to fit back together to each other, but that piece, there was nothing broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit for that. The same thing with item BV1 and BV2. There wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit. And then items BR, BT1 and 2, 4 and 5, there was no physical fit attempted. So the vehicle was damaged, it was burned. So for safety reasons, we didn't want to put it up on a lift, and the pieces that were not attempted appear to be interior pieces. So there was no more analysis done.
BV3 through BV8 are described as pieces of black glossy plastic, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings were that all of those pieces fit together, correct?
Yes.
On the Honda Civic, item BQ, was there a part that was missing in the area where those items BV3 and BV8 would have fit?
So I was able to use that conclusion, detached but not broken, for the one contiguous piece that BV3 through BV8 formed. But again, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to do a physical fit for that.
Was there an area of the Honda Civic that was missing a piece consistent with what you put together for BV3 through BV8?
There wasn't anything there, but again, it wasn't, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle.
Okay.
So it appeared as though, again, that piece fit in there, but I'm not able to do any more analysis in the sense of I can't say there's a physical fit because there was nothing broken for me to try to attempt to do a physical fit on.
And so that's where you come to the conclusion that it appeared to be detached.
Yes.
What about items B1 and BV2 that you described? Did you come to the conclusion that those items, when put together, appeared to have been detached from the Honda Civic?
Yes, it would be the same conclusion. BV1 and BV2 both appeared detached but not broken from the vehicle.
And again, that the area where BV1 and BV2 appeared to have been detached, there was the Honda Civic missing that particular piece?
The piece wasn't there, but I couldn't make a conclusion as far as if BV1 and BV2 were the pieces that belonged to the vehicle.
But the Honda Civic was missing that particular piece?
The pieces were not there, yes.
I don't have anything further. Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So one part of your, I guess, your role in this investigation was to test some burn materials, correct?
Yes.
And did they arrive to you in like the big gallon bucket or 5-gallon bucket?
They arrived in a gallon can that was in this paper bag.
Okay. And when you're doing your testing, you're doing it at your lab, correct?
Yes.
And you said you didn't like smell the odor of the fragments or the burn materials, correct? Because you do like some sort of testing and you're able to determine that there's a petroleum distillate, correct?
In general, the only items that would be smelled would be liquids that are submitted. So because this was burn debris, I did not smell it.
But you have like instruments that tell you that it's petroleum distillate, correct?
Yes, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And can that determine whether something has like, I think they said a light, a medium?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to come to the conclusion that, you know, this burn material it was ignited by like lighter fluid or paint thinner. Those are contained in petroleum distillate, correct?
I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate is present. There are lighter fluids and paint thinners that would be classified as a medium petroleum distillate, but there also are paint thinners and lighter fluids that might not be, which is why it's just a medium petroleum distillate.
Those are just common examples, right?
Yes.
And like lighter fluid and painter fluid, those are things people can purchase at like a hardware store, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Like a Home Depot, a Lowe's, an Ace Hardware, something like that.
I would think so, yes.
And then the other part of your investigation was to kind of, I mean, I'm just speaking in layman's terms here, is you get pieces of what might belong to a car and you determine if you can draw that conclusion, if these pieces came from that car.
The pieces have to be broken in order to do the physical fit analysis. So what I'm determining is if the broken pieces would fit to a broken area on the vehicle.
And your conclusion was that these broken pieces belong to this Honda Civic, correct?
3 of the pieces physically fit back to the vehicle.
All right, I have nothing further.
State? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
He would then recall Detective Dot.
Okay, next slide. Thank you. I'm sorry. Next slide. Thank you. Oh. We have a different court reporter. We're going to re-swear you.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JoannDonner.
Detective Donner, as part of your follow-up investigation into this case, on October 1st of 2024, did you conduct an experiment related to the seat positions as they were known to have been found in Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I did.
Did that involve you going out to some car dealership in Milwaukee County?
It actually was in Waukesha County, Menominee Falls.
Okay. And tell us what the purpose of that experiment was.
I volunteered one of my detectives who is 6'1", which is based on the same DOT height for Maxwell Anderson, and another deputy who is 5'1", which is actually 1 inch taller than Sade Robinson's DOT. I couldn't find anybody that was 5 foot, so she would have to do. What I did was then go out to the dealership and found a 2020 Honda Civic, same model and make of her car, same year, and positioned the seat according to those that you saw in the arson photos. Then I was able to place Deputy Balsamo into the seat to see if that was a comfortable position for her to drive in, or if it would work better for Detective Blanchard.
In going to the dealership or dealerships, if you will, at some point were you able to determine what the value of a 2020 Honda Civic is?
Yes, the average value is approximately $20,000.
All right, so you took a deputy who was 5'1" and a deputy who was 6'1"?
Correct.
And did you take pictures of this experiment?
I did.
I'm gonna show you exhibits 90 through 108. Yeah.
Tell me the numbers one more time.
90 through 108.
Thank you.
Are those the photos from the experiment?
They are.
Okay. Move 90 through 108 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I asked to publish, not all of them, but a few.
Go ahead.
Detective Donner, what was the seat position of Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I had to base the measurements in the photos from the arson, just based on what the curvature of, if it had cushioning and foam. So I used the frame of the lumbar support that seemed to be the most accurate. That position for the back would be 42 inches, and for the front edge of the seat would be 22 inches.
Okay, so did you position the seat of the Honda Civic you used for this experiment to that same position?
I did, with the exception of the back. It is the manual style, and I couldn't lock it in at 42 inches, and I could only lock it in at 43. So it was 1 inch farther back on the back of the seat.
All right, and then did you have both deputies sit in that seat?
I did.
For starters, these are the two people you used, right?
That's correct.
The one on the right actually testified in this trial.
Correct.
Okay. And then can you show me the picture of you pick out the picture of each of them sitting in the seat when it was at the distance of Sade's car, when Sade's car was recovered.
I took several photos showing the arm extension and also the feet towards the foot pedals.
I'm going to show on the TV 94 and 95. When you had the 5'1" deputy sit in the chair, were her feet able to touch the pedals?
No, they were not.
And her arms, exhibit 95, fully outstretched?
Fully outstretched, elbows locked.
When Detective Blanchard on the right here sat in that seat, how did that go?
Much better.
97, feet reached the pedals comfortably
Yes, they did.
and sat in the chair comfortably.
Correct.
Looks relaxed.
Yes.
Did you then have, what was her name again?
Balsamo. I sure can. It's Balsamo.
Did you have Deputy Balsamo adjust the seat to a position where she felt comfortable?
I did.
And did you have Detective Blanchard sit in that seat?
I did.
Can you show us what that looked like? Here's Exhibit 102. Scrunched up to the front.
Yes.
Attorney Vance Cruzan, can you use the mic, please? That's okay.
All right, and head not comfortable.
It was actually touching the ceiling. He could not put it back any farther. He had to be hunched over forward to fit.
Nothing else.
Cross?
So if I understand correctly, all you did was test the seat for, well, first of all, the car itself was burned away. The seats were burned away, right?
Correct.
The cushioning was gone.
Correct.
And so you're using the metal that would have been behind the cushioning for the measurement. Do I have that correct?
Along the sides, you can see there's a part of the lumbar that curves. That's what I was using to base my measurement and then feeling through the vehicle that we used for the experiment.
Got it. And it was a manual seat.
It was.
Is that the same as Sade's car?
I do not know because her car was so badly damaged on the inside.
Okay, so we don't know if it was manual or automatic.
Correct.
But as I understand it, you used only 2 people for this experiment, if you will.
Yes,
A person who's 5'1" and a person who is 6'1".
correct.
And anybody in between?
No, I did not.
Didn't test any other sizes, 5'7", 5'6", to see how comfortable those people would be?
No,
Okay, different people sit with their seats at different comfort levels, obviously.
correct.
You're not offering this as any sort of science, are you?
No.
That's all.
State?
No, nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Detective Casey Donahue.
All right, y'all, I gotta go get my people. So we will actually pick up tomorrow with this witness. And I will see y'all in the morning. If you follow me on TikTok, we will go live inside video. I'll give my my little recaps, my live recaps. And I will see y'all later. Shout out to y'all.